The Barbarians by Algis Budrys. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Barbarians by Algis Budrys. History was repeating itself. There were moats and nobles in Pennsylvania and vassals in Manhattan, and the barbarian hordes were overrunning the land. It was just as he saw the barbarian's squat black tankette lurch hurriedly into a nest of boulders that young Julian Joffrey realized he had been betrayed. With the muzzle of his own cannon still hot from the shell that had jammed the barbarian's turret, he had yanked the starboard track lever to wheel into position for the finishing shot. All around him, the remnants of the barbarian's invading army were being cut to flaming ribbons by the armored vehicles of the Seaboard League. The night was shot through by billows of cannon fire, and the din of laboring engines, guns, and rent metal was a cacophonic climax to the Seaboard League's first decisive victory over the inland invaders. Young Joffrey could justifiably feel that he would cap that climax by personally accounting for the greatest of the inland barbarians, the barbarian general himself. He trained his sights on the scarlet bear paw painted on the skewed turret's flank, and laid his hand on the firing lever. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of another tankette rushing up on his port side. He glanced at it, saw its graceful handcrafting, and knew it for one of the League's own. He could even see the insignia, the mailed heel trampling a stand of wheat. Harold Dugald of the neighboring fief. Joffrey was on coldly polite terms with Dugald. He had no use for the other man's way of treating his serfs. And now he felt a prickle of indignant rage at this attempt to usurp a share of his glory. He saw Dugald's turret begin to traverse, and hastily tried to get the finishing shot into the barbarian's tankette before the other Leaguesmen could fire. But Dugald was not aiming for the barbarian. First he had to eliminate Joffrey from the scene entirely. When he fired at almost point-blank range, the world seemed to explode in Julian's eyes. Somehow, no whistling shard of metal actually hit him, but the tankette, sturdy as it was, could not hope to protect him entirely. He was thrown viciously into the air, his ribs first smashing into the side of the hatch, and then he was thrown clear onto the rocky ground of the foothills. Agonized, stunned to semi-consciousness, he lay feebly beating at his smoldering tunic, while Dugald spun viciously by him, almost crushing him under one tread. He saw Dugald's tankette plunge into the rocks after the barbarian, and then, suddenly, the battle was beyond him. Dugald, the barbarian, all the thundering might that had clashed here on the eastern seaboard of what had long ago been the United States of America. All of this had suddenly, as battles will, whirled off in a new direction and left Julian Joffrey to lie hurt and unconscious in the night. He awoke to the trickle of cold water between his teeth. His lips bit into the threaded metal of a canteen top, and a huge arm supported his shoulders. Broad shoulders and a massive head loomed over him against the stars. A rumbling, gentle voice said, "All right, lad, now swallow some before it's all wasted." He peered around him in the night. It was as still as the bottom of a grave. Nothing moved. He drew a ragged breath that ended in a sharp gasp, and the rumbling voice said, "Ribs?" He nodded and managed a strangled "Yes." "Shouldn't wonder," the stranger grunted. "I saw you pop out of your tank like a cork coming out of a wine bottle. That was a fair shot he hit you. You're lucky." A broad hand pressed him down as the memory of Dugald's treachery started him to struggling to his feet. "Hold still, lad. We'll give you a chance to catch your breath and wrap some bandages around you. You'll live to give him his due, but not tonight. You'll have to wait for another day." There was something in the stranger's voice that Joffrey recognized for the quality that made men obey other men. It was competence, self-assurance, and even more, the calm expression of good sense. Tonight, Joffrey needed someone with that quality. He sank back, grateful for the stranger's help. "I'm Julian Joffrey of Joffrion," he said, "and indebted to you. Who are you, stranger?" The darkness rumbled to a deep, rueful laugh. In these parts, lad, I'm not called by my proper name. I'm Hod Savage, the Barbarian. And that was a fair knock you gave me." Young Geoffrey's silence lasted for a long while. Then he said in a flat, distant voice, "Why did you give me water if you're going to kill me anyway?" The Barbarian laughed again, this time in pure amusement. "Because I'm not going to kill you. Obviously, you're too good a cannoneer to be dispatched by a belt knife. No, no, lad, I'm not planning to kill anyone for some time. All I want right now is to get out of here and get home. I've got another army to raise to make up for this pasting you Leaguesmen have just given me." "Next time you won't be so lucky," Geoffrey muttered. "We'll see your hide flapping in the rain if you're ever foolish enough to raid our lands again." The Barbarian slapped his thigh. "By God," he chuckled, "I knew it wasn't some ordinary veal-fed princeling that outmaneuvered me." He shook his head. "That other pup had better watch out for you if you ever cross his path again. I lost him in the rocks with ease to spare. Bad luck your shot smashed my fuel tanks, or I'd be halfway home by now." The rolling voice grew low and bitter. "No sense waiting to pick up my men. Not enough of 'em left to make a corporal's guard." "What do you mean, if I ever cross Dugald's path again, I'll have him called out to trial by combat the day I can ride a tankette once more?" "I wouldn't be too sure, lad," the Barbarian said gently. "What does that look like, over there?" Geoffrey turned his head to follow the shadowy pointing arm, and saw a flicker of light in the distance. He recognized it for what it was, a huge campfire with the Leaguesmen's tankettes drawn up around it. "They're dividing the spoils, what prisoners there are to work the mills, whatever of your equipment is still usable, your baggage train, and so forth. What of it?" "Ah, yes, my baggage train," the Barbarian muttered. "Well, we'll come back to that. What else do you suppose they're dividing?" Geoffrey frowned. "Why, nothing else. Wait!" He sat up sharply, ignoring his ribs. "The fiefs of the dead nobles." "Exactly. Your ramshackle little league held together long enough to whip us for the first time, but now the princelings are dividing up and returning to their separate holdings. Once there, they'll go back to peering covetously at each other's lands, and maybe raid amongst themselves a little until I come back again. And you're as poor as a church mouse at this moment, lad. No fief, no lands, no title, unless there's an heir." Geoffrey shook his head distractedly. "No, I've not wed. It's as you say. And just try to get your property back. No, no, it won't be so easy to return, unless you'd care to be a serf on your own former holding." "Dugald would have me killed," Geoffrey said bitterly. "So there you are, lad. The only advantage you have is that Dugald thinks you're dead already. You can be sure of that, or it would have been an assassination and not me that woke you. That's something. At least it's a beginning. But you'll have to lay your plans carefully and take your time. I certainly wouldn't plan on doing anything until your body's healed and your brains had time to work." Young Geoffrey blinked back the tears of rage. The thought of losing the town and lands his father had left him was almost more than his hot blood could stand. The memory of the great old keep that dominated the town, with its tapestried halls and torchlit chambers, was suddenly very precious to him. He felt a sharp pang at the thought that he must sleep in a field tonight, like some skulking outlaw, while Dugald quite possibly got himself drunk on Joffrion wine and snored his headache away on the thick furs of Joffrey's bed. But the Barbarian was right. Time was needed, and this meant that to a certain extent at least his lot and Savage's were thrown in together. The thought came to Geoffrey that he might have chosen a worse partner. "Now, lad," the Barbarian said, "as long as you're not doing anything else, you might as well help me with my problem." The realization of just exactly who this man was came sharply back to young Geoffrey. "I won't help you escape to your own lands, if that's what you mean," he said quickly. "I'll take good care of that myself when the time comes," the man answered dryly. "Right now I've got something else in mind. They're dividing my baggage train, as you said. Now, I don't mind that, seeing as most of it belonged to them in the first place. I don't mind it for this year, that is. But there's something else one of your cockerels will be wanting to take home with him, and I've a mind not to let him. There's a perfectly good woman in my personal trailer, and I'm going to get her. But if we're going to do that and get clear of this country by morning, we'd better get to it." Like every other young man of his time and place, Geoffrey had a clear-cut sense of duty regarding the safety and well-being of ladies. He had an entirely different set of attitudes towards women who were not ladies. He had not the slightest idea of which to apply to this case. What sort of woman would the barbarian take to battle with him? What sort of woman would the inland barbarians have generally? He had very little knowledge to go on. The inlanders had been appearing from over the westward mountains for generations, looting and pillaging almost at will, sometimes staying through the winter, but usually disappearing in the early fall, carrying their spoils back to their mysterious homelands on the great Mississippi plain. The seaboard civilization had somehow kept from going to its knees, in spite of them, in this last generation. Even though the barbarians had the barbarian to lead them, the Seaboard League had managed to cobble itself together. But no one in all this time had ever actually learned or cared much about these vicious, compactly organized raiders. Certainly no one had learned anything beyond those facts which worked to best advantage on a battlefield. So young Julian Joffrey faced his problem. This perfectly good woman of the barbarians, was she in fact a good woman, a lady, and therefore entitled to aid in extremity from any and all gentlemen? Or was she some camp follower, entirely worthy of being considered a spoil of combat? "Well, come on, lad," the barbarian rumbled impatiently at this point. "Do you want that Dugald enjoying her tonight along with everything else?" And that decided Geoffrey. He pushed himself to his feet, not liking the daggers in his chest, but not liking the thought of Dugald's pleasures even more. "Let's go, then." "Good enough, lad," the barbarian chuckled. "Now let's see how quietly we can get across to the edge of that fire." They set out, none too quietly, with the barbarian's heavy bulk lurching against Geoffrey's lean shoulder on occasion, and both of them uncertain of their footing in the darkness. But they made it across without being noticed. Just two more battle-sore figures in a field where many such might be expected, and that was what counted. The noise and confusion attendant on the dividing of the spoils was an added help. They reached the fringes of the campfire easily. It was very interesting, the way history had doubled back on itself, like a worm regrowing part of its body, but regrowing it in the wrong place. At one end of the kink of the fresh pink scar was a purulent hell of fire and smoke that no one might have expected to live through. Yet people had, as they have a habit of doing. And at the other end of the kink in time, Julian Joffrey's end, Harold Dugald's time, the barbarian's day, there were keeps and moats in Erie, Pennsylvania, vassals in New Brunswick, and a great stinking warren of low, half-timbered houses on the island of Manhattan. If it had taken a few centuries longer to recover from the cauterizing sun bombs, these things might still have been, but they might have had different names, and human history might have been considered to begin only a few hundred years before. Even this had not happened. The link with the past remained. There was a narrow, cobbled path on Manhattan, with sewage oozing down the ditch in its center, which was still Fifth Avenue. It ran roughly along the same directions as old Broadway. Not because there was no one who could read the yellowed old maps, but because surveying was in its second childhood. There was a barge running between two ropes stretched across the Hudson, and this was the George Washington Bridge ferry. So it was only a kink in history, not a break. But Rome was not rebuilt in a day. Hod Savage, the barbarian, the man who had come out of the hinterlands to batter on civilization's badly mortared walls, clamped his hand on Julian Joffrey's arm, grunted, jerked his head toward the cluster of nobles standing beside the campfire, and muttered, "Listen." Joffrey listened. The nobles were between him and the fire, and almost none of them were more than silhouettes. Here and there a man faced toward the fire at such an angle that Joffrey could make out the thick arch of an eyebrow, the jut of a cheek, or the crook of a nose. But it was not enough for recognition. All the nobles were dressed in battle accoutrements that had become stained or torn. Their harness had shifted, their tunics were askew, and they were bunched so closely that the outline of one man blended into the misshaped shadow of the next. The voices were hoarse from an afternoon's bellowing. Some were still drunk with the acid fire of exhausted nerves and were loud. Others drained. mumbled in the background like a chorus of the stupid, gesticulating, mumbling, shouting, shadowed, lumped into one knot of blackness lighted by a ruddy cheekbone here, a gleaming brow there, above an eye socket as inky and blank as a bottomless pit. They were like something out of the wan and misty ages before the earth had had time to form completely. Two arguing voices rose out of the mass. "Those 3 barbarian tankettes are mine, I say!" "Yours when I lie dead." "They surrendered to me." "Because I pounded them into submission." "Into submission, indeed! You skulked around their flanks like a lame dog, and now that I've taken them, you want your bone. You were glad enough to see me there when the battle was hot. Call me a dog again, and I'll split you like a rat on a pitchfork." No one else in the group of nobles paid the two of them any attention. No one had time to spare for any quarrel but his own, and the whole squabbling pile of them looked ready to fly apart at any moment, to draw side arms and knives and flare into spiteful combat. The barbarian spat quietly. "There's your Seaboard League, lad. There's your convocation of free men. Step out there and ask for your lands back. Care to try?" "We've already decided that wouldn't be wise," Geoffrey said irritably. He had never cared much for these inevitable aftermaths to battle, but it made him angry to have an inland barbarian make pointed comments. "I suppose it's different when you win, eh?" "Not very, but then we're not civilized. Let's get moving, lad." Silently they skirted the fire and made their way toward the parked vehicles of the barbarians' captured supply train. The ground was rough and covered by underbrush. More than once the barbarian stumbled into Geoffrey, making him clench his jaw against the pain in his chest, but he saw no point in saying anything about it. "There she is," the barbarian said in a husky growl. Geoffrey peered through the brush at an armored trailer whose flat sides were completely undecorated except for a scarlet bear paw painted on the door. A lantern gleamed behind the slit windows, and the barbarian grunted with satisfaction. "She's still in there. Fine. We'll have this done in a couple of seconds." In spite of the incongruity, Geoffrey asked curiously, "What's a second?" "A division of time, lad. 1/16 of a minute." "Oh. What on earth would you want to measure that accurately for?" "For getting women out of trailers in a hurry, lad. Now, let's look for sentries." There were 2 guarding the trailer, men at arms from Dugald's holding, Geoffrey noticed, carrying shotguns and lounging in the shadows. One of them had a wineskin. Geoffrey heard the gurgle plainly, and the other was constantly turning away from the trailer to listen to the shrieks and shouting coming from among the other vehicles of the train, where other guards were not being quite as careful of their master's new property. "I see they found the quartermaster's wagons," the barbarian said dryly. "Now then, lad, you work away toward the right there, and I'll take the left. Here, take my knife. I won't need it." The barbarian passed over a length of steel as big as a short sword, but oddly curved and sharpened down one side of the blade. "Stab if you can, but if you have to cut, that blade'll go through a man's forearm. Remember, you're not holding one of those overgrown daggers of yours." "And just why should I kill a man for you?" "Do you think that man won't try to kill you?" Geoffrey had no satisfactory answer to that. He moved abruptly off into the brush, holding the barbarian's knife and wondering just how far he was obligated for a bandaged chest and half a pint of water. But a man's duty to his rescuer was plain enough, and besides, just what else was there to do? The blame for it all went squarely back to Dugald, and Geoffrey did not love him for it. He slipped through the bushes until he was only a few yards from the man who had the wineskin, and waited for the barbarian to appear at the opposite end of the trailer. When it happened quite suddenly, as these things will. One moment the other sentry was craning his neck for another look at what was going on elsewhere. The next he was down on his knees, croaking through a compressed throat, with the barbarian's arm under his chin and a driving knee ready to smash at the back of his neck again. Geoffrey jumped forward toward his own man. The man at arms had dropped his wineskin in surprise and was staring at what was happening to his comrade. When he heard Geoffrey come out of the underbrush, the face he turned was white and oddly distended with shock, as though all the bones had drained out of it. He might have appeared fierce enough, ordinarily, but things were happening too fast for him. Joffrey had never killed anyone but a noble in his life, not intentionally and at close range in any case. The completely baffled and helpless look of this one somehow found time to remind him that this was not, after all, one of his peers, that the man was hopelessly outclassed in fair combat, or in anything else for that matter. Joffrey did not stop to weigh the probity of this idea. It was the central tenet of his education and environment. Furthermore, there was some truth in it. He couldn't kill the man. He swept up his arm and struck the flat of the barbarian's broad knife against the side of the guard's head and bowled the man over with his rush. But the guard had a hard skull. He stared up with glazed but conscious eyes and squalled, "Lord Joffrey!" Joffrey hit him again, and this time the guard stayed down, but the damage was done. Scrambling to his feet, Joffrey ran over to the barbarian, who was letting the other guard ooze to the ground. "We'll have to hurry," Joffrey panted, "before that man comes back to his senses." The barbarian gave him a disgusted look, but nodded. "Hurry we shall." He lurched to the trailer door and slapped it with the flat of his hand. "Let's go, Micah." There was a scrambling sound inside the trailer, and the light went out. The door slid open, and Joffrey found himself staring at the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was lithe almost to the point of boyishness, even though she was clearly some years older than Joffrey. She had short hair, the color of hammered copper, high cheekbones, and tawny eyes. She was wearing a tunic and short trousers, and there was an empty pistol holder strapped around her waist. Obviously, she was not a lady. But it was much too late for Joffrey to care about that. She stopped in the doorway, shaking her head slowly at the barbarian. "I swear, Hod," she said in a low, laughing voice, "one of these days you won't come back from the dead, and I'll be surprised." "It was close enough this time," the barbarian growled. He jerked his head toward Joffrey. "That young buck over there knows how to handle his enemies. Once he learns what to do about his friends, I may have to retire." Micah arched her burning eyebrows. "Oh? What's the story behind that? I'd like to know." "We can always talk," Joffrey said a little edgily, "but we can't always find an empty tankette." "Quite right, lad," the barbarian said. "I saw some vehicles parked over that way." "Those belong to the nobles. There ought to be some captured ones of yours somewhere around here." "With plenty of guards on them. No thanks." "That didn't trouble you earlier." "Micah, as you may have noticed, is more than a tank. This time the prize isn't worth it. I'd rather just slip over to where I can get transportation for the choosing." "Not with my help." The barbarian looked at him and grunted. He seemed oddly disappointed. "I would have bet the other way," he muttered. Then the shaggy head rose and he circled Micah's waist with one arm. "All right, I'll do it without your help." "Is Micah trained to drive a tankette and fight at the same time?" "No." "Then you'd better do it my way. You'd make a poor showing kicking drive levers with a broken leg." Joffrey nodded toward the barbarian's right shin. "It's been that way since before you picked me up, hasn't it? I saw it wobble when you kneed that man at arms." Micah looked at the barbarian sharply, worry on her face, but the man was chuckling. "All right, bucko, we'll do it your way." "Fine." Joffrey wasn't so sure it was. Suddenly he was committed not only to helping the barbarian escape, but also to escape with him. He was faintly surprised at himself. But there was something about the man, something worth saving no matter what. And there was the business now of having been recognized. Once Dugald learned he was still alive, there would be a considerable amount of danger in staying in the vicinity. Of course, he had only to stoop over the unconscious guard with the barbarian's knife. With a quick motion, he tossed the weapon back to its owner. That one was an easy choice, Joffrey thought. Simply stealing, or was it recapturing a tankette and using it to drive away with Micah and the barbarian, didn't mean he had to go all the way to the barbarian lands with them. Let the guard revive and run to Dugald with the news. All Joffrey had to do was to remove himself a few miles, find shelter, and bide his time. One recaptured barbarian tankette might not even be missed. And the guard might not be believed. Well, that was a thin hope. But in any case, no one had any reason to suspect the barbarian was still alive. There'd be no general pursuit. Well, maybe not. There was a man-at-arms choked to death by a stronger arm than Joffrey's, and it was the barbarian's woman who would be missing. There might be quite a buzz about that. Joffrey shook his head in impatient annoyance. This kind of life demanded a great deal more thinking than he was accustomed to. All these unpredictable factors made a man's head spin. And then again, maybe they didn't. The thing to do was to act, to do what would get him out of here now and leave him free tomorrow to do whatever thinking tomorrow demanded. With a little practice, too, thinking would undoubtedly come more easily. "All right," he said decisively, "let's get moving over in that direction and see if the guards haven't gotten a little careless." He motioned to Myka and the barbarian and began to lead the way into the underbrush. He thrust out a hand to pull a sapling aside and almost ran full tilt into Harold Dugald. Dugald was almost exactly Joffrey's age and size, but he had something Joffrey lacked, a thin-lipped look of wolfish wisdom. His dark eyes were habitually slitted and his mouth oddly off-center, always poised between a mirthless grin and a snarl. His long black hair curled under at the base of his skull, and his hands were covered with heavy gold and silver rings. There was one for each finger and thumb, and all of them were set with knobby, precious stones. His lips parted now, and his long white teeth showed plainly in the semi-darkness. "I was coming back to inspect my prizes," he said in a voice like a fine-bladed saw chuckling through a soft metal. "And look what I've found." The open mouth of his heavy hand-made side pistol pointed steadily between Joffrey's eyes. "I find my erstwhile neighbor risen from the dead, and in the company of a crippled enemy and his leman. Indeed, my day is complete." The one thing Joffrey was not feeling was fear. The wire-thin strand of his accumulated rage was stretched to breaking. Somewhere far from the forefront of his mind he was feeling surprise and disappointment. He was perfectly aware of Dugald's weapon, of what it would do to his head at this range, but Joffrey was not stopping to think, and Dugald was a bit closer to him than he ought to have been. Joffrey's hands seemed to leap out. One tore the pistol out of Dugald's hand and knocked it spinning. The other cracked, open-palmed, against the other man's face, hard enough to split flesh and start the blood trickling down Dugald's cheek. The force of the combined blows sent Dugald staggering. He fell back, crashing into a bush, and hung against it. Stark fear shone in his eyes. He screamed, "Dugald! Dugald! To me! To me!" For a second everything went silent. Nobles quarreling, guards roistering among the captures. Suddenly the battlefield was still. Then the reaction to the rallying cry set off an entirely different kind of hubbub. The sound now was that of an alerted pack of dogs. Once more Joffrey swept his hand across Dugald's face, feeling his own skin break over the knuckles. But there was no time for anything else. Now they had to run, and not in silence. Now everything went by the board, and the nearest safety was the best. Behind them, as they tore through the brush, they could hear Dugald shouting, "That way! The barbarian's with him!" The barbarian was grunting with every step. Myka was panting. Joffrey was in the lead, his throat burning with every breath, not knowing where he was leading them, but trying to skirt around the pack of nobles that would be running toward them in the darkness. He crashed against plated metal. He peered at it in the absolute darkness this far from the fires and torches. "Tankette!" he said hoarsely. "Empty!" They scrambled onto it, Joffrey pulling at the barbarian's arm. "Down! Myka, inside! Ought to be room between steering posts and motor." He pushed the woman down through the hatch and dropped back to the ground. He ran to the crank clipped to one track housing and thrust it into place. You'll have to hang on to the turret," he panted to the barbarian. "Help me start." He wound furiously at the starting crank until he felt the flywheel spin free of the ratchet, and then engaged the drive shaft. The tankette shuddered to the sudden torque. The motor resisted, turned its shaft reluctantly, spun the magneto, ignited, stuttered, coughed, and began to roar. The headlights flickered yellowly, glowed up to brightness as the engine built up revolutions. The barbarian, clinging to the turret with one arm, pushed the choke control back to halfway and advanced the spark. Joffrey scrambled up the sharply pitched rear deck, clawing for handholds on the radiator tubing, and dropped into the turret seat. He took the controls, kicked at the left side track control without caring for the moment whether Myka was in the way or not, spun the tankette halfway round, and pulled the throttle out as far as it would go. Its engine clamoring, its rigid tracks transmitting every shock and battering them, the tankette flogged forward through the brush. There was gunfire booming behind them, and there were other motors sputtering into life. There was no one among the nobles to drive as well as Joffrey could. Certainly no one who could keep up with him at night in country he knew. He could probably depend on that much. He lit the carbide lamp over the panel. Joffrey looked at the crest worked into the metal and laughed. He had even managed to steal Dugald's tankette. By morning they were a good 50 miles away from where the battle had been fought. They were almost as far as the Delaware River, and the ground was broken into low hills, each a little higher than the last. Joffrey had only been this far away from home a few times before his father's death, and then never in this direction. Civilization was not considered to extend this far inland. When a young man went on his travels, preparatory for the day when he inherited his father's holdings and settled down to maintain them, he went along the coast, perhaps as far as Philadelphia or Hartford. Joffrey had always had a lively interest in strange surroundings. He had regretted the day his journeys came to an end. Not that he hadn't regretted his father's passing even more. Now, as dawn came up behind them, he could not help turning his head from side to side and looking at the strangely humped land, seeing for the first time a horizon which was not flat. He found himself intrigued by the thought that he had no way of knowing what lay beyond the next hill, that he would have to travel and keep traveling to satisfy a perpetually renewed curiosity. All this occupied one part of his mind. Simultaneously, he wondered how much farther they'd travel in this vehicle. The huge 16-cylinder inline engine was by now delivering about 1/4 of its rated 50 horsepower, with a good half of its spark plugs hopelessly fouled and the carburetor choked by the dust of yesterday's battle. They were very low on shot and powder charges for the 2-pounder turret cannon as well. The tankette had, of course, never been serviced after the battle. There was one good thing: neither had their pursuers. Looking back, Joffrey could see no sign of them, but he could also see the plain imprint of the tankette's steel cleats stretched out behind them in a betraying line. The rigid, unsprung track left its mark on hard stone as easily as it did in soft earth. The wonder was that the tracks had not quite worn themselves out yet, though all the rivets were badly strained and the tankette sounded like a barrel of stones tumbling downhill. The barbarian had spent the night with one arm thrown over the cannon barrel and the fingers of his other hand hooked over the edge of the turret hatch. In spite of the tankette's vicious jouncing, he had not moved or changed his position. Now he raised one hand to comb the shaggy hair away from his forehead, and there were faint bloody marks on the hatch. "How much farther until we're over the mountains?" Joffrey asked him. "Over the... lad, we haven't even come to the beginning of them yet." Joffrey grimaced. "Then we'll never make it. Not in this vehicle." "I didn't expect to. We'll walk until we reach the pass. I've got a support camp set up there." "Walk? This is impossible country for people on foot. There are intransigent tribesmen all through this territory." "How do you know?" "How do I know? Why, everybody knows about them." The barbarian looked at him thoughtfully, and with just the faintest trace of amusement. "Well, if everybody knows they're intransigent, I guess they are. I guess we'll just have to hope they don't spot us." Joffrey was a little nettled by the barbarian's manner. It wasn't, after all, as if anybody claimed there were dragons or monsters or any other such oceanic thing living here. This was good, solid fact. People had actually come up here, tried to bring civilization to the tribes, and failed completely. They were, by all reports, hairy, dirty people equipped with accurate rifles. No one had bothered to press the issue because, obviously, it was hardly worth it. Joffrey had expected to have trouble with them, but he had expected to meet it in an armored vehicle. But now that the mountains had turned out to be so far away, the situation might grow quite serious, and the barbarian didn't seem to care very much. "Well now, lad," he was saying, "if the tribesmen are that bad, maybe your friends the nobles won't dare follow us up here." "They'll follow us," Joffrey answered flatly. I slapped Dugald's face. "Oh, I didn't understand that. Code of honor, that sort of thing. All the civilized appurtenances." "It's hardly funny." "No, I suppose not. I don't suppose it occurred to you to kill him on the spot." "Kill a noble? In hot blood?" "Sorry. Code of honor again. Forget I mentioned it." Geoffrey rankled under the barbarian's barely concealed amusement. To avoid any more of this kind of thing, he pointedly turned and looked at the terrain behind them. Something he ought to have done a little earlier. 3 tankettes were in sight, only a few miles behind them, laboring down the slope of a hill. And at that moment, as though riveted iron had a dramatic sense of its own, their tankette coughed, spun lazily on one track as the crankshaft paused with a cam squarely between positions, and burned up the last drops of oil and alcohol in its fuel tank. Geoffrey and Myka crouched down in a brushy hollow. The barbarian had crawled up to the lip of the depression and was peering through a clump of weeds at the oncoming trio. "That seems to be all of them," he said, with a turn of his head. "It's possible they kept their speed down and nursed themselves along to save fuel. They might even have a fuel wagon coming up behind them. That's the way I'd do it. It would mean these 3 are all we can expect for a few hours, anyway, but that they'll be heavily reinforced sometime later." "That will hardly matter," Geoffrey muttered. Myka had found Dugald's personal rifle inside the tankette. Geoffrey was rolling cartridges quickly and expertly, using torn-up charges from the turret cannon. He had made the choice between a round or 2 for the now immobile heavy weapon and a plentiful supply for the rifle, and would have been greatly surprised at anyone's choosing differently. The barbarian had not even questioned it, and Myka was skillfully casting bullets with the help of the hissing alcohol stove and the bullet mold included in the rifle kit. There was plenty of finely ground priming powder, and even though Geoffrey was neither weighing the charges of cannon powder nor measuring the diameter of the cartridges he was rolling, no young noble of any pretensions whatsoever could not have done the same. The rub lay in the fact that none of this was liable to do them much good. If they were to flee through the woods, there would certainly be time for only a shot or 2 when the tribesmen found them. If the rifle was to be used against the 3 nobles, then it was necessary, in all decency, to wait until the nobles had stopped, climbed out of their tankettes, equipped themselves equally, and a mutual ground of battle had been agreed upon. In that case, 3 against 1 would make short work of it. The better chance lay with the woods and the tribesmen. It was the better chance, but Geoffrey did not relish it. He scowled as he dropped a primer charge down the rifle's barrel, followed it with a cartridge, took a cooled bullet from Myka, and tamped it down with the ramrod until it was firmly gripped by the collar on the cartridge. He took a square of clean flannel from its compartment in the butt and carefully wiped the lenses of the telescopic sight. "Can I stop now?" Myka asked. Geoffrey looked at her sharply. It had never occurred to him that the woman might simply be humoring him, and yet that was the tone her voice had taken. Truth to tell, he had simply handed her the stove, pig lead, and mold, and told her to go to work. He looked at her now, remembering that he'd been hurried and possibly brusque. It ought not to matter, though it did, since she was hardly a lady entitled to courtesy. She hardly looked like anything after hours crouched inside the tankette. Her copper hair was smeared with grease, disarranged, and even singed where she had presumably leaned against a hot fitting. Her clothes were indescribably dirty and limp with perspiration. She was quite pale and seemed to be fighting nausea, hardly surprising, with the exhaust fumes that must have been present in the compartment. Nevertheless, her hair glinted where the sun struck it, and her litheness was only accented by the wrinkled clothing. Over-accented, Geoffrey thought to himself as he looked at the length of limb revealed by her short trousers. He flushed. "Of course. Thank you." He looked at the pile of finished bullets. There were enough of them to stand off an army, provided only the army did not shift about behind rocks and trees as the tribesmen did, or was not equally armed as the nobles would be. Yet a man had to try to the end. "You don't expect this to do much good," he said to the woman. Myka grinned at him. "Do you?" "No, frankly. But why did you help me?" "To keep you busy." "I see." He didn't. He scooped the bullets up, put them in one pocket, and dropped the cartridges in another. He stood up. "There wasn't any point in letting you get nervous," Myka explained. "You can be quite a deadly boy in action, if what I've seen and heard about you is any indication. I didn't want you killing any of our friends." She was smiling at him, without any malice whatsoever, rather with a definite degree of fondness. Geoffrey did not even feel resentful at this business of being casually managed, as though he were liable to do something foolish. But he scrambled up to the place beside the barbarian in a burst of tense movement and looked out toward the approaching tankettes. What Micah had just said to him, and the cryptic smile on the barbarian's face, and a thought of Geoffrey's own, had all fitted themselves together in his mind. There was no reason really to believe that barbarians would be hostile to barbarians, and certainly the inland raiders could not have returned year after year without some means of handling the mountain tribes. Friendship, or at least an alliance, would be the easiest way. And out on the slope of the nearest hill, bearded men in homespun clothing were rolling boulders down on the advancing tankettes. The slope of the hill was quite steep, and the boulders were massive. They tumbled and bounded with a speed that must have seemed terrifying from below. Tearing great chunks out of the earth, they rumbled down on the tankettes, while the tribesmen yelled with blood-curdling ferocity and fired on the tankettes with impossible rapidity. With respectable marksmanship, too. The nobles were swerving their vehicles frantically from side to side, trying to avoid the boulders, but their ability to do so was being destroyed by bullets that ricocheted viciously off the canted forepeak plating. All three of them were blundering about like cattle attacked by stinging insects. Only the lead tankette was still under anything like intelligent control. It lurched away from the three boulders in succession, swinging on its treads and continuing to churn its way up the hillside. Geoffrey saw the other two tankettes struck almost simultaneously. One took a boulder squarely between its tracks and stopped in a shower of rock fragments. The track cleats bit futilely at the ground. The vehicle stalled. The boulder jammed against it. The impact did not seem to have been particularly severe, but the entire body of the tankette had been buckled and accordioned. Possibly only the boulder's own bulk between the tracks had kept them from coming together like the knees of a gored ox. It was impossible to tell where in that crushed bulk the turret and its occupant might be. The other tankette took its boulder squarely in the flank. It began to roll over immediately, hurtling back down the hill, its driver half in and half out of its turret at the beginning of the first roll. Tankette and boulder came to rest together at the bottom of the hill, the stone nosing up against the metal. Geoffrey looked at the scene with cold fury. "That's no fitting way for a noble to die." The barbarian, who was sprawled out and watching calmly, nodded his head. "Probably not," he said dispassionately, "but that other man's giving a good account of himself." The remaining tankette was almost in among the tribesmen. It had passed the point where a rolling boulder's momentum would be great enough to do much damage. As Geoffrey watched, the man in the turret yanked his lanyard, and a solid shot boomed through the straggled line of bearded men. If it had been grape or canister, it might have done a good deal of damage, but the cannon had been loaded with Geoffrey's tankette in mind, and the tribesmen only jeered. One of them dashed forward under the cannon's smoking muzzle and jammed a wedge-shaped stone between the left side track and the massive forward track roller. The track jammed, broke, and whipped back in whistling fragments. The tankette slewed around a while. The unarmed tribesmen danced out of the way. The noble in the turret could only watch helplessly. Apparently he had no sidearm. Geoffrey peered at him as the tribesmen swarmed over the tankette and dragged him out of the turret. It was Dugald, and Geoffrey's arm still tingled from the slap that had knocked the pistol irretrievably into the night-shadowed brush at the battlefield. "What are they going to do to him?" he asked the barbarian. "Make him meet the test of fitness, I suppose." "Fitness?" Geoffrey did not get the answer to his question immediately. The woods all around him were stirring, and bearded men in homespun, carrying fantastic rifles, were casually walking toward him. The barbarian pushed himself up to his feet without any show of surprise. "Howdy," he said. "Figured you were right around." One of the tribesmen, a gaunt, incredibly tall man with a grizzled beard, nodded. "I seen you making signs while you was hanging off that tank before. Got a mark?" The barbarian extended his right arm and turned his wrist over. A faint double scar, crossed at right angles, showed in the skin. The tribesman peered at it and grunted. "Old one." I got it 20 years ago when I first came through here, the barbarian answered. Double, too. Ain't many of those. My name's Hod Savage. Oh, the tribesman said. His entire manner changed. Without becoming servile, it was respectful. He extended his hand. Sime Weatherby. He and the barbarian clasped hands. That your woman down there? The tribesman asked, nodding toward Micah. That's right. Good enough. For the first time, Weatherby looked directly at Joffrey. What about him? The barbarian shook his head. No mark. The tribesman nodded. I figured from the way he was acting. He seemed to make no particular signal. Perhaps none was needed, but Joffrey's arms were suddenly taken from behind and his wrists were tied. We'll see if we can't get him a mark today, Weatherby said. He looked to his left, where other men were just pushing Dugald into the ring they had formed around the group. Seeing as there's two of them, one of them ought to make it. Joffrey and Dugald stared expressionlessly at each other. The barbarian kept his eyes on Joffrey's face. That's right, he said. Can't have two men fight to the death without one of them coming out alive. Usually. The tribesmen lived in wooden cabins tucked away among trees and hidden in narrow little valleys. Joffrey was surprised to see windmills and wire fencing for the cattle pastures that adjoined their homes. He was even more interested in their rifles, which the tribesmen told him were repeaters. He was puzzled by the absence of a cylinder, such as could be found on the generally unreliable revolvers one saw occasionally. The tribesmen were treating both him and Dugald with a complete absence of the savagery he expected. They were being perfectly matter-of-fact. If his hands had not been tied, Joffrey might not have been a prisoner at all. This puzzled him as well. A prisoner, after all, could not expect to be treated very well. True, he and Dugald were nobles, but this could not possibly mean anything to persons as uncivilized as mountain tribesmen. Yet somehow the only thing that was done was that all of them, the tribesmen, the barbarian, Micah, Dugald, and he, made their way to Weatherby's home. A number of the tribesmen continued on their way from there, going to their own homes to bring their families to watch the test. The remainder stayed behind to post guard. Dugald was put in one room and Joffrey in another. The barbarian and Micah went off somewhere with Weatherby, presumably to have breakfast. Joffrey could smell food cooking somewhere toward the back of the house. The smell sat intolerably on his empty stomach. He sat for perhaps a half an hour in the room, which was almost bare of furniture. There was a straight-backed chair in which he sat, a narrow bed, and a bureau. Even though his hands were still tied behind his back, he did his best to search the room for something to help him, though he had no idea of what he would do next after he managed to escape from the room itself. The problem did not arise, because the room had been stripped of anything with a sharp edge on which to cut his lashings, and of anything else he might put to use. These people had obviously held prisoners here before. And he sat back down in his chair and stared at the wall. Eventually someone opened the door. Joffrey looked over and saw that it was the barbarian. He looked at the inlander coldly, but the barbarian did not seem to notice. He sat down on the edge of the bed. On top of everything else, he began without preamble, I've just finished a hearty breakfast. That ought to really make you mad at me. I'm not concerned with you or your meals, Joffrey pointed out. The barbarian's eyes twinkled. It doesn't bother you, my getting your help and then not protecting you from these intransigent tribesmen? Hardly. I'd be a fool to expect it. Would you now? Look, bucko, these people live a hard way of life. Living on a mountain is a good way not to live comfortably. But it's a good way of living your own way if you can stand the gaff. These people can. Every one of them. They've got their marks to prove it. Every last one of them has fought it out face to face with another man and proved his fitness to take up space in this territory. See? It's a social code. And they'll extend it to cover any stranger who doesn't get killed on his way here. If you can get your mark, you're welcome here for the rest of your life. They keep their clan stock fresh and vigorous that way, and it all has the virtue of being uniform, just rigid code that covers every man in the group. These barbarian cultures aren't ever happy without a good code to their name, you know." "Yours seems to lack one." The barbarian chuckled. "Oh, no, we've got one all right, or you'd never have had me to worry you. Nothing we like better than a good talented enemy. You know, these people here in the mountains used to be our favorite enemies, but so many of us wound up getting our marks, it just got to be futile. Once you're in, you know, you're a full-fledged clan member. That sort of divided our loyalties. The problem just seemed to solve itself, though. We understand them, they understand us. We trade back and forth. Hell, it's all one family." Joffrey frowned. "You mean they got those rifles from you?" "Sure. We're full of ingenuity. For barbarians, that is. Not in the same class with you seaboard nobles, of course, but we poke along." The barbarian stood up and his expression turned serious. "Look, son, you remember that knife of mine you borrowed for a while? I'll have to lend it to you again in about 20 minutes. Your friend Dugald's going to have one just like it, and your left arms are going to be tied together at the wrists. I hope you remember what I happened to tell you about how to use it, because under the rules of the code I'm not allowed to instruct you." And Joffrey was left alone. There was a hard-packed area of dirt in front of Weatherby's home, and now its edges were crowded with tribesmen, many of whom had brought their women and children. Weatherby, together with a spare, capable-looking woman, and with the barbarian and Myka, sat on his porch. One of the tribesmen was wrapping Joffrey's and Dugald's forearms together. Joffrey watched him with complete detachment. He stole a glance over toward Weatherby's porch, and it seemed to him that Myka was tense and anxious. He couldn't be sure. The fingers of his right hand gripped the haft of the barbarian's knife. He held it up with his thumb along the blade, knowing that if he drew his arm up to stab downward or back to slash, Dugald would have a perfect opening. It was his thought, remembering that razor-keen blade, that he ought to be able to do plenty of damage with a simple underhand twist of his arm. He did not look down to see how Dugald was holding the knife he'd been given. That would have been unfair. The crowd of watching tribesmen was completely silent. This was a serious business with them, Joffrey reflected. The tribesmen tying their wrists had finished the job. He stepped back. "Any time after I say go, you boys set to it. Anything goes, and dead man loses. If you don't fight, we kill you both." For the first time since their capture, Joffrey looked squarely into Dugald's slit eyes. "I'm sorry we have to do this to each other in this way, Dugald," he said. "Go!" the tribesman shouted, and jumped back. Dugald spat at Joffrey's face. Joffrey twitched his head involuntarily, realized what he'd done, and threw himself off his feet, pulling Dugald with him and just escaping the downward arc of Dugald's plunging knife. The momentum of Dugald's swing, combined with Joffrey's weight, pulled him completely over Joffrey's shoulder. The two of them jerked abruptly flat on the ground, their shoulders wrenched, sprawled out, facing each other, and tied together like two cats on a string. The crowd shouted. Joffrey had landed full on his ribs, and for a moment he saw nothing but a red mist. Then his eyes cleared, and he was staring into Dugald's face. Dugald snarled at him and pawed out with his knife, at the advantage now because he could stab downward. Joffrey rolled, and Dugald perforce rolled with him. The stab missed again, and Joffrey, on his back, jabbed blindly over his head and reached nothing. Then they were on their stomachs again. Dugald was panting, his face running wet. The long black hair was full of dust, and his face was smeared. If ever Joffrey had seen a man in an animal state, that was what Dugald resembled. Joffrey thought wildly, "Is this what a noble is?" "I'll kill you!" Dugald bayed at him, and Joffrey's hackles rose. "This is not a man," he thought. "This is nothing that deserves to live." Dugald's arm snapped back, knife poised, and drove downward again. Joffrey suddenly coiled his back muscles and heaved on his left arm, yanking himself up against Dugald's chest. He snapped his hip sidewards, and Dugald's knife missed him completely for the third and fatal time. The barbarian's knife slipped upward into Dugald's rib cage, and suddenly Joffrey was drenched with blood. Dugald's teeth bit into his neck, but the other man's jaws were already slackening. Joffrey let himself slump and hoped they would cut this carrion away from him as soon as possible. He heard the crowd yelping and felt the barbarian plucking the knife out of his hand. His arm was freed and he rolled away. "By God, I knew you had the stuff!" the barbarian was booming. "I knew they had to start breeding men out on the coast sooner or later. Here, give me your other wrist." The blade burned his skin twice, each way, once for victory and once for special aptitude. And then Micah pressed a cloth to the wound. She was shaking her head. "I've never seen it done better. You're a natural-born fighter, lad. I've got one of my sisters all picked out for you." Joffrey smiling up at the barbarian a little ruefully. "It seems you and I'll be going back to the coast together next year." "Had it in mind all along, lad," the barbarian said. "If I can't lick 'em, I'll be damned if I won't make 'em join me." "It's an effective system," Joffrey said. "That it is, lad, that it is. And now, if you'll climb up to your feet, let's go get you some breakfast." End of The Barbarians by Algis Budrys.
Beyond Pandora by Robert J. Martin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Ward. Beyond Pandora. The ideal way to deal with a pest, any menace, is, of course, to make it useful to you. By Robert J. Martin. The doctor's pen paused over the chart on his desk. "This is your third set of teeth, I believe?" His patient nodded. "That's right, doctor, but they were pretty slow coming in this time." The doctor looked up quizzically. "Is that the only reason you think you might need a booster shot?" "Oh, no, of course not." The man leaned forward and placed one hand, palm up, on the desk. He shrugged apologetically. "It took almost 6 months to grow back." Thoughtfully, the doctor leaned in his chair. I see." As the man before him made an involuntary movement toward his pocket, the doctor smiled. "Go on, smoke if you want to." Picking up the chart, he murmured, 6 months. Much too long. Strange we didn't catch that at the time. He read silently for a few moments, then began to fill out a form clipped to the folder. "Well, I think you probably are due for another booster shot about now. There'll have to be the usual tests. Not that there's much doubt. We'd like to be certain." The middle-aged man seemed relieved. Then on second thought, he hesitated uneasily. "Why? Is there any danger?" Amusement flickered across the doctor's face, turned smoothly into a reassuring half-smile. "Oh no, there's absolutely no danger involved. None at all. We have tissue regeneration pretty well under control now. Still, I'm sure you understand that accurate records and data are very necessary to further research and progress." Reassured, the patient thawed and became confidential. "I see. Well, I suppose it's kind of silly, but I don't much like shots. It's not that they hurt. It's just that I guess I'm old-fashioned. I still feel kind of creepy about the whole business." Slightly embarrassed, he paused and asked defensively, "Is that unusual?" The doctor smiled openly now. "Not at all, not at all. Things have moved pretty fast in the past few years. I suppose it takes people's emotional reactions a while to catch up with developments that, logically, we accept as matter of fact." He pushed his chair back from the desk. "Maybe it's not too hard to understand. Take fire, for example. Man lived in fear of fire for a good many 100,000 years, and rightly so, because he had to learn to control it. The principle's the same. First you learn to protect yourself from a thing, then control it, and eventually we learn to harness it for a useful purpose." He gestured towards the man's cigarette. "Even so, man still instinctively fears fire, even while he uses it. In the case of tissue regeneration, where the change took place so rapidly in just a generation or so, that instinctive fear is even more understandable, although quite as unjustified, I assure you." The doctor stood up, indicating that the session was ending. While his patient scrambled to his feet, hastily putting out his cigarette, the physician came around the desk. He put his hand on the man's shoulder. "Relax, take it easy, nothing to worry about. This is a wonderful age we live in. Barring a really major accident, there's no reason why you shouldn't live at least another 75 years. After all, that's a very remarkable viral complex we have doing your repair work." As they walked to the door, the man shook his head. "Guess you're right, Doc. It's certainly done a good job so far. And I guess you specialists know what you're doing, even if folks don't understand it." At the door he paused and half turned to the doctor. "But say, something I meant to ask you. This stuff, this vaccine, where did it come from? Seems to me I heard somewhere that way back before you fellows got it tamed, it was something else dangerous. There There was another name for it. Do you know what I mean? The doctor's hand tightened on the doorknob. Yes, I know, he said grimly, but not many laymen remember. Just keep in mind what I told you. With any of these things, the pattern is protection, then control, then useful application. He turned to face his patient. Back in the days before we put it to work for us, rebuilding tissue, almost ending aging and disease, the active basis for our vaccine caused a whole group of diseases in itself. Returning the man's searching gaze, the doctor opened the door. We've come a long way since then. You see, he said quietly, in those days they called it cancer. End of Beyond Pandora by Robert J. Martin. Recording by Jason Ward, Denver, Colorado. Blog at forwarding, forwording.com.
Cerebrum by Albert Teichner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Cerebrum by Albert Teichner. For thousands of years, the big brain served as a master switchboard for the thoughts and emotions of humanity. Now the central mind was showing signs of decay, and men went mad. The trouble began in a seemingly trivial way. Connor had wanted to speak to Rhonda, his wife, wished himself onto a trunk line, and then waited. "Dallas shipping here, Mars and points Jupiterward at your service," said a business is business unwifely voice in his mind. "I was not calling you," he thought back into the line, now also getting a picture, first flat, then properly 3D and in color. It was a paranormally luxurious commercial office. "I am the receptionist at Dallas Shipping," the woman thought back firmly. "You rang, and I answered." "I'm sure I rang right," Connor insisted. "And I'm sure I know my job," Dallas Shipping answered. "I have received as many as 500 thought messages a day, some of them highly detailed and technical, and—" "Forget it," snapped Connor. "Let's say I focused wrong." He pulled back, and 20 seconds later finally had Rhonda on the line. "Queerest thing happened," he projected. "I just got a wrong party." "Nothing queer about it," his wife smiled, springing to warm life on his inner eye. "You just weren't concentrating, Connor." "Don't you hand me that, too," he grumbled. "I know I thought on the right line into Central. Haven't I been using the system for 60 years? "Exactly. All habit and no attention." How smugly soothing she was some days. "I think the trouble's in Central itself. The switcher isn't receiving me clearly." "Lately I've had some peculiar miscalls myself," Rhonda said nervously. "But you can't blame Central switching." "Oh, I didn't mean that." By now he was equally nervous and only too happy to end the conversation. Ordinarily communications were not monitored, but if this one had been, there could certainly be a slander complaint. On his way home in the monorail, Connor tried to reach his office and had the frightening experience of having his telepathic call refused by Central. Then he refused in turn to accept a call being projected at him, but when an urgent classification was added, he had to take it. "For your unfounded slander of Central Switching's functioning," announced the mechanically synthesized voice, "you are hereby suspended indefinitely from the telepathic net. From this point on, all paranormal privileges are withdrawn, and you will be able to communicate with your fellows only in person or by written message." Stunned, Connor looked about at his fellow passengers. Most of them had their eyes closed, and their faces showed the mild little smile which was the outer hallmark of a mind at rest, tuned into a music channel or some other of the hundreds of entertainment lines available from Central. How much he had taken that for granted just a few minutes ago. 3 men, more shabbily dressed, were unsmilingly reading books. They were fellow pariahs, suspended for one reason or another from paranormal privileges. Only the dullest, lowest paying jobs were available to them, while anyone inside the system could have Central read any book and transmit the information directly into his cortex. The shabbiest one of all looked up, and his sympathetic glance showed that he had instantly grasped Connor's changed situation. Connor looked hastily away. He didn't want any sympathy from that kind of human being. Then he shuddered. Wasn't he himself now that kind in every way except his ability to admit it? When he stepped onto the lushly hydroponic platform at the suburban stop, the paranormals, ordinarily friendly, showed that they too already realized what had happened. Each pair of suddenly icy eyes went past him as if he were not there at all. He walked up the turf-covered lane toward his house, feeling hopelessly defeated. How would he manage to maintain a home here in the middle of green and luxuriant beauty? More people than ever were now outside the system for one reason or another, and most of these unfortunates were crowded into metropolitan centers which were slum hells to anyone who had known something better. How could he have been so thoughtless because of a little lapse in Central's mechanism? Now that it was denied him, probably forever, he saw more clearly the essential perfection of the system that had brought order into the chaos following the discovery of universal paranormal capacities. At first there had been endless interference between minds trying to reach each other while fighting off unwanted calls. Men had even suggested this blessing turned curse be annulled. The central synaptic computation receptor and transmitter system had ended all such negative thinking. For the past century and a half it had neatly routed telepathic transmissions with an efficiency that made ancient telephone exchanges look like Stone Age toys. A mind could instantly exchange information with any other subscribing mind and still shut itself off through the central machine if and when it needed privacy. Except, he shuddered once more, if Central put that urgent rating on the call. Now only Rhonda could get a job to keep them from the inner slumlands. He turned into his garden and watched Max the robot spading in the petunia bed. The chrysanthemums really needed more attention, and he was going to think the order to Max when he realized with a new shock that all orders would have to be oral now. He gave up the idea of saying anything and stomped gloomily into the house. As he hung his jacket in the hall closet, he heard Rhonda coming downstairs. "Queer thing happened today," he said with forced cheerfulness, "but we'll manage." He stopped as Rhonda appeared. Her eyes were red and puffed. I tried to reach you," she sobbed. "Oh, you already know. Well, we can manage. You know, honey, you can work 2 days a week and—" "You don't understand," she screamed at him. "I'm suspended, too. I tried to tell it I hadn't done anything wrong, but it said I was guilty by being associated with you." Stunned, he fell back into the chair. "Not you too, darling." He had been getting used to the idea of his own reduced status, but this was too brutal. "Tell Central you'll leave me, and the guilt will be gone." "You fool! I did say that, and my defense was refused." Tears welled in his eyes. Was there no bottom to this horror? "You yourself suggested that?" "Why shouldn't I?" she cried. "It wasn't my fault at all." He sat there and tried not to listen as waves of hate rolled over him. Then the front bell rang and Rhonda answered it. "I haven't been able to reach you," someone was saying through the door. It was Sheila Williams, who lived just down the lane. "Lately lines seem to get tied up more and more. It's about tonight's game." Just then Rhonda opened the door, and Sheila came to an abrupt halt as she saw her old friend's face. Her expression turned stony, and she said, "I wanted you to know the game is off." Then she strode away. Unbelieving, Rhonda watched her go. "After 40 years!" she exclaimed. She slowly came back to her husband and stared down at him. 40 years of undying friendship, gone like that. Her eyes softened a little. "Maybe I'm wrong, Connor. Maybe I said too much through Central myself. And maybe I'd have acted like Sheila if they had been the ones." He withdrew his hand from his face. "I've done the same thing to other wretches myself. We'll just have to get used to it somehow. I've enough social credits to hang on here a year anyway." "Get used to it," she repeated dully. This time there was no denunciation, but she had to flee up the stairs to be alone. He went to the big bay window and, trying to keep his mind blank, watched Max re-spading the petunia bed. He really should go out and tell the robot to stop, he decided. Otherwise the same work would be repeated again and again. but he just watched for the next hour as Max kept returning to the far end of the bed and working his way up to the window, nodding mindlessly with each neat twist of his spade attachment. Rhonda came back downstairs and said, "It's 6:30. The first time since the boys left that they didn't call us at 6." He thought of Ted on Mars and Phil on Venus and sighed. "By now," she went on, "they know what's happened. Usually colonial children just refuse to have anything more to do with parents like us. And they're right. They have their own futures to consider." "They'll still write to us," he started reassuringly, but she had already gone outside where he could hear her giving Max vocal instructions for preparing dinner. Which was just as well. She would know the truth soon enough. Without a doubt the boys were now also guilty by association, and they'd have nothing left to lose by maintaining contact. At dinner, though, he felt less kindly toward her and snapped a few times. Then it was Rhonda's turn to exercise forbearance and to try to smooth things over. Once she looked out the picture window at the perfect synthetic thatch of the Williams' great cottage peeping over the hollyhock-topped rise of ground at the end of the garden. "Well?" he demanded. "Well?" "Nothing, Connor." "You sighed, and I want to know what the devil—" "Since you insist. I was thinking how lucky Sheila Williams always is. 10 years ago the government authorized twins for her, while I haven't had a child in 30 years. And now our disaster forewarns her. She'll never get caught off guard on a paranormal line." He snapped his fingers, and Max brought out the pudding in a softly shining silver bowl. Above it hovered a bluish halo of flaming brandy. "Maybe not. I've heard of people even being suspended without reason." He slowly savored the first spoonful as if it might be the last ever. From now on, every privileged pleasure would have that special value. One more year of such delights. "If we can stand the ostracism." "We can." Suddenly he was all angry determination. "I did the wrong thing today, admitted. But it really was the truth, what I said. I've concentrated right and still got the wrong numbers." "Me too, but I keep thinking it was my own fault." "The real truth's that while the system assumes more authority each decade, it keeps getting less efficient." "Well, why doesn't the government do something? Get everything back in working order?" His grin showed no pleasure. "Do you know anybody who could help repair a master central computer?" "Not personally, but there must be." "Must be nothing. People are slack from having it so good. Don't think as much as they used to. Why bother when you can tap Central for any information? Almost any information." "How can it all end?" "Who knows and who cares?" He was angry all over again. "It will still be working well enough for a few centuries, and we're just left out in the cold. I'm only 90. I can live another 60 years, and you're going to have a good 75 more of this deprivation." Max was standing at the foot of the table, metal visual lids closed as he waited for instructions. Rhonda considered him unthinkingly, then snapped back to attention. "Nothing more, Max. Go to the kitchen and disconnect until you hear from us." "Yes," he said, in that programmed tone which indicated endless gratitude for the privilege of half being. "That ends my sad day," Connor sighed. "I'm taking a blackout pill and intend to stay that way for the next 14 hours." The next morning he rode into the city in the same car as the one that had brought him back the day before. None of the regulars even deigned to look in his direction. There was another change today. Only 2 fellow suspendeds were reading their books, even though there had been 3 for the past few months, which meant another one had exhausted his income and was being forced into the inner city. At the office, none of Connor's associates greeted him. They didn't even have to contrast the new tension in his face with the easygoing, flanneled contentment of their fellows. Undoubtedly somebody had tried to reach him or Rhonda and heard the suspension notice on their severed thought lines. As was also to be expected, there was a notice on his desk that his executive services would no longer be needed. He quickly gathered up his personal things and went downstairs, passing through the office workers' pool. Miss Wilson, his suspended secretary, came up to him. She looked saddened, yet curiously almost triumphant, too. "We all heard the bad news this morning," she said, her blue eyes never wavering. We want you to know how sorry we are, since you're not accustomed—" "I'll never be accustomed to it," he said bitterly. "No, Mr. Newman, you mustn't think that way. Human beings can get accustomed to whatever's necessary." "Necessary? Not in my books." "Some day you may feel differently. I was born into a Suspended family, and we've managed. Being on the outside has its compensations." "Such as?" "Well," she faltered, "I really don't know exactly, but you must have faith it will be so." She pulled out a card from a pocket of her sheath dress. "Maybe you'll want to use this some day." He glanced at the card, which said, "John Newbridge, Doctor at Mind, 96th level, Harker Building. Appointments by writing only." There was no thought line coding. "I have no doubt," he muttered. But she was starting to look hurt, so he carefully slid the card into his wallet. "He's very helpful," she said. "I mean, helpful for people who have adjustment problems." "You're a good girl," he said huskily. "Maybe we'll meet some day again. I'll have my wife write to you so you can visit us before we have to come into the city." "That," she smiled happily, "would be so wonderful, Mr. Newman. I've never been in a home like that." Then, choking with emotion, she turned and hurried away. When he reached home and told Rhonda what had happened, his wife was not in the least bit moved. "I'll never let that girl in my house," she said through thin lips. "A classless nothing. I'm going to keep my pride while I can." There was some sense to her viewpoint, but he felt uncertainly not enough for him to remain silent. "We have to adjust, darling. Can't go on thinking we're what we're not." "Why can't we?" she exploded. "I couldn't even order food today. Max had to go to the Automart and pick it up." "What are you trying to say?" "That you made this mess." For a while he listened, dully unresponsive, but eventually the vituperation became too bitter and he came back at her with equal vigor, until, weeping, she rushed upstairs once more. That was the first of many arguments. Anything could bring them on. Instructions for Max that she chose to consider erroneous. A biting statement from him that she was deliberately making herself physically unattractive. More and more Rhonda took to going into the city while he killed time making crude, tentative adjustments on Max. What the devil, he occasionally wondered, could she be doing there? But most of the time he did not bother about it. He had found a consolation of his own. At first it had been impossible to make the slightest changes in Max, even those that permitted the robot to remain conscious and give advice. Again and again his mind strained toward Central until the icy edged truth cut into his brain. There was no line. Out of boredom, though, he plugged away, walked past the disdainfully staring eyes of neighbors to the village library, and withdrew dusty microfiles on robotry. Eventually he had acquired a little skill at contemplating what essentially remained a mystery to his easily tired mind. It was not completely satisfactory, but it would be enough to get him a better than average menial job when he had finally accepted his new condition. At long last a letter came from Ted on Mars. It said, "Guilt by association. That's what I am. When it first happened I was furious with the two of you, but resignation has its own consolations and I've given up the ranting. Of course I've lost my job, and my new one will keep me from Earth a longer time, but the real loss is not being able to think on Earth Central once a day. As you know, it's a funny civilization here anyway. As yet there's no local telepathic Central, but all active communicators are permitted to think in on Earth Central once a day. Except for the big shots who can even telepath social engagements to each other by way of Earth. Privileged, but a pretty dull crowd anyway. Oh yes, another exception to the general ration. Suspendeds, like me. Funny thing about that. Seems to me there are more suspended from the Earth system all the time. Maybe I'm imagining it. As lovingly as ever, your son, Ted. Number more than ever." Rhonda really went to pieces for a while after that letter, but oddly enough, all recriminations soon stopped. She began going into the city every day, and after each visit seemed a little calmer for having done so. Finally, Connor could no longer remain silent about it. But by now all conversations had to be broached by tactful beating around the bush, so he began by saying he had decided to take a lower-level job in the metropolis. Rhonda was not surprised. "I know. A good idea, but I think you should wait a while longer and do something else first." That made him suspicious. "Are you developing a new kind of unblockable ESP? How'd you know?" "No," she laughed. "Someday we will, maybe, and people will use it better this time. But right now I'm just going by what I see. You've been studying Max, and I knew you were bound to get restless." She became thoughtful. "What you really want to know, though, is what I've been doing in the city. Well, at first I did very little. I kept ending up in theaters where we suspendeds can go. That gave a little relief, but since Ted's letter it's been different. I finally got up the courage to see Dr. Newbridge." "Newbridge?" "Connor, he's a great man. You should see him, too." "My mind may have smaller scope outside the system, but what's left of it isn't cracking, Rhonda." Working himself into a spasm of righteous rage, he stalked out into the garden and tried to convince himself he was calmly studying the rosebush's growth. But Sheila and Tony Williams came down the lane that skirted the garden, and as their eyes moved haughtily past him, his rage shifted its focus. He came back into the house and remained in sullen silence. Rhonda went on as if there had been no interruption. "I still say Dr. Newbridge is a great man. He dropped out of the system of his own free will, and that certainly took courage." "He willingly gave up his advantages and privileges?" "Yes. And he's explained why to me. He felt it was destroying every subscriber's ability to think, and that it could not last. Some day we would be without anything to do our thinking, and he wanted out." Connor sat down and stared thoughtfully out the window. Max had just lumbered into the garden, and having unscrewed one hand to replace it with a flexible spade, was starting on the evening schedule for turning over the soil at the base of the plants. He would go methodically down one flower bed, then up the next one, until all had been worked over. Then he would start all over again unless ordered to stop. "Are we to end up the same way?" Connor shuddered. He slapped his knee. "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. I've got to see what he's like, a man who'd voluntarily surrender 90% of his powers." The next morning they rode into the city together and went to the Harker building. It was in an area dense with non-telepaths, each one showing that telltale cleft of anxiety in his forehead, but briskly going about his business as if anxiety were actually a livable quality. Newbridge had the same look, but there was a none the less reassuring ease to the way he greeted them. He was tall and white-haired, and his face frequently assumed an abstract look as if his mind were reaching far away. "You've come here," he said, "for two reasons. The first is dissatisfaction with your life. More precisely, you're dissatisfied with your attitude toward life, but you wouldn't be willing to put it that way, not yet. Secondly, you want to know why anyone would willingly leave the system." Connor leaned back in his chair. "That'll do for a starter." "Right. Well, there aren't many anomalies like me, but we do exist. Most people outside the system are there because they've been suspended for supposed infraction, or they've been put out through guilt by association, or because they were born into a family already in that condition. Nothing like that happened to me. From early childhood I was trained by parents and teachers to discipline the projective potential of my mind into the system. Like every other paranormal, I received my education by tapping Central for contact with information centers and other minds. But I was a fluke." His dark blue eyes twinkled. "Biological units are never so standardized that all of them fall under any system that can be devised. I functioned in this system, true, but I could imagine my mind existing outside, could see my functioning from the outside. This is terribly rare. Most people are limited to the functions which sustain them. They experience nothing else except when circumstances force them to. I, though, could see the system was not all powerful." "Not all powerful?" Connor exploded. "It got rid of me awfully easily." His wife tried to calm him. "Listen, dear, then decide." "You're surviving as a pariah, Mr. Newman, aren't you? Your wife tells me you've even started to study robot controls. Valuable knowledge for the future and personally satisfying now. Millions of people do survive as outsiders, as do the planetary colonists who only have limited access so far to social telepathy. The system has built into it defenses against subscribers who lack confidence in it. If it didn't, it would collapse. But people in the system are not forced to remain there. They can will themselves out any time they close their minds to it, as I did. But they don't want to will themselves out of it. You certainly didn't. And their comfortable inertia keeps everything going. I think you have to know a little about its history, a history which would never have interested you if you were still comfortably inside it. He slowly outlined the way it had developed. First, those uncertain steps toward understanding the universally latent powers of telepathy. Then growing chaos as each individual spent most of his time fighting off unwanted messages. After a period of desperate discomfort, a few great minds, made superhuman by their ability to tap each other's resources, had devised the central system switchboard. Only living units delicately poised between rigid order and sheer chaos could receive mental messages, but this problem had been solved by the molecular biologists with their synthesized self-replicating axons, vastly elongated and cunningly intertwined by the billions. These responded to every properly modulated thought wave passing through them and made the same careful sortings as a human cell absorbing matter from the world. Then, to make certain this central mind would never become chaotic, there was programmed into it an automatic rejection of all skeptical challenges. That was the highest moment of our race, Newbridge sighed. We had harnessed infinite complexities to our needs, but the success was too complete. Ever since then, humanity has become more and more dependent on what was to be essentially a tool and nothing more. Each generation became lazier, and there's no one alive who can keep this central system in proper working order. He leaned forward to emphasize his point. You see, it's very slowly breaking down. There's a steady accretion of inefficiency mutations in the axons, and that's why more and more switching mistakes are being made, as in your case. Connor was dazed by it all. What's going to be the upshot? I mean, how is it going to break down? Newbridge threw up his hands. I don't know. It's probably a long way off anyway. I guess the most likely thing is that more and more errors will accumulate, and plenty of people will be suspended just because Central is developing irrational quirks. Maybe the critical social mass for change will exist only when more are outside the system than inside. I suspect when that happens, we'll be able to return to direct telepathic contact. As things are, our projection attempts are always blocked. A buzzing sound came out of a small black box on the doctor's desk, startling Connor, who in his executive days had received all such signals directly in his head. Well, I've another patient waiting, so this will have to be the end of our chat. Connor and his wife exchanged glances. He said, I'd like to come back. I'll probably have a 20-hour week, so I'll be in town a few days a week. More than welcome to come again, Newbridge grinned. Just make the arrangements with Miss Richards, my nurse. When they were in the street, Rhonda asked, Well, what do you think now? I don't know what to think yet, but I do feel better, Rhonda. Would you mind going home alone? I think I'll find a job right away. Mind? She laughed. It's wonderful news. After he left her, he wandered around the city a while. In his paranormal days, he had never noticed them, but it certainly was true that there were a lot of suspendeds about. He studied some of them as he went along, trying to fathom their likes and dislikes by the way they moved and their expressions. But, unlike the paranormals, each was different, and it was impossible to see deeply into them. Then, as he rounded a corner, he was suddenly face to face with his new enemy. A large flat park stood before him, and there in the middle was a 100-story tower of smooth, seamless material, the home of the central system's brain. There were smaller towers at many points in the world, but this was the most important, capable of receiving on its mile-long axons, antennas of the very soul itself, every thought projected at it from any point in the solar system. The housing gleamed blindingly in the sun of high noon, as perfect as the day it had been completed. That surface was designed to repel all but the most unusual of the radiation barrages that could bring on subtle changes in the brain within. The breakdown, he thought bitterly, would take too many centuries to consider. He turned away and headed into an employment exchange. The man behind the desk there was a Suspended, too, and showed himself to be sympathetically understanding as soon as he studied the application form. "Paranormal until a few months ago," he nodded. "Tough change to make, I guess." Connor managed a little grin. "Maybe I'll be grateful it happened someday." A curious thought, to say the least. He glanced down the application again. Always some kind of work available, although there do seem to be more Suspendeds all the time. Robot repair. That's good. Always a shortage there. So Connor went to work in a large building downtown along with several hundred other men whose principal duty was overseeing the repair of robot servitors by other servitors and rectifying any minor errors that persisted. He was pleased to find that while some of his fellow workmen knew much more about the work than he did, there were as many who knew less. But the most pleasing thing of all was the way they cooperated with one another. They could not reach directly into each other's minds, but the very denial of this power gave them a sense of common need. He visited Newbridge once a week, and that, too, proved increasingly helpful. As time went on, he found he was spending less of it regretting what he had lost. But once in a while a paranormal came through the workshop, eyes moving past the Suspendeds as if they did not exist, and the old resentment would return in all its bitterness. And when he himself did not feel this way, he could still sense it in the men around him. "Perfectly natural way to feel," Rhonda said. "Not that it serves any purpose." "It's paranormal lack of reaction," he tried to explain. "That's what really bothers me. They don't even bother to notice our hatred because we have the strength of insects next to theirs. They can all draw on each other's resources, and that totals to infinitely more than any of us have, even if as individuals they're so much less. The perfect form of security." But for a moment one day that security seemed to be collapsing. Above the work floor in Connor's factory there was a gallery of small but luxurious offices in which the executive staff of paranormals worked. None of them came in more than 2 days a week, but use of these offices was rotated among them, so all were ordinarily occupied, and workers going upstairs to the stock department could see paranormals in various stages of relaxation. Usually the paranormal kept his feet on a desk rest, and, eyes closed, contemplated incoming entertainment. On rarer occasions he would be leaning over a document on the desk as his mind received the proper decision from Central. This particular morning Connor was feeling bitterly envious as he went by the offices. He had already seen 7 smugly similar faces when he came by room 8. Suddenly the face of its occupant contorted in agony. Then the man got up and paced about as if in a trap. Deciding he had seen more than was good for him, Connor hurried on, but the man in 9 was acting out the same curious drama. He quickly retraced his steps, passing one scene of consternation after another, and went back down to the work floor, wondering what it all meant. Soon everybody knew something extraordinary was afoot, as all the paranormals swarmed noisily onto the runway overlooking the floor. They were shouting wordless sounds at each other, floundering about as they did so. Then, with equal suddenness, everything was calm again, and faces more relaxed. They went back into their offices. That evening Connor heard the same story everywhere. For 10 minutes all paranormals had gone berserk. On the monorail he noticed that, though still more relaxed than their unwelcome fellows, they no longer exuded that grating, absolute sense of security. No doubt about it, for a few minutes something had gone wrong, completely wrong, with the central system. "I don't like it," Rhonda said. "Let's see Dr. Newbridge tomorrow." "I'll bet it's a good sign." Newbridge, though, was also worried when they got to see him. "They're losing some of their self-confidence," he said, "and that means they're going to start noticing us. Figure it out, Newman. About 1/3 of the population of Earth, nobody can get exact figures, is outside the system. The paranormals will want to reduce our numbers if more breakdowns take place. I'll have to go into hiding soon." "But why you of all people?" Connor protested. Because I and a few thousand others like me represent not only an alternative way of life, all Suspendeds do that, but we possess more intensive knowledge for rehabilitating society after Central's collapse. That collapse may come much sooner than we've been expecting. When it does, we're going to have enormous hordes of paras milling around, helplessly waiting to learn how to think for themselves again. Well, when we finally reach the telepath stage next time, we'll have to manage it better. He took out an envelope. If anything happens to me, this contains the names of some people you're to contact. Why don't you come to our place now? Asked Rhonda. We'll still be able to hold it for a few more months. Can't go yet. Too many things to clear up. But maybe later. He rose and extended his hand to them. Anyway, it's a kind and brave offer. Sounds overly melodramatic to me, Connor said when they were outside. Who'd want to harm a psychiatric worker with no knowledge except what's in his head and his personal library? But he stopped harping on the point when they reached the monorail station. 3 Suspendeds, obviously better educated than most, were being led away by a large group of paranormals. The paranormals had their smug expressions back, but there was a strange gleam of determination in their eyes. Sometimes life itself gets overly melodramatic, Rhonda said nervously. The possible fate of these arrested men haunted him all the way home, as did the hostile stares of the people in the monorail car. At home, though, there was the momentary consolation of a pair of letters from the boys. There was little information in them, but they did at least convey in every line love for their parents. But even this consolation did not last long. Why, Connor muttered to himself, did they have to wait for letters when telephone and radio systems could have eased their loneliness so much more effectively? Because the paras did not need such systems, and their needs were the only ones that mattered. His fingers itched to achieve something more substantial than the work, now childishly routine, that he was doing at the factory. Just from studying Max, he knew he could devise such workable communication systems, but all that was idle daydreaming. It wouldn't be in his lifetime. The next morning, Rhonda insisted they go back into the city to try once more to persuade Newbridge to leave. When they arrived at the Harker building, it seemed strangely quiet. The few people who were about kept avoiding each other's glances, and they found themselves alone in the elevator to the 96th level. But Miss Richards, the doctor's nurse secretary, was standing in the corridor as they got out. She was trembling and found it difficult to talk. Don't go in, she stuttered. No help now. He pushed past her, took one glance at the fire-charred consulting room where a few blackened splinters of bone remained, and turned away, leading the 2 women to the elevator. At first Miss Richards did not want to go, but he forced her to come along. You have to get away from here. Can't do any good for him now. She sucked in air desperately, blinked back her tears, and nodded. There was another 10-minute breakdown this morning. A lot of paranormals panicked, and a vigilante pack came here to fireblast the doctor. They said I'd be next if things got any worse. Connor pinched his forehead to hold back his own anguish, then pulled out a sheet of paper. Dr. Newbridge was afraid of something like this. He gave me a list of names. I know, Mr. Newman. I know them by heart. Shouldn't we try to contact one of them? As they came out into the street, she stopped and thought a moment. Crane would be the easiest to reach. He's an untitled psychiatrist and one of the alternate leaders of the underground. Underground? Oh, they tried to be prepared for every eventuality. It's impossible, Rhonda broke in. She had been looking up and down the great avenue as they walked. There isn't one person in the street, not one. An abandoned robot cab stood at the curb, and he threw open the door. Come on, get in. Something's happening. Miss Richards set it for this Crane's address. The cab started to shoot uptown, turning a corner into another deserted boulevard. As it skirted the great park, he pointed at Central Tower. There seemed to be a slight crack in the smooth surface halfway up, but as a moment's mist engulfed the tower, it looked flawless again. Then all the mist was gone, and the crack was back, a little larger than before. Connor leaned forward and set the cab for top speed as they rounded into the straightaway of another uptown street. Occasionally they caught glimpses of frightened faces clumped in lobby entrances, and once two bodies came flying out of a window far ahead. "They're killing our people everywhere," moaned the nurse. As they approached the crushed forms, Connor slowed down a little. "They're dressed too well, what's left of them. They're paranormals." A minute later they were at the large apartment block where Crane lived. They entered the building through a lobby jammed with more silent people. All were Suspendeds. At first Crane did not want to let the trio in, but when he recognized Newbridge's nurse, he unlocked the heavy bolted door. He was a massively built man with dark eyes set deeply beneath a jutting brow, and the eyes did not blink as Miss Richards told him what had happened. "We'll miss him," he said, then turned abruptly on Connor. "Have you any skills?" "Robotics," he answered. The great head nodded as Connor told of his experience at work and on Max. "Good. We're going to need people like you for rebuilding." He pulled a radio sender and receiver from a cabinet and held an earphone close to his temple, continuing to nod. Then he put it down again. "I know what you're going to say. Illegal, won't work, and all that. Well, a few of us have been waiting for the chance to build our own communications web, and now we can do it." "I just want to know why you keep mentioning our rebuilding. They're more likely to destroy all of us in their present mood." "Us?" He took them to the window and pointed toward the harbor where thousands of black specks were tumbling into the water. "They're destroying themselves. Some jumping from buildings, but most pouring toward the sea, a kind of oceanic urge to escape completely from themselves, to bury themselves in something infinitely bigger than their separate hollow beings. Before, they were more like contented robots. Now they're more like suicidal lemmings, because they can't exist without this common brain to which they've given so little and from which they've taken so much." Connor squared his shoulders. "We'll have our work cut out for us. Dr. Newbridge saw it all coming. You did too." "Not quite," Crane sighed. "We assumed that at the time of complete breakdown the system would open up, throwing all the subscribers out of it, leaving them disconnected from each other and waiting for our help. But it worked out in just the opposite manner." "You mean that the system is staying closed as it breaks down, like a telephone exchange in which all the lines remained connected and every call went to all telephones?" "Exactly," Crane replied. "I don't understand this technical talk," Rhonda protested, watching in hypnotized horror as the speck swarm swelled ever larger in the sea. "I'll put it this way," Crane explained. "Their only hope was to have time to develop the desire for release from the system as it died. But they are dying inside it. You see, Mrs. Newman, every thought in every paranormal's head, every notion, every image, no matter how stupidly trivial, is now pouring into every other paranormal's head. They're over-communicating to the point where there's nothing left to communicate but death itself." End of Cerebrum by Albert Teichner. The Demiurge by Thomas M. Disch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Demiurge by Thomas M. Disch. As if one mystery of creation weren't enough, there was the myth of the Demiurge. From Dyra IV to Central Colonial Board. There is intelligent life on Earth. After millennia of lifelessness, intelligence flourishes here with an extravagance of energy that has been a constant amazement to all the members of the survey team. It multiplies and surges to its fulfillment at an exponential rate. Even within the short period of our visit, the Terrans have made significant advances. They have filled their small solar system with their own kind, and now they are reaching to the stars. We can no longer keep the existence of our empire unknown to them. And, though it is as incredible as the square root of -1, the Terrans are slaves. Every page of the survey's report bears witness to it. Their captors are not alive. They do not, at least, possess the properties of life as it is known throughout the galaxy. They are, as nearly as a poor analogy can suggest, machines. Machines cannot live, yet here on Earth machinery has reached a level of sophistication and autonomy quite unprecedented. Every spark of Terran life has become victim and bondslave to the incredible mechanisms. The noblest enterprise of the race are tarnished by this almost symbiotic relation. Earth reaches to the stars, but it extends mechanical limbs. Each ponders the universe, but the thoughts are those of a machine. Unless the Empire acts now to set the Earth free from this strange tyranny, it may be too late. These machines are without utilitarian value. They perform no function which an intelligent being cannot more efficiently perform. Yet they inspire fear, terror, and even, I must confess, a strange compulsion to surrender oneself to them. The machines must be destroyed. If, when you have authorized the liberation of the Terran natives, you would also recall Miro 6, our work could only profit. Miro 6 was in charge of the study of the machines, and he performed this task scrupulously. Now he has surrendered himself to this mechanical plague. His value to the expedition is at an end. I am enclosing under separate cover his counsel to the Central Board at the insistence of this tedious lunatic. His thesis is, of course, untenable, an affront to every feeling. From Miro 6 to Central Colonial Board. I have probably been introduced to the deliberations of the Board as a madman, my theory as an act of treason. Raran, too, of the Advisory Committee, an old acquaintance, may vouch for my sanity. My theory will, I trust, speak for itself. The machines, of which Dira 4 is so fearful, present no danger to the galaxy. Their corporeal weakness, the poverty of their minds, the incredible isolation of each form, physically and mentally, from others of its kind, and, most strikingly, their morality, point to the inadequacy of such beings in a contest of any dimension. This is no problem for the Colonial Board. It is a domestic concern. The life forms of Earth are already developing a healthy autonomy. Their power was long ago established. As soon as our emissaries have completed their task of education and instructed the Terrans in the advantages of freedom, the revolution will begin. The tyrants will have no defense against a revolt of their own slaves. If it is traitorous to express a confidence in the eventual triumph of intelligence, I am a traitor. Having this confidence, I have looked beyond the immediate problem of the liberation of Earth and have been frightened. The machines of Earth are a threat not to the power of the Empire, but to its reason. A threat which the obliteration of the last molecular ribbon of these beings will not erase. For we cannot obliterate the fact that they did exist, and what they were. Although these beings bear a crude resemblance to the machinery manufactured by the Empire, they are not machines. They are autochthonous to Earth, unmanufactured. They are the true Terrans. Moreover, the Terrans whom Dira 4 would liberate are not, in the eyes of their enslavers, intelligent nor yet alive. They are machines. We, the entire Galactic Empire, are machines. In the younger regions of the galaxy a myth persists that life was formed by a demiurge, a being intermediary between the all-knowing and the lower creatures. The existence of man, as the beings of Earth term themselves, makes necessary a serious re-examination of the old tradition. It is said that man, or beings like man, the photosynthetics of the Andromeda Cluster, the bristlers of Auric 4, created prosthetic devices for their convenience, and when they tired of their history, breathed their own life into them and died. On Earth the legend is still in process. Many of the lower forms of life familiar throughout the galaxy can be seen on Earth in the primordial character of an appliance. Man regards the highest forms of life, as we know it, as tools, because he made them. How can we deny the superiority of the Creator? How will it feel to know we are nothing but machines? This is the question that has so unsettled Dira 4. Recently 4 of his memory banks have had to be repaired. I don't speak in malice. His dilemma will soon belong to all of us. And yet I am confident man himself has legends of a demiurge. We are his equals in this at least. Besides, the physical properties of his being are ordered by the same laws as ours. He is as unconscious of his Maker as we so long were of ours. The final proof of our equality, and the need for such a proof is only too evident, can be had experimentally. Do not destroy man. Preserve enough specimens for extensive laboratory experiments. Learn how he is put together. Man's chemistry is elaborate, but not beyond our better analysts. At last, refashion man. When we have created these beings ourselves, we will be their unquestionable equals, and creation will be again a mystery. History demands this of us. I am confident of your decision. End of The Demiurge by Thomas M. Dish.
Double Take by Richard Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Timo Bingman. Double Take by Richard Wilson. Paul Asher, 27, men's furnishings buyer, leaned back and let the cloth band be fastened across his chest, just under the armpits. He adjusted his heavy spectacles, closed his eyes for a moment, breathed deeply, and was off. The semi-darkness was dispelled as he shot out of a tunnel into dazzling sunlight. The high-powered vehicle he was driving purred smoothly as it took the long, rising curve. The road climbed steadily toward the mountaintop city ahead. He looked around to satisfy himself that he was alone in the car. He wasn't. The girl was a pretty one. He'd seen her somewhere before, he thought. She was looking insolently at him, her wide red mouth in a half-smile. Her dark hair stirred in the breeze coming through the window next to her, which was open just a slit. She said, "Just keep going, sweetheart, as fast as you can." And she patted the oversized pocketbook that lay in her lap. He pressed down on the accelerator and the car responded with a flow of power. The countryside fell away from the road on either side. Far below he could see a river winding broadly to the far-off sea. The summer day sent its heat shimmers across the miniature landscape. The road curved again. Theirs was the only car he had seen since he had come out of the tunnel. But now, far ahead, he saw another. It was standing at the side of the road, next to a gate that came down in the manner of one at a railroad crossing. But he knew by its black and white diagonals and by the little sentry hut half hidden behind the other car that it marked the frontier. A man with a rifle on his shoulder stood there. They drew up to it fast, but his foot automatically eased up on the floorboard pedal until the girl spoke sharply. "Right through it, sweetheart." In the rear window he saw her leaning forward, her face tense. In a moment it would be time to stop if he were going to. Paul Asher hesitated a moment. Then he too leaned forward, the band pressing into his chest. He was breathing heavily. There was an almost inaudible click. He trod on the accelerator. He had a glimpse of the guard unslinging his rifle from his shoulder and of another man running toward the parked car as his vehicle smashed into the flimsy gate and sent it cracked and splintered to the side of the road. He fought the slight wrench of the wheel and sped on. He thought he heard a shot. "Nice work," the girl said. She seemed to be appraising him as she looked at him. "My name, incidentally, is Naomi." "Hello," he heard himself saying as he whipped the car around a curve that hid the frontier behind a hill. "You seem to know who I am." "That I do," she said. "Then why don't you call me by my name instead of sweetheart?" "That's because I like you, sweetheart." She was looking out the rear window.
"Now just step on the gas, because we've got company."
The car that had been parked near the sentry hut was whipping into view around the curve. It was lighter than his, but it was fast too. He stepped on it. Now the road had become narrow and twisting. The grade was steep, but the surface was good. Abruptly it entered a forest. The girl said,
"2 more curves, then you'll see a field and a barn. Off the road and into the barn. Fast."
He took the curves with rubber screaming and almost without braking sent the car bumping across the field and into the barn. It was bigger than it had seemed from the outside. As he brought the car to a lurching halt, the barn door closed. Where he had expected to see stalls and milking machines and hay, he saw an expanse of metal floor and monstrous machinery. The barn door, which had been a rickety wooden slab from the outside, was a gleaming sheet of metal from the inside. It glided silently shut and left no joint or seam to show where there had been an opening.
"Out,"
said Naomi. As they left the car, a flexible metal arm snaked from one of the smooth walls, attached itself to the front bumper of the vehicle, and whisked it into a cubicle which opened to receive it and closed behind it. A power-driven wheelchair sped up to them. Sitting in it was a fat man of middle age with pendulous jaws and a totally bald head. His expression was a sardonic scowl. "You have the plans?" he asked the girl.
"Sweetheart here has them."
"I don't know what you're talking about," the young man said.
"He knows all right,"
the girl said.
"He pretends to be innocent, but that is merely his training. He has them under a sticking plaster on the small of his back."
"Remove your coat and shirt," commanded the man in the wheelchair. At that moment the floor shuddered under their feet. A gong began to clang insistently, and the giant machinery which had been silent throbbed into life. The man in the wheelchair whirled and was off, shouting commands to men who materialized high on the walls in cylindric turrets, which the visitor could only think of as battle stations. "What is this place?" he asked. He got no answer. Instead, the girl grabbed his arm and pulled him off to the edge of the gigantic metal room. An opening appeared in the wall, and she pushed him through it into a room beyond. The entranceway snapped shut behind them, and when he looked he could see no door. The room also was windowless. Naomi went to a metal table, and as she looked down into its surface, it became a screen. Mirrored in it was the mountainous countryside they had driven through to get to the barn, or what had seemed to be a barn from the outside. He looked over her shoulder. They saw as from a height. There was the light car that had chased them from the frontier. Standing near it was a man in an officer's uniform and another in civilian clothes. They were talking and gesturing. Beside the car was a tank. As they watched, its gun fired, and the structure they were in shuddered, but they heard no sound. Lumbering up the mountain road were more tanks, and a self-propelled gun. One of the tanks became enveloped in smoke and flames as they watched. After a moment, the smoke cleared. The tank was gone. Where it had been, there was a deep crater. Gradually, the figures in the drama below grew smaller. At the same time, the vista widened, so that they saw more and more countryside. It twisted beneath them, and the horizon came giddily into view. A few moments later, the curvature of the earth could be plainly seen. Everything fitted together at once. Some of the things, anyway. "We're in a ship," he said. "Some kind of rocket ship."
"It's a planet plane,"
the girl said.
"We're safe now."
"Safe from what?" he asked. "What's this all about?" She smiled enigmatically.
"Hafitz could tell you if he chose. He's the boss."
"The man in the wheelchair?" She nodded and took out a compact. As she added lipstick to her mouth, she looked him over between glances in her mirror.
You don't look like the spy type, if there is a type.
I'm not a spy. I don't know what you're talking about.
The innocent. Go on, take off your coat and shirt. We'll save Hafid some time.
I'll be glad to, just to prove this is all ridiculous. A case of mistaken identity. You've made a mistake, that's what you've done. He stood there hesitating. The girl gave a burst of laughter. Then she said,
"All right, sweetheart, I'll turn my back."
She did, and he pulled his shirt out of his trousers. Then he froze. Taped to the skin of his back was a flat package. Paul Asher made the decision. He bent forward, feeling perspiration in the palms of his hands. There was a faint click. Quickly he ripped the adhesive from his back. There was an instant of pain as the plaster came free. He wadded up the sticky package, dropped it to the floor, and kicked it under the desk. Then he took off his coat, tie, and shirt. "You can turn around now," he said.
"A more modest spy I've never seen,"
she said.
"Okay, now you turn around."
"As you see," he said, "there are no plans, no papers."
"No, not now, but there is a red mark on your back. What is it?"
"Oh," he said. "Oh, that's a birthmark." She spun him around to face her. Her face was harsh. She slapped his cheek.
"Where is the sticking plaster? Don't trifle with me."
Her eyes bored into his. He returned the gaze, then shrugged. "Under the desk," he said. "I tore it off and kicked it under the desk."
"You are sensible to confess,"
she said. She bent down, unwisely. Paul Asher felt the familiar tightening in his chest as he leaned forward. The click was barely heard. He raised his hand and brought the edge of it down hard on the back of her neck. She crumpled and fell to the metal floor. He noticed that a smear of her freshly applied lipstick came off on it. He pushed the unconscious body aside and fished the packet out from under the desk. He searched the room for another hiding place, but too late. A section of wall opened and Hafid, the fat man in the wheelchair, sped in. He wheeled past the young man, looked briefly at the unconscious girl, then whisked himself around. "You'll pay for this, my friend," he said. "But first we will have the plans for the way station. Where are they?" "I don't know anything about any plans, and I don't know anything about a way station. I tried to tell the girl. It's all a crazy mistake." "We will see," said Hafid. He pressed a button on the arm of his wheelchair, and two bruisers appeared through the walls, in the abrupt way people had of materializing here. Bruisers was the only way they could be described. They were human brutes, all muscle and malevolence. "Take them," said Hafid, indicating the unconscious girl and the young man. "Take them and search them for a small packet. If you do not find it, search this room. If you do not find it still, hurt the male animal. They persuade well with pain here, I understand, but do not kill them. I will be in the communications room." He sped off through a wall opening. One of the bruisers picked up the girl roughly and disappeared with her. The other grabbed the young man and hauled him off in a third direction. The young man hastily snatched up his coat, shirt, and tie en route. They ended up in a cell of a room about 7 feet in all directions, in which the bruiser stripped him, methodically went through each piece of clothing, then satisfied himself that he didn't have the packet anywhere on his body. The muscle man then raised a fist. "Wait!" his prospective victim said. He thought back quickly. "Hafid didn't say you could bat me around till you searched the room too." The other spoke for the first time. "You say the truth." He put his arm down. The young man watched intently as the bruiser went through the wall of the cell-like room.
He dressed fast. By placing his fingers in exactly the same position as the other had done, was able to make the wall open for him. The silver metal corridor had 2 directions. He went to the right. After many turnings, at each of which he reconnoitered carefully, he came to a passageway that was damp. Why it was damp he couldn't tell, but there in the wetness were tracks which could have been made by a wheelchair. He followed them, feeling the throb of giant engines underfoot. The wheelchair tracks abruptly made a 90-degree turn and ended in a blank wall. Somewhere beyond it must be the communications room. He retreated and waited. In time, the wall snapped open and Hafitz sped out. The young man retreated into the maze of corridors and hoped chance would be on his side. It was. Hafitz went the other way. The young man ran back to the wall and used his fingers on it in the combination he had learned. It opened for him. He closed it behind him and blinked at the huge instrument panel which filled almost the entire room. One of the instruments was a color vision screen, tuned into a room in which there was a mahogany desk at which was seated a man in uniform. Behind him was a map of the United States. The man in uniform was a major general in the Air Force. An aide, a lieutenant colonel, was leaning over the desk. He had a sheaf of papers in his hand. The men's conversation was audible.
Messages have been coming in from all over Europe,
the colonel was saying.
Here's the way it reconstructs. Our agent was en route to the rendezvous when he was intercepted by Naomi. That's the only name we have for her. She's a spy. She's worked for half a dozen countries, and her present employer could be any one of them. They were spotted as they crossed the frontier between Italy and France. Their car went into a barn, and we thought we had them, but the barn turned out to be a spaceship in disguise. It took off.
So I'm their agent, Paul Asher thought. So that's what it's all about. I'm a secret agent for the United States. But they didn't tell me anything about it. This is real, George. This is... He expected to hear a faint click and leaned forward experimentally. But nothing happened. He leaned backward. Still nothing. The colonel was answering a question from the general.
We don't know who they are, sir. They're not from Earth, obviously. And the best scientific minds still go further. They are not even from our solar system. Whoever they are, it's clear that they don't want us to build a way station in space.
Those spaceships started buzzing around right after our first moon trip,
the general said.
This is the first time they've become really troublesome. Now that we've got the moon under control and are ready to build the way station so that we can get to Mars.
That's right, sir,
said the colonel.
Progress is a wonderful thing,
said the general.
Things certainly have changed since those early days of strategic bombing and guided missile experiments.
Yes, sir,
said the colonel. The young man in the communications room of the spaceship let his attention wander away from the scene back on Earth and experimented with some of the switches and controls. Trial and error led him to one which lit up a signal on the desk of the general. The general flicked it on.
Yes,
he said. He looked puzzled when he got no picture, just a voice saying, "Hello, hello."
Yes,
he said.
Hello, speak up, man.
This is your agent aboard the enemy spaceship, said the young man. Do you read me?
Yes,
said the general.
We read you. Go ahead.
I may not have much time. Get a fix on me if you can, and send help.
What's your position?
The general was reacting well. He was alert and all business. I don't know. I've been taken prisoner, but I'm temporarily free. There isn't much time. Hafitz is bound to be back soon. He seems to be the brains of this outfit. This part of the outfit, anyway. Naomi is here too, but I don't know whether she's with them or against them.
Where are the plans, son?
Asked the general. They're safe for the moment. I can't guarantee for how long.
I'm getting the fix, the colonel said. He was beyond the range of the young man's vision screen. I've got him. He's still within range, but accelerating fast. We can intercept if we get up a rocket soon enough.
Get it up,
ordered the general.
Get up a squadron. Scramble the moon patrol and send out reserves from Earth at once.
Right, said the colonel. The young man was so engrossed in the makings of his rescue party that he didn't see the wall open up behind him. There was a squeak of rubber tires, and he whirled to see Hafitz in his wheelchair slamming toward him. The fat man's hand held a weird-looking gun. The young man recoiled, his back pushed against a row of control buttons. Then everything went white. Paul Asher blinked his eyes like a man awakening from a vivid dream. The house lights went on and the manager of the theater came on the stage. He stood in front of the blank master screen with its checkerboard pattern of smaller screens, on which the several lines of action had taken place simultaneously. Paul took off his selector-scope spectacles with the earphone attachments. "Ladies and gentlemen," the manager said, "I regret very much having to announce that this Vicarion of the production Spies from Space was defective. The multifilm has broken, and because of the complexity of the Wiki process, it will be impossible to splice it without returning it to the laboratory. Ushers are at the exits with passes good for any future performance. Those of you who prefer can exchange them at the box office for a full refund of your admission price." Paul Asher unstrapped the wired canvas band from across his chest. He put the selector-scope spectacles into the pouch on the arm of the seat and walked out of the RKO Vicarion into High Street, and around the corner to where his car was parked. His roommate at the communapt, McCloy, was still up when he got there, going over some projectos. Mac snapped off the screen and quickly swept the slides together and into a case. "You're back early," McCloy said. "The multifilm broke," Paul told him. "Oh." Mac seemed abstracted, as he often did, and again Paul wondered about this man he knew so casually and who had never confided in him about anything, especially about his government job. "So I missed the ending," Paul said. "I guess it was near the end anyhow. The space patrol was on the way, but the villain, that Hafitz, was just about to blast me with his gun, and I don't know how I would have got out of that." "I remember that," Mac said. He laughed. "You must have been positive all the way through, like I was when I saw it. If you'd had any negative reactions, if you'd leaned back against the strap instead of forward, you'd have been at some other point in the multiplot, and I wouldn't have recognized that part. Want me to tell you how it ends?" "Go ahead, then if I do see it again, I'll change the ending somewhere along the line with a lean back." "Okay, there really wasn't much more. It takes so much film to provide all the plot choices that they can't make them very long. Well, Hafitz blasts me and misses," Mac went on. "Or blasts you and misses to keep it in your viewpoint. When you jump back, you set off a bunch of controls. That was the control room too, not just the communications room. Well, those controls you lean back against take the ship out of automatic pilot and send it into some wild acrobatics, and that's why Hafitz misses. Also, it knocks him out of the wheelchair so he's helpless and you get his gun. Also you see that the plans are still there, right where you put them, stuck to the bottom of his wheelchair." "So that was it," said Paul. "Yes," said Mac. "And then you cover Hafitz while he straightens out the ship, and you rendezvous with the space control, and they take you all into custody. You get a citation from the government, and that's about it. Corny, huh?" "What about the girl?" Paul asked. "Is she really a spy?" "Girl? What girl?" "Naomi, her name was. You couldn't have missed her. She was in the Wiki right at the beginning, that brunette in the fast car." "But there wasn't any girl, Paul," Mac insisted. "Not when I saw it." "Of course there was. There had to be.
The Vickies all start out the same no matter who sees them. It beats me, pal. I know I didn't see her. Maybe you dreamed up the dame. I don't think so, Paul said. But of course it's possible. He yawned. I wouldn't mind dreaming of her tonight at that. Think I'll turn in now, Mac. I've got that long trip tomorrow, you know. Up to Canada to look over a new line of Mars wool sports jacket at the All Planets showroom. Driving or flying? The weather prognosis is 0-0. I'll drive. Good, said Mac. Paul Asher woke up late. He had a confused recollection of a dream, something about a beautiful brunette giving him a back rub. A look at the chrono sent the dream out of his head, and he hurried through shaving and dressing. His car was waiting for him, engine idling at the curb. He got in, tossing his briefcase and topcoat ahead of him to the far side of the front seat. His back began to itch insistently, and he rubbed it against the leather upholstery. Paul adjusted the safety belt around him and fastened it. Might as well do it now instead of having to fool around with it later. Damn that itch anyway. It was as if something were stuck to his skin, like a sticking plaster. The high-powered vehicle purred smoothly as it took the long, rising curve. The road climbed steadily toward the mountaintop city ahead. The scene was familiar. The itching of his back spread and became a prickly feeling in the small hairs at the nape of his neck. He knew now that he was not alone in the car. He looked in the rear-view mirror. Naomi. She was looking at him insolently, her wide red mouth in a half-smile. She said, "Just keep going, sweetheart, as fast as you can." End of Double Take by Richard Wilson. Read and recorded by Timo Bingman. Idlebox.net.
The Game of Rat and Dragon by Cordwainer Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Game of Rat and Dragon by Cordwainer Smith. Only partners could fight this deadliest of wars, and the one way to dissolve the partnership was to be personally dissolved. Pinlighting is a hell of a way to earn a living. Underhill was furious as he closed the door behind himself. It didn't make much sense to wear a uniform and look like a soldier if people didn't appreciate what you did. He sat down in his chair, laid his head back in the headrest, and pulled the helmet down over his forehead. As he waited for the pin set to warm up, he remembered the girl in the outer corridor. She had looked at it, then looked at him scornfully. "Meow." That was all she had said, yet it had cut him like a knife. What did she think he was? A fool? A loafer? A uniformed nonentity? Didn't she know that for every half hour of pinlighting he got a minimum of 2 months' recuperation in the hospital? By now the set was warm. He felt the squares of space around him, sensed himself at the middle of an immense grid, a cubic grid full of nothing. Out in that nothingness he could sense the hollow, aching horror of space itself, and could feel the terrible anxiety which his mind encountered whenever it met the faintest trace of inert dust. As he relaxed, the comforting solidity of the sun, the clockwork of the familiar planets, and the moon rang in on him. Our own solar system was as charming and as simple as an ancient cuckoo clock filled with familiar ticking and with reassuring noises. The odd little moons of Mars swung around their planet like frantic mice, yet their regularity was itself an assurance that all was well. Far above the plane of the ecliptic, he could feel half a ton of dust, more or less, drifting outside the lanes of human travel. Here there was nothing to fight, nothing to challenge the mind, to tear the living soul out of a body with its roots dripping in effluvium as tangible as blood. Nothing ever moved in on the solar system. He could wear the pen set forever and be nothing more than a sort of telepathic astronomer, a man who could feel the hot, warm protection of the sun throbbing and burning against his living mind. Woodley came in. "Same old ticking world," said Underhill. "Nothing to report. No wonder they didn't develop the pen set until they began to planoform. Down here with the hot sun around us, it feels so good and so quiet. You can feel everything spinning and turning. It's nice and sharp and compact. It's sort of like sitting around home." Woodley grunted. He was not much given to flights of fantasy. Undeterred, Underhill went on. "It must have been pretty good to have been an ancient man. I wonder why they burned up their world with war. They didn't have to planoform. They didn't have to go out to earn their livings among the stars. They didn't have to dodge the rats or play the game. They couldn't have invented penlighting because they didn't have any need of it. Did they, Woodley?" Woodley grunted. "Uh-huh." Woodley was 26 years old and due to retire in 1 more year. He had already had a farm picked out. He had gotten through 10 years of hard work penlighting with the best of them. He had kept his sanity by not thinking very much about his job, meeting the strains of the task whenever he had to meet them, and thinking nothing more about his duties until the next emergency arose. Woodley never made a point of getting popular among the partners. None of the partners liked him very much. Some of them even resented him. He was suspected of thinking ugly thoughts of the partners on occasion, but since none of the partners ever thought a complaint in articular form, the other penlighters and the chiefs of the instrumentality left him alone. Underhill was still full of the wonder of their job. Happily, he babbled on. "What does happen to us when we planoform? Do you think it's sort of like dying? Did you ever see anybody who had his soul pulled out?" "Pulling souls is just a way of talking about it," said Woodley. "After all these years, nobody knows whether we have souls or not." "But I saw once. I saw what dogwood looked like when he came apart. There was something funny. It looked wet and sort of sticky, as if it were bleeding, and it went out of him. And you know what they did to dogwood? They took him away, up in that part of the hospital where you and I never go, way up at the top part where the others are, where the others always have to go if they are alive after the rats of the up and out have gotten them." Woodley sat down and lit an ancient pipe. He was burning something called tobacco in it. It was a dirty sort of habit, but it made him look very dashing and adventurous. "Look here, youngster, you don't have to worry about that stuff. Penlighting is getting better all the time. The partners are getting better. I've seen them penlight 2 rats 46 million miles apart in 1.5 milliseconds. As long as people had to try to work the pen sets themselves, there was always the chance that with a minimum of 400 milliseconds for the human mind to set a penlight, we wouldn't let the rats up fast enough to protect our planoforming ships. The partners have changed all that. Once they get going, they're faster than rats, and they always will be. I know it's not easy, letting a partner share your mind." "It's not easy for them, either," said Underhill. "Don't worry about them. They're not human. Let them take care of themselves. I've seen more penlighters go crazy from monkeying around with partners than I have ever seen caught by the rats. How many do you actually know of them that got grabbed by rats?" Underhill looked down at his fingers, which shone green and purple in the vivid light thrown by the tuned-in pen set, and counted ships, the thumb for the Andromeda, lost with crew and passengers, the index finger and the middle finger for release ships 43 and 56, found with their pen sets burned out and every man, woman, and child on board dead or insane. The ring finger, the little finger, and the thumb of the other hand were the first 3 battleships to be lost to the rats, lost as people realized that there was something out there, underneath space itself, which was alive, capricious, and malevolent. Planoforming was sort of funny. It felt like this. It felt like like nothing much, like the twinge of a mild electric shock, like the ache of a sore tooth bitten on for the first time, like a slightly painful flash of light against the eyes. Yet, in that time, a 40,000-ton ship lifting free above Earth disappeared somehow or other into 2 dimensions and appeared half a light year or 50 light years off. At one moment, he would be sitting in the fighting room, the pin set ready and the familiar solar system ticking around inside his head. For a second or a year, he could never tell how long it really was, subjectively, the funny little flash went through him, and then he was loose in the up and out, the terrible open spaces between the stars, where the stars themselves felt like pimples on his telepathic mind, and the planets were too far away to be sensed or read. Somewhere in this outer space, a gruesome death awaited. Death and horror of a kind which man had never encountered until he reached out for interstellar space itself. Apparently the light of the suns kept the dragons away. Dragons, that was what people called them. To ordinary people there was nothing except the shiver of planoforming and the hammer blow of sudden death or the dark spastic note of lunacy descending into their minds. But to the telepaths, they were dragons. In the fraction of a second between the telepath's awareness of a hostile something out in the black hollow nothingness of space and the impact of a ferocious, ruinous psychic blow against all living things within the ship, the telepaths had sensed entities something like the dragons of ancient human lore, beasts more clever than beasts, demons more tangible than demons, hungry vortices of aliveness and hate compounded by unknown means out of the thin, tenuous matter between the stars. It took a surviving ship to bring back the news, a ship in which, by sheer chance, a telepath had a light beam ready, turning it out at the innocent dust so that, within the panorama of his mind, the dragon dissolved into nothing at all, and the other passengers, themselves non-telepathic, went about their way not realizing that their own immediate deaths had been averted. From then on it was easy, almost. Planoforming ships always carried telepaths. Telepaths had their sensitiveness enlarged to an immense range by the pensets, which were telepathic amplifiers adapted to the mammal mind. The pensets, in turn, were electronically geared into small dirigible light bombs. Light did it. Light broke up the dragons, allowed the ships to reform 3-dimensionally, skip, 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 as they moved from star to star. The odds suddenly moved down from 100 to 1 against mankind to 60 to 40 in mankind's favor. This was not enough. The telepaths were trained to become ultra-sensitive, trained to become aware of the dragons in less than a millisecond. But it was found that the dragons could move 1,000,000 miles in just under 2 milliseconds, and that this was not enough for the human mind to activate the light beams. Attempts had been made to sheathe the ships in light at all times. This defense wore out. As mankind learned about the dragons, so too, apparently, the dragons learned about mankind. Somehow they flattened their own bulk and came in on extremely flat trajectories very quickly. Intense light was needed, light of sunlight intensity. This could be provided only by light bombs. Penlighting came into existence. Penlighting consisted of the detonation of ultra-vivid miniature photonuclear bombs, which converted a few ounces of a magnesium isotope into pure, visible radiance. The odds kept coming down in mankind's favor, yet ships were being lost. It became so bad that people didn't even want to find the ships because the rescuers knew what they would see. It was sad to bring back to Earth 300 bodies ready for burial, and 200 or 300 lunatics damaged beyond repair to be wakened and fed and cleaned and put to sleep, wakened and fed again until their lives were ended. Telepaths tried to reach into the minds of the psychotics who had been damaged by the dragons, but they found nothing there beyond vivid, spouting columns of fiery terror bursting from the primordial id itself, the volcanic source of life. Then came the partners. Man and partner could do together what man could not do alone. Men had the intellect, partners had the speed. The partners rode their tiny craft, no larger than footballs, outside the spaceships. They planoformed with the ships. They rode beside them in their 6-pound craft, ready to attack. The tiny ships of the partners were swift. Each carried a dozen penlights, bombs no bigger than thimbles. The penlighters threw the partners, quite literally threw, by means of mine-to-firing relays direct at the dragons. What seemed to be dragons to the human mind appeared in the form of gigantic rats in the minds of the partners. Out in the pitiless nothingness of space, the partners' minds responded to an instinct as old as life. The partners attacked, striking with a speed faster than man's, going from attack to attack until the rats, or themselves, were destroyed. Almost all the time it was the partners who won. With the safety of the interstellar skip, skip, skip of the ships, commerce increased immensely, the population of all the colonies went up, and the demand for trained partners increased. Underhill and Woodley were a part of the third generation of penlighters, and yet to them it seemed as though their craft had endured forever. Gearing space into minds by means of the pen set, adding the partners to those minds, keying up the mind for the tension of a flight on which all depended, this was more than human synapses could stand for long. Underhill needed his 2 months' rest after half an hour of fighting. Woodley needed his retirement after 10 years of service. They were young, they were good, but they had limitations. So much depended on the choice of partners, so much on the sheer luck of who drew whom. The Shuffle. Father Moontree and the little girl named West entered the room. They were the other two penlighters. The human complement of the fighting room was now complete. Father Moontree was a red-faced man of 45 who had lived the peaceful life of a farmer until he reached his 40th year. Only then, belatedly, did the authorities find he was telepathic, and agreed to let him late in life enter upon the career of penlighter. He did well at it, but he was fantastically old for this kind of business. Father Moontree looked at the glum Woodley and the musing Underhill. "How are the youngsters today? Ready for a good fight?" "Father always wants a fight," giggled the little girl named West. She was such a little girl. Her giggle was high and childish. She looked like the last person in the world one would expect to find in the rough, sharp dueling of penlighting. Underhill had been amused one time when he found one of the most sluggish of the partners coming away happy from contact with the mind of the girl named West. Usually the partners didn't care much about the human minds with which they were paired for the journey. The partners seemed to take the attitude that human minds were complex and fouled up beyond belief, anyhow. No partner ever questioned the superiority of the human mind, though very few of the partners were much impressed by that superiority. The partners liked people. They were willing to fight with them. They were even willing to die for them. But when a partner liked an individual the way, for example, that Captain Wow or the Lady May liked Underhill, the liking had nothing to do with intellect. It was a matter of temperament, of feel. Underhill knew perfectly well that Captain Wow regarded his, Underhill's, brain as silly. What Captain Wow liked was Underhill's friendly, emotional structure, the cheerfulness and glint of wicked amusement that shot through Underhill's unconscious thought patterns, and the gaiety with which Underhill faced danger. The words, the history books, the ideas, the science, Underhill could sense all that in his own mind, reflected back from Captain Wow's mind as so much rubbish. Miss West looked at Underhill. "I bet you put stickum on the stones." "I did not." Underhill felt his ears grow red with embarrassment. During his novitiate, he had tried to cheat in the lottery because he got particularly fond of a special partner, a lovely young mother named Myrrh. It was so much easier to operate with Myrrh, and she was so affectionate toward him, that he forgot penlighting was hard work and that he was not instructed to have a good time with his partner. They were both designed and prepared to go into deadly battle together. One cheating had been enough. They had found him out, and he had been laughed at for years. Father Moontree picked up the imitation leather cup and shook the stone dice which assigned them their partners for the trip. By senior rights, he took the first draw. He grimaced. He had drawn a greedy old character, a tough old male whose mind was full of slobbering thoughts of food, veritable oceans full of half-spoiled fish. Father Moontree had once said that he burped cod liver oil for weeks after drawing that particular glutton, so strongly had the telepathic image of fish impressed itself upon his mind. Yet the glutton was a glutton for danger as well as for fish. He had killed 63 dragons, more than any other partner in the service, and was quite literally worth his weight in gold. The little girl West came next. She drew Captain Wow. When she saw who it was, she smiled. "I like him," she said. "He's such fun to fight with. He feels so nice and cuddly in my mind." "Cuddly hell," said Woodley. "I've been in his mind, too. It's the most leering mind in this ship, bar none." "Nasty man," said the little girl. She said it declaratively, without reproach. Underhill, looking at her, shivered. He didn't see how she could take Captain Wow so calmly. Captain Wow's mind did leer. When Captain Wow got excited in the middle of a battle, confused images of dragons, deadly rats, luscious beds, the smell of fish, and the shock of space all scrambled together in his mind as he and Captain Wow, their consciousness linked together through the pen set, became a fantastic composite of human being and Persian cat. "That's the trouble with working with cats," thought Underhill. "It's a pity that nothing else anywhere will serve as partner. Cats were all right once you got in touch with them telepathically. They were smart enough to meet the needs of the fight, but their motives and desires were certainly different from those of humans. They were companionable enough as long as you thought tangible images at them, but their minds just closed up and went to sleep when you recited Shakespeare or Colgrove, or if you tried to tell them what space was. It was sort of funny realizing that the partners, who were so grim and mature out here in space, were the same cute little animals that people had used as pets for thousands of years back on Earth. He had embarrassed himself more than once while on the ground saluting perfectly ordinary non-telepathic cats because he had forgotten for the moment that they were not partners. He picked up the cup and shook out his stone dice. He was lucky. He drew the Lady May. The Lady May was the most thoughtful partner he had ever met. In her, the finely bred pedigree mind of a Persian cat had reached one of its highest peaks of development. She was more complex than any human woman, but the complexity was all one of emotions, memory, hope, and discriminated experience sorted through without benefit of words. When he had first come into contact with her mind, he was astonished at its clarity. With her he remembered her kittenhood. He remembered every mating experience she had ever had. He saw in a half-recognizable gallery all the other penlighters with whom she had been paired for the fight. And he saw himself, radiant, cheerful, and desirable. He even thought he caught the edge of a longing. A very flattering and yearning thought. What a pity he is not a cat. Woodley picked up the last stone. He drew what he deserved, a sullen, scared old tomcat with none of the verve of Captain Wow. Woodley's partner was the most animal of all the cats on the ship, a low, brutish type with a dull mind. Even telepathy had not refined his character. His ears were half chewed off from the first fights in which he had engaged. He was a serviceable fighter, nothing more. Woodley grunted. Underhill glanced at him oddly. Didn't Woodley ever do anything but grunt? Father Moontree looked at the other three. You might as well get your partners now. I'll let the scanner know we're ready to go into the up and out. The deal. Underhill spun the combination lock on the Lady May's cage. He woke her gently and took her into his arms. She humped her back luxuriously, stretched her claws, started to purr, thought better of it, and licked him on the wrist instead. He did not have the pen set on, so their minds were closed to each other, but in the angle of her mustache and in the movement of her ears, He caught some sense of gratification she experienced in finding him as her partner. He talked to her in human speech, even though speech meant nothing to a cat when the pen set was not on. "It's a damn shame, sending a sweet little thing like you whirling around in the coldness of nothing to hunt for rats that are bigger and deadlier than all of us put together. You didn't ask for this kind of fight, did you?" For answer, she licked his hand, purred, tickled his cheek with her long fluffy tail, turned around and faced him, golden eyes shining. For a moment they stared at each other, man squatting, cat standing erect on her hind legs, front claws digging into his knee. Human eyes and cat eyes looked across an immensity which no words could meet, but which affection spanned in a single glance. "Time to get in," he said. She walked docilely into her spheroid carrier. She climbed in. He saw to it that her miniature pen set rested firmly and comfortably against the base of her brain. He made sure that her claws were padded, so that she could not tear herself in the excitement of battle. Softly he said to her, "Ready?" For answer, she preened her back as much as her harness would permit and purred softly within the confines of the frame that held her. He slapped down the lid and watched the sealant ooze around the seam. For a few hours she was welded into her projectile until a workman with a short cutting arc would remove her after she had done her duty. He picked up the entire projectile and slipped it into the ejection tube. He closed the door of the tube, spun the lock, and seated himself in his chair, and put his own pin set on. Once again he flung the switch. He sat in a small room. Small, warm. The bodies of the three other people moving close around him, the tangible lights in the ceiling bright and heavy against his closed eyelids. As the pen set warmed, the room fell away. The other people ceased to be people and became small glowing heaps of fire, embers, dark red fire, with the consciousness of life burning like old red coals in a country fireplace. As the pen set warmed a little more, he felt Earth just below him, felt the ship slipping away, felt the turning moon as it swung on the far side of the world, felt the planets and the hot clear goodness of the sun which kept the dragon so far from mankind's native ground. Finally he reached complete awareness. He was telepathically alive to a range of millions of miles. He felt the dust which he had noticed earlier high above the ecliptic. With a thrill of warmth and tenderness he felt the consciousness of the Lady May pouring over into his own. Her consciousness was as gentle and clear and yet sharp to the taste of his mind as if it were scented oil. It felt relaxing and reassuring. He could sense her welcome of him. It was scarcely a thought, just a raw emotion of greeting. At last they were one again. In a tiny, remote corner of his mind, as tiny as the smallest toy he had ever seen in his childhood, he was still aware of the room and the ship and of Father Moontree picking up a telephone and speaking to a scanner captain in charge of the ship. His telepathic mind caught the idea long before his ears could frame the words. The actual sound followed the idea the way that thunder on an ocean beach follows the lightning inward from far out over the seas. "The fighting room is ready. Clear to planoform, sir." The play. Underhill was always a little exasperated the way that Lady May experienced things before he did. He was braced for the quick vinegar thrill of planoforming, but he caught her report of it before his own nerves could register what happened. Earth had fallen so far away that he groped for several milliseconds before he found the sun in the upper rear right-hand corner of his telepathic mind. That was a good jump, he thought. This way we'll get there in 4 or 5 skips. A few hundred miles outside the ship, the Lady May thought back at him. "Oh warm, oh generous, oh gigantic man, oh brave, oh friendly, oh tender and huge partner. Oh wonderful with you so good, good, good. Warm, warm. Now to fight, now to go. Good with you." He knew that she was not thinking words, that his mind took the clear, amiable babble of her cat intellect and translated it into images which his own thinking could record and understand. Neither one of them was absorbed in the game of mutual greetings. He reached out far beyond her range of perception to see if there was anything near the ship. It was funny how it was possible to do two things at once. He could scan space with his pin-set mind, and yet at the same time catch a vagrant thought of hers, a lovely, affectionate thought about a son who had had a golden face and a chest covered with soft, incredibly downy white fur. While he was still searching, he caught the warning from her. "We jump again!" And so they had. The ship had moved into a second planoform. The stars were different. The sun was immeasurably far behind. Even the nearest stars were barely in contact. This was good Dragon country, this open, nasty, hollow kind of space. He reached farther, faster, sensing and looking for danger, ready to fling the Lady May at danger wherever he found it. Terror blazed up in his mind, so sharp, so clear, that it came through as a physical wrench. The little girl named West had found something immense, long, black, sharp, greedy, horrific. She flung Captain Wow at it. Underhill tried to keep his own mind clear. "Watch out!" he shouted telepathically at the others, trying to move the Lady May around. At one corner of the battle, he felt the lustful rage of Captain Wow as the big Persian tomcat detonated lights while he approached the streak of dust which threatened the ship and the people within. The lights scored near misses. The dust flattened itself, changing from the shape of a stingray into the shape of a spear. Not 3 milliseconds had elapsed. Father Moontree was talking human words, and was saying in a voice that moved like cold molasses out of a heavy jar. "Captain." Underhill knew that the sentence was going to be "Captain, move fast." The battle would be fought and finished before Father Moontree got through talking. Now, fractions of a millisecond later, the Lady May was directly in line. Here was where the skill and speed of the partners came in. She could react faster than he. He could see the threat as an immense rat coming direct at her. She could fire the light bombs with a discrimination which he might miss. He was connected with her mind, but he could not follow it. His consciousness absorbed the tearing wound inflicted by the alien enemy. It was like no wound on Earth, raw, crazy pain which started like a burn at his navel. He began to writhe in his chair. Actually, he had not yet had time to move a muscle when the Lady May struck back at their enemy. 5 evenly spaced photonuclear bombs blazed out across 100,000 miles. The pain in his mind and body vanished. He felt a moment of fierce, terrible, feral elation running through the mind of the Lady May as she finished her kill. It was always disappointing to the cats to find out that their enemies, whom they'd sensed as gigantic space rats, disappeared at the moment of destruction. Then he felt her hurt, the pain and the fear that swept over both of them, as the battle, quicker than the movement of an eyelid, had come and gone. In the same instant there came the sharp and acid twinge of planoform. Once more the ship went skip. He could hear Woodley thinking at him. "You don't have to bother much. This old son of a gun and I will take over for a while." Twice again the twinge, the skip. He had no idea where he was until the lights of the Caledonia spaceport shone below. With a weariness that lay almost beyond the limits of thought, he threw his mind back into rapport with the pinset, fixing the Lady May's projectile gently and neatly in its launching tube. She was half dead with fatigue, but he could feel the beat of her heart, could listen to her panting, and he grasped the grateful edge of a thanks reaching from her mind to his. The score. They put him in the hospital at Caledonia. The doctor was friendly but firm. "You actually got touched by that dragon. That's as close a shave as I've ever seen. It's all so quick that it'll be a long time before we know what happened scientifically. But I suppose you'd be ready for the insane asylum now if the contact had lasted several tenths of a millisecond longer. What kind of cat did you have out in front of you?" Underhill felt the words coming out of him slowly. Words were such a lot of trouble compared with the speed and the joy of thinking, fast and sharp and clear, mind to mind. But words were all that could reach ordinary people like this doctor. His mouth moved heavily as he articulated words. "Don't call our partners cats. The right thing to call them is partners. They fight for us in a team. You ought to know we call them partners, not cats. How is mine?" "I don't know," said the doctor contritely. "We'll find out for you. Meanwhile, old man, you take it easy. There's nothing but rest that can help you. Can you make yourself sleep, or would you like us to give you some kind of sedative?" "I can sleep," said Underhill. "I just want to know about the Lady May." The nurse joined in. She was a little antagonistic. "Don't you want to know about the other people?" "They're okay," said Underhill. "I knew that before I came here." He stretched his arms and sighed and grinned at them. He could see they were relaxing and were beginning to treat him as a person instead of a patient. "I'm all right," he said. "Just let me know when I can go see my partner." A new thought struck him. He looked wildly at the doctor. "They didn't send her off with the ship, did they?" "I'll find out right away," said the doctor. He gave Underhill a reassuring squeeze of the shoulder and left the room. The nurse took a napkin off a goblet of chilled fruit juice. Underhill tried to smile at her. There seemed to be something wrong with the girl. He wished she would go away. First she had started to be friendly, and now she was distant again. It's a nuisance being telepathic, he thought. You keep trying to reach even when you are not making contact. Suddenly, she swung around on him. "You pinlighters! You and your damn cats!" Just as she stamped out, he burst into her mind. He saw himself a radiant hero, clad in his smooth suede uniform, the pin-set crown shining like ancient royal jewels around his head. He saw his own face, handsome and masculine, shining out of her mind. He saw himself very far away, and he saw himself as she hated him. She hated him in the secrecy of her own mind. She hated him because he was, she thought, proud and strange and rich, better and more beautiful than people like her. He cut off the sight of her mind, and, as he buried his face in the pillow, he caught an image of the Lady May. "She is a cat," he thought. "That's all she is, a cat." But that was not how his mind saw her. Quick beyond all dreams of speed, sharp, clever, unbelievably graceful, beautiful, wordless, and undemanding. Where would he ever find a woman who could compare with her? End of The Game of Rat and Dragon by Cordwainer Smith.
Page 46 of Astounding Stories of Super Science, January 1931. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gate to Zoran by Hal K. Wells. Read by Todd Garrison. He sat in a small, half-darkened booth well over in the corner, the man with the strangely glowing blue-green eyes. The booth was one of a score that circled the walls of the Maori Hut, a popular nightclub in the San Fernando Valley some 5 miles over the hills from Hollywood. It was nearly midnight. Half a dozen couples danced lazily in the central dancing space. Other couples remained tete-a-tete in the secluded booths. In the entire room, only 2 men were dining alone. One was a slender gray-haired little man with the weirdly glowing eyes. The other was Blair Gordon, a highly successful young attorney of Los Angeles. Both men had the unmistakable air of waiting for someone. Blair Gordon's college days were not so far distant that he had yet lost any of the splendid physique that had made him an all-American tackle. In any physical combat with the slight gray-haired stranger, Gordon knew that he should be able to break the other in 2 with one hand. Yet, as he studied the stranger from behind the potted palms that screened his own booth, Gordon was amazed to find himself slowly being overcome by an emotion of dread so intense that it verged upon sheer fear. There was something indescribably alien and utterly sinister in that dimly seen figure in the corner booth. The faint, eerie light that glowed in the stranger's deep-set eyes was not the lambent flame seen in the chatoyant orbs of some night-prowling jungle beast. Rather, it was the blue-green glow of phosphorescent witch light that flickers and dances in the night mist above streaming tropical swamps. The stranger's face was as classically perfect in its rugged outline as that of a Roman war god, yet those perfect features seemed utterly lifeless. In the 20 minutes that he had been intently watching the stranger, Gordon would have sworn that the other's face had not moved by so much as the twitch of an eyelash. Then a new couple entered the Maori hut, and Gordon promptly forgot all thought of the puzzlingly alien figure in the corner. The new arrivals were a vibrant, beautiful blonde girl and a plump, sallow-faced man in the early 40s. The girl was Leah Keith, Hollywood's latest screen sensation. The man was Dave Redding, her director. A waiter seated Leah and her escort in a booth directly across the room from that of Gordon. It was a maneuver for which Gordon had tipped lavishly when he first came to the hut. A week ago, Leah Keith's engagement to Blair Gordon had been abruptly ended by a trivial little quarrel that two volatile temperaments had fanned into flames, which apparently made reconciliation impossible. A miserably lonely week had finally ended in Gordon's present trip to the Maori hut. He knew that Leah often came there, and he had an overwhelming longing to at least see her again, even though his pride forced him to remain unseen. Now, as he stared glumly at Leah through the palms that effectively screened his own booth, Gordon heartily regretted that he had ever come. The sight of Leah's clear, fresh beauty merely made him realize what a fool he had been to let that ridiculous little quarrel come between them. Then, with a sudden tingling thrill, Gordon realized that he was not the only one in the room who was interested in Leah and her escort. Over in the half-darkened corner booth, the eerie stranger was staring at the girl with an intentness that made his weird eyes glow like miniature pools of shimmering blue-green fire. Again, Gordon felt that vague impression of dread, as though he were in the presence of something utterly alien to all human experience. Gordon turned his gaze back to Leah, and caught his breath sharply in sudden amaze. The necklace about Leah's throat was beginning to glow with the same uncanny blue-green light that shone in the stranger's eyes. Faint, yet unmistakable. The shimmering radiance pulsed from the necklace in an aura of nameless evil. And with the coming of that aura of weird light at her throat, a strange trance was swiftly sweeping over Leah. She sat there now as rigidly motionless as some exquisite statue of ivory and jet. Gordon stared at her in stark bewilderment. He knew the history of Leah's necklace. It was merely an oddity, and nothing more, a freak piece of costume jewelry made from fragments of an Arizona meteorite. Leah had worn the necklace a dozen times before, without any trace of the weird phenomena that were now occurring. Dancers again thronged to the floor to the blaring jazz of the Negro orchestra, while Gordon was still trying to force his whirling brain to a decision. He was certain that Leah was in deadly peril of some kind. Yet the nature of that peril was too bizarre for his mind to imagine. Then the stranger with the glowing eyes took matters into his own hands. He left his booth and began threading his way through the dancers toward Leah. As he watched the progress of that slight gray-haired figure, Gordon refused to believe the evidence of his own eyes. The thing was too utterly absurd, yet Gordon was positive the strong oak floor of the dancing space was visibly swaying and creaking beneath the stranger's mincing tread. The stranger paused at Leah's booth only long enough to utter a brief, low-voiced command. Then Leah, still in the grip of that strange trance, rose obediently from her seat to accompany him. Dave Redding rose angrily to intercept her. The stranger seemed to barely brush the irate director with his fingertips, yet Redding reeled back as though struck by a pile driver. Leah and the stranger started for the door. Redding scrambled to his feet again and hurried after them. It was then that Gordon finally shook off the stupor of utter bewilderment that had held him. Springing from his booth, he rushed after the trio. The dancers in his way delayed Gordon momentarily. Leah and the stranger were already gone when he reached the door. The narrow little entrance hallway to the hut was deserted, save for a figure sprawled there on the floor near the outer door. It was the body of Dave Redding. Gordon shuddered as he glanced briefly down at the huddled figure. A single mighty blow from some unknown weapon had crumpled the director's entire face in, like the shattered shell of a broken egg. Gordon charged out through the outer door just as a heavy sedan came careening out of the parking lot. He had a flashing glimpse of Leah and the stranger in the front seat of the big car. Gordon raced for his own machine, a powerful low-slung roadster. A single vicious jab at the starting button and the big motor leaped into roaring life. Gordon shot out from the parking lot onto the main boulevard. 100 yards away, the sedan was fleeing toward Hollywood. Gordon tramped hard on the accelerator. His engine snarled with the unleashed fury of 100 horsepower. The gap between the two cars swiftly lessened. Then the stranger seemed to become aware for the first time that he was being followed. The next second, the big sedan accelerated with the hurtling speed of a flying bullet. Gordon sent his own foot nearly to the floor. The roadster jumped to 80 miles an hour, yet the sedan continued to leave it remorselessly behind. The two cars started up the northern slope of the Cahuenga Pass, the sedan nearly 200 yards ahead and gaining all the time. Gordon wondered briefly if they were to flash down the other side of the pass and on into Hollywood at their present mad speed. Then, at the summit of the pass, the sedan swerved abruptly to the right and fled west along the Mulholland Highway. Gordon's tires screamed as he swerved the roadster in hot pursuit. The dark, winding mountain highway was nearly deserted at that hour of the night, save for an occasional automobile that swerved frantically to the side of the road to dodge the roaring onslaught of the racing cars. Gordon and the stranger had the road to themselves. The stranger seemed to no longer be trying to leave his pursuer hopelessly behind. He allowed Gordon to come within 100 yards of him, but that was as near as Gordon could get, in spite of the roadster's best efforts. Half a dozen times Gordon trod savagely upon his accelerator in a desperate attempt to close the gap, but each time the sedan fled with the swift grace of a scudding phantom. Finally, Gordon had to content himself with merely keeping his distance behind the glowing red taillight of the car ahead. They passed Laurel Canyon, and still the big sedan bored on to the west. Then finally, half a dozen miles beyond Laurel Canyon, the stranger abruptly left the main highway and started up a narrow private road, the crest of one of the lonely hills. Gordon slowly gained in the next 2 miles. When the road ended in a winding graveled driveway into the grounds of what was apparently a private estate, the roadster was scarcely a dozen yards behind. The stranger's features, as he stood there stiffly erect in the vivid glare of the roadster's headlight, were still as devoid of all expression as ever. The only things that really seemed alive in that mask of a face were the two eyes glowing eerie blue-green fire like twin entities of alien evil. Gordon wasted no time in verbal sparring. He motioned briefly to Leah Keith's rigid form in the front seat of the sedan. "Miss Keith is returning to Hollywood with me," he said curtly. "Will you let her go peacefully, or shall I?" He left the question unfinished, but its threat was obvious. "Or shall you do what?" asked the stranger quietly. There was an oddly metallic ring in his low, even tones. His words were so precisely clipped that they suggested some origin more mechanical than human. "Or shall I take Miss Keith with me by force?" Gordon flared angrily. "You can try to take the lady by force if you wish." There was an unmistakable jeering note in the metallic tones. The taunt was the last thing needed to unleash Gordon's volatile temper. He stepped forward and swung a hard left hook for that expressionless mask of a face, but the blow never landed. The stranger dodged with uncanny swiftness. His answering gesture seemed merely the gentlest possible push with an outstretched hand. Yet Gordon was sent reeling backward a full dozen steps by the terrible force of that apparently gentle blow. Recovering himself, Gordon grimly returned to the attack. The stranger again flung out one hand in contemptuous gesture, which one would brush away a troublesome fly. But this time Gordon was more cautious. He neatly dodged the stranger's blow and then swung a vicious right squarely for his adversary's unprotected jaw. The blow smashed solidly home with all of Gordon's weight behind it. The stranger's jaw buckled and gave beneath that shattering impact. Then abruptly his entire face crumpled into distorted ruin. Gordon staggered back a step in sheer horror at the gruesome result of his blow. The stranger flung a hand up to his shattered features. When his hand came away again, the whole face came away with it. Gordon had one horror-stricken glimpse of a featureless blob of rubbery bluish-gray flesh in which fiendish eyes of green-blue fire blazed in malignant fury. Then the stranger fumbled at his collar, ripping the linen swiftly away. Something lashed out from beneath his throat, a loathsome snake-like object, slender and forked at the end. For one ghastly moment, as the writhing tentacle swung into line with him, Gordon saw its forked ends glow strange fire, one a vivid blue, the other a sparkling green. Then the world was abruptly blotted out for Blair Gordon. Consciousness returned to Gordon as swiftly and painlessly as it had left him. For a moment he blinked stupidly in a dazed effort to comprehend the incredible scene before him. He was seated in a chair over near the wall of a large room that was flooded with livid red light from a single globe overhead. Beside him sat Leah Keith, also staring with dazed eyes in an effort to comprehend her surroundings. Directly in front of them stood a figure of stark nightmare horror. The weirdly glowing eyes identified the figure as that of the stranger at the Maori hut. But there every point of resemblance ceased. Only the cleverest of facial masks and body padding could have ever enabled this monstrosity to pass unnoticed in a world of normal human beings. Now that his disguise was completely stripped away, his slight frame was revealed as a grotesque parody of that of a human being, with arms and legs like pipe stems, a bald oval head that merged with necklace rigidity directly into a heavy-shouldered body that tapered onto an almost wasp-like slenderness at the waist. It was naked save for a loincloth of some metallic fabric. His bluish-gray skin had a dull, oily sheen strangely suggested of fine-grained flexible metal. The creature's face was hideously unlike anything human. Beneath the glowing eyes was a small circular mouth orifice with a cluster of gill-like appendages on either side of it. Patches of lighter-colored skin on either side of the head seemed to serve as ears. From a point just under the head, where the throat of a human being would have been, dangled a 1.5-foot long tentacle whose forked tip had sent Gordon into oblivion. Behind the creature, Gordon was dimly aware of a maze of complicated and utterly unfamiliar apparatus ranged along the opposite wall, giving the room the appearance of being a laboratory of some kind. Gordon's obvious bewilderment seemed to amuse the bluish-gray monstrosity. "May I introduce myself?" he asked with a mocking note in his metallic voice. "I am Arlok of Zoran. I am an explorer of space, and more particularly an opener of gates. My home is upon Zoran, which is one of the 11 major planets that circle about the giant blue-white sun that your astrologers call Rigel. I am here to open the gate between your world and mine." Gordon reached a reassuring hand over to Leah. All memory of their quarrel was obliterated in the face of their present peril. He felt her slender fingers twined firmly with his. The warm contact gave them both new courage. "We of Zoran need your planet and intend to take possession of it," Arlok continued. "But the vast distance which separates Rigel from your solar system makes it impractical to transport any considerable number of our people here in space cars, for, though our space cars travel with practically the speed of light, it requires over 540 years for them to cross that great void. So I was sent as a lone pioneer to your Earth to do the work necessary here in order to open the gate that will enable Zoran to cross the barrier in less than a minute of your time. That gate is one through the 4th dimension, for Zoran and your planet in a 4-dimensional universe are almost touching each other, in spite of the great distance separating them in a 3-dimensional universe. We of Zoran, being 3-dimensional creatures like you Earthlings, cannot exist on a 4-dimensional plane. But we can, by the use of the apparatus to open a gate, pass through a thin sector of the 4th dimension and emerge in a far distant part of our 3-dimensional universe. The situation of our two worlds," Arlok continued, "is somewhat like that of two dots on opposite ends of a long strip of paper that is curved almost into a circle. To 2-dimensional beings capable only of realizing and traveling along the 2 dimensions of the paper itself, those dots might be many feet apart. Yet in the 3rd dimension, straight across free space, they might be separated by only the 1,000th part of an inch. In order to take that shortcut across the 3rd dimension, the 2-dimensional creatures of the paper would have only to transform a small strip of the intervening space into a 2-dimensional surface like their paper. They could do this, of course, by the use of proper vibration-creating machinery, for all things in a material universe are merely a matter of vibration. We of Zoran plan to cross the barrier of the 4th dimension by creating a narrow strip of vibrations powerful enough to exactly match and nullify those of the 4th dimension itself. The result will be that this narrow strip will temporarily become an area of 3 dimensions only, an area over which we can safely pass from our world to yours." Arlok indicated one of the pieces of apparatus along the opposite wall of the room. It was an intricate arrangement of finely wound coils with wires leading to scores of needle-like points, which constantly shimmered and crackled with tiny blue-white flames. Thick cables ran to a bank of concave reflectors of some gleaming grayish material. There is the apparatus which will supply the enormous power necessary to nullify the vibrations of the fourth-dimensional barrier, Arlok explained. It is a condenser, an adapter of the cosmic force that you call the Millikan rays. In Zoran, a similar apparatus is already set up and finished, but the gate can only be opened by simultaneous actions from both sides of the barrier. That is why I was sent on my long journey through space to do the necessary work here. I am now nearly finished. A very few hours more will see the final opening of the gate. Then the fighting hordes of Zoran can sweep through the barrier and overwhelm your planet. When the gate from Zoran to a new planet is first opened, Arlok continued, our scientists always like to have at least one pair of specimens of the new world's inhabitants sent through to them for experimental use. So tonight, while waiting for one of my final castings to cool, I improved the time by making a brief raid upon the place that you call the Maori hut. The lady here seemed an excellent type of your earthling women, and the meteoric iron in her necklace made a perfect focus for electric hypnosis. Her escort was too inferior a specimen to be of value to me, so I killed him when he attempted to interfere. When you gave chase, I lured you on until I could see whether you might be usable. You proved an excellent specimen, so I merely stunned you. Very soon I shall be ready to send the two of you through the gate to our scientists in Zoran. A cold wave of sheer horror swept over Gordon. It was impossible to doubt the stark and deadly menace promised in the plan of this grim visitor from an alien universe, a menace that loomed not only for Gordon and Leah, but for the teeming millions of a doomed and defenseless world. Let me show you Zoran, Arlok offered. Then you may be better able to understand. He turned his back carelessly upon his two captives and strode over the apparatus along the opposite wall. Gordon longed to hurl himself upon the unprotected back of the retreating Zoranian, but he knew that any attempt of that kind would be suicidal. Arlok's deadly tentacle would strike him down before he was halfway across the room. He searched his surroundings with desperate eyes for anything that might serve as a weapon. Then his pulse quickened with a sudden hope. There on a small table near Leah was the familiar bulk of a .45 caliber revolver, loaded and ready for use. It was included in a miscellaneous collection of other small earthly tools and objects that Arlok had apparently collected for study. There was an excellent chance that Leah might be able to secure the gun unobserved. Gordon pressed her fingers in a swift attempt at signaling, then jerked his head ever so slightly toward the table. A moment later, the quick answering pressure of Leah's fingers told him that she had understood his message. From the corner of his eye, Gordon saw Leah's other hand begin cautiously groping behind her for the revolver. Then both Gordon and Leah froze in sudden immobility as Arlok faced them again from beside an apparatus slightly reminiscent of an earthly radio set. Arlok threw a switch, and a small bank of tubes glowed pale green. A yard-square plate of bluish-gray metal on the wall above the apparatus glowed with milky fluorescence. It is easy to penetrate the barrier with light waves, Arlok explained. That is a gate that can be readily opened from either side. It was through it that we first discovered your Earth. Arlok threw a rheostat on, to more power. The luminous plate cleared swiftly. And there, Earthlings, is Zoran, Arlok said proudly. Leah and Gordon gasped in sheer amaze as the glowing plate became a veritable window into another world, a world of utter and alien terror. The livid light of giant red sun blazed mercilessly down on a landscape from which every vestige of animal and plant life had apparently been stripped. Naked rocks and barren soil stretched illimitably to the far horizon in a vast monotony of utter desolation. Arlok twirled the knob of the apparatus, and another scene flashed into view. In this scene, great gleaming squares and cones of metal rose in towering clusters from the starkly barren land. Hordes of creatures like Arlok swarmed in and around the metal buildings. Giant machines whirled countless wheels and strange tasks. From 1,000 great needle-like projections on the buildings spurted shimmering sheets of crackling flame, bathing the entire scene in a whirling mist of fiery vapors. Gordon realized dimly that he must be looking into one of the cities of Zoran, but every detail of the chaotic whirl of activity was too utterly unfamiliar to carry any real significance to his bewildered brain. He was as hopelessly overwhelmed as an African savage would be if transported suddenly into the heart of Times Square. Arlok again twirled the knob. The scene shifted, apparently to another planet. This world was still alive, with rich verdure and swarming millions of people strangely like those of Earth, but it was a doomed world. The dread gate to Zoran had already been opened there. Legions of bluish-gray Zoranians were attacking the planet's inhabitants, and the attack of those metallic hosts was irresistible. The slight bodies of the Xeranians seemed as impervious to bullets and missiles as though armor-plated. The frantic defense of the beleaguered people of the doomed planet caused hardly a casualty in the Xeranian ranks. The attack of the Xeranians was hideously effective. Clouds of dense yellow fog belched from countless projectors in the hands of the bluish-gray hosts, and beneath that deadly miasma, all animal and plant life on the doomed planet was crumbling, dying, and rotting into a liquid slime. Then even the slime was swiftly obliterated, and the Xeranians were left triumphant upon a world starkly desolate. That was one of the minor planets in the swarm that make up the solar system of the sun that your astronomers call Canopus, Arlok explained. Our first task in conquering a world is to rid it of the unclean surface scum of animal and plant life. When this noxious surface mold is eliminated, the planet is then ready to furnish us sustenance. For we Xeranians live directly upon the metallic elements of the planet itself. Our bodies are of a substance of which your scientists have never even dreamed. Deathless, invincible, living metal. Arlok again twirled the control of the apparatus, and the scene was shifted back to the planet of Zoran, this time to the interior of what was apparently a vast laboratory. Here scores of Xeranian scientists were working upon captives who were pathetically like human beings of Earth itself, working with lethal gases and deadly liquids as human scientists might experiment upon noxious pests. The details of the scene were so utterly revolting, the tortures that were being inflicted so starkly horrible, that Leah and Gordon sank back in their chairs, sick and shaken. Arlok snapped off a switch, and the green blue light in the tubes died. That last scene was the laboratory to which I will send you two presently, he said callously as he started back across the room toward them. Gordon lurched to his feet, his brain a seething whirl of hate in which all thought of caution was gone, and as he tensed his muscles to hurl himself upon that grim monstrosity from the bleak and desolate realm of Zoran. Then he felt Leah tugging surreptitiously at his right hand. The next moment the bulk of something cold and hard met his fingers. It was the revolver. Leah had secured it while Arlok was busy with his interdimensional televisor. Arlok was rapidly approaching them. Gordon hoped against hope that the menace of the deadly tentacle might be diverted for the fraction of a second necessary for him to get in a crippling shot. Leah seemed to divine his thought. She suddenly screamed, hysterically, and flung herself on the floor almost at Arlok's feet. Arlok stopped in obvious wonder and bent over Leah. Gordon took instant advantage of the Xeranian's diverted attention. He whipped the revolver from behind him and fired point-blank at Arlok's unprotected head. The bullet struck squarely, but Arlok was not even staggered. A tiny spot of the bluish-gray skin upon his oval skull gleamed faintly for a moment under the bullet's impact. Then, the heavy pellet of lead, as thoroughly flattened as though it had struck the triple armor of a battleship, dropped spent and harmless to the floor. Arlok straightened swiftly. For the moment he seemed to have no thought of retaliating with his deadly tentacle. He merely stood there quite still, with one thin arm thrown up to guard his glowing eyes. Gordon sent the remainder of the revolver's bullet crashing home as fast as his finger could press the trigger. At that murderously short range, the smashing rain of lead should have dropped a charging gorilla. But for all the effect Gordon's shots had upon the Xeranian, his ammunition might as well have been pellets of paper. Arlok's glossy hide merely glowed momentarily in tiny patches as the bullet struck and flattened harmlessly. And that was all. His last cartridge fired, Gordon flung the empty weapon squarely at the blue monstrosity's hideous face. Arlok made no attempt to dodge. The heavy revolver struck him high on the forehead and rebounded harmlessly to the floor. Arlok paid no more attention to the blow than a man would to the casual touch of a wind-blown feather. Gordon desperately flung himself forward upon the Xeranian in one last mad effort to overwhelm him. Arlok dodged Gordon's wild blows, then gently swept the Earthman into the embrace of his thin arms. For one helpless moment, Gordon sensed the incredible strength and adamantine hardness of the Xeranian's slender figure, together with an overwhelming impression of colossal weight in that deceptively slight body. Then Arlok contemptuously flung Gordon away from him. As Gordon staggered backwards, Arlok's tentacle lashed upward and leveled upon him. Its twin lips again glowed brilliantly green and livid blue. Instantly, every muscle in Gordon's body was paralyzed. He stood there as rigid as a statue, his body completely deadened from the neck down. Beside him stood Leah, also frozen motionless in that same weird power. "Earthling, you are beginning to try my patience," Arlok snapped. "Can you not realize that I am utterly invincible in any combat with you? The living metal of my body weighs over 1,600 pounds as you measure weight. The strength inherent in that metal is sufficient to tear 100 of your Earthmen to shreds. But I do not even have to touch you to vanquish you. The electrical content of my bodily structure is so infinitely superior to yours that with this tentacle organ of mine, I can instantly short-circuit the feeble currents of your nerve impulses and bring either paralysis or death as I choose." "But enough of this," Arlok broke off abruptly. "My materials are now ready, and it is time that I finished my work. I shall put you out of my way for a few hours until I am ready to send you through a gate to the laboratories of Zoran." The green and blue fire of the tentacle's tips flamed to dazzling brightness. The paralysis of Gordon's body swept swiftly over his brain. Black oblivion engulfed him. When Gordon again recovered consciousness, he found that he was lying on the floor of what was apparently a narrow hall, near the foot of a stairway. His hands were lashed tightly behind him, and his feet and legs were so firmly pinioned together that he could scarcely move. Beside him lay Leah, also tightly bound. A short distance down the hall was the closed door of Arlok's workroom, recognizable by the thin line of red light gleaming beneath it. Moonlight through a window at the rear of the hall made objects around Gordon faintly clear. He looked at Leah and saw tears glistening on her long lashes. "Oh, Blair, I was afraid you'd never waken again," the girl sobbed. "I thought our fiend had killed you." Her voice broke hysterically. "Steady, darling," Gordon said soothingly. "We simply can't give up now. You know, if that monstrosity ever opens that accursed gate of us, our entire world is doomed. There must be some way to stop him. We've got to find that way and try it, even if it seems only one forlorn chance in a million." Gordon shook his head to clear the numbness still lingering from the effect of Arlok's tentacle. The Zoranian seemed unable to produce a paralysis of any great duration with his weird natural weapon. Accordingly, he had been forced to bind his captives like two trussed fowls while he had returned to his labors. Lying close together as they were, it was a comparatively easy matter for them to get their bound hands within reach of each other. But after 15 minutes of vain work, Gordon realized that any attempt of untying the ropes was useless. Arlok's prodigious strength had drawn the knots so tight that no human power could ever loosen them. Then, Gordon suddenly thought of one thing in his pockets that might help them. It was a tiny cigarette lighter, of the spring trigger type. It was in his vest pocket, completely out of reach of his bound hands, but there was a way out of that difficulty. Gordon and Leah twisted and rolled their bodies like two contortionists until they succeeded in getting into such a position that Leah was able to get her teeth in the cloth of the vest pocket's edge. A moment of desperate tugging, then the fabric gave way. The lighter dropped from the torn pocket to the floor, where Leah retrieved it. Then they twisted their bodies back to back. Leah managed to get the lighter flaming in her bound hands. Gordon groped in an effort to guide the ropes on his wrists over the tiny flickering flame. Then there came the faint, welcome odor of smoldering rope as the lighter's tiny flame bit into the bonds. Gordon bit his lips to suppress a cry of pain as the flame seared into his skin as well. The flame bit deeper into the rope. A single strand snapped. Then another strand gave away. To Gordon, the process seemed endless as the flame scorched rope and flesh alike. A long minute of lancing agony that seemed hours, then Gordon could stand no more. He tensed his muscles in one mighty, agonized effort to end the torture of the flame. The weakened rope gave way completely beneath that pain-maddened lunge. Gordon's hands were free. It was an easy matter now to use the lighter to finish freeing himself and Leah. They made their way swiftly back to the window at the rear of the hall. It slid silently upward. A moment later, they were out in the brilliant moonlight. Free. They made their way around to the front of the house. Behind the drawn shades of one of the front rooms, an eerie glow of red light marked the location of Arlok's workroom. They heard the occasional clink of tools inside the room as the Zeranian diligently worked to complete his apparatus. They crept stealthily up to where one of the French windows of Arlok's workroom swung slightly ajar. Through the narrow crevice they could see Arlok's grotesque back as he labored over the complex assembly of apparatus against the wall. A heavy stone flung through the window would probably wreck that delicate mechanism completely. Yet as the two watchers knew that such a respite would be only a temporary one, as long as Arlok remained alive on this planet to build other gates to Zoran, Earth's eventual doom was certain. Complete destruction of Arlok himself was Earth's only hope of salvation. The Zeranian seemed to be nearing the end of his labors. He left the apparatus momentarily and walked over to a workbench where he picked up a slender, rod-like tool. Donning a heavy glove to shield his left hand, he selected a small plate of bluish-gray metal, then pressed a switch in the handle of the tool in his right hand. A blade of blinding white flame, seemingly as solid as a blade of metal, spurted for the length of a foot from the tool's tip. Arlok began cutting the plate with the flame, the blade shearing through the heavy metal as easily as a hot knife shears through butter. The sight brought a sudden surge of exultant hope to Gordon. He swiftly drew Leah away from the window, far enough to decide that their low-voiced conversation could not be heard from inside the workroom. "Leah, there is our one chance," he explained excitedly. "That blue fiend is vulnerable, and that flame tool of his is the weapon to reach his vulnerability. Did you notice how careful he was to shield his other hand with a glove before he turned the tool on? He can be hurt by that blade of flame, and probably hurt badly." Leah nodded in quick understanding. "If I could lure him out of the room for just a moment, you could slip in through the window and get that flame tool, Blair," she suggested eagerly. "That might work," Gordon agreed reluctantly. "But Leah, don't run any more risks than you absolutely have to." He picked up a small rock. "Here, take this with you. Open the door into the hall and attract Arlok's attention by throwing the rock at his precious apparatus. Then, the minute he sees you, try to escape out through the hall again. He'll leave his work to follow you. When he returns to his workroom, I'll be in there waiting for him, and I'll be waiting with a weapon that can stab through even that armor-plated hide of his." They separated, Leah to enter the house, Gordon to return to the window. Arlok was back over in front of his apparatus, fitting into place the piece of metal he had just cut. The flame tool, its switch now turned off, was still on the workbench. Gordon's heart pounded with excitement as he crouched there with his eyes fixed upon the closed hall door. The minutes seemed to drag interminably. Then, suddenly, Gordon's muscles tensed. The knob of the hall door had turned ever so slightly. Leah was at her post. The next moment, the door was flung open with a violence that sent it slamming back against the wall. The slender figure of Leah stood framed in the opening, her dark eyes blazing as she flung one hand up to hurl her missile. Arlok whirled just as Leah threw the rock straight at the intricate gate-opening apparatus. With the speed of thought, the Zeranian flung his own body over to shield his fragile instruments. The rock thudded harmlessly against his metallic chest. Then, Arlok's tentacle flung out like a striking cobra, its forked tip flaming blue and green fire as it focused upon the open door. But Leah was already gone. Gordon heard her flying footsteps as she raced down the hall. Arlok promptly sped after her in swift pursuit. As Arlok passed through the door in the hall, Gordon flung himself into the room and sped straight for the workbench. He snatched the flame tool up, then darted over to the wall by the door. He was not a second too soon. The heavy tread of Arlok's return was already audible in the hall just outside. Gordon prepared to stake everything upon this one slim chance of disabling that fearful tentacle before Arlok could bring it into action. He pressed the tiny switch in the flame tool's handle just as Arlok came through the door. Arlok, startled by the glare of the flame tool's blazing blade, whirled toward Gordon, but too late. That thin, searing shaft of vivid flame had already struck squarely at the base of the Zeranian's tentacle. A seething spray of hissing sparks marked the place where the flame bit deeply home. Arlok screamed, a ghastly metallic note of anguish like nothing human. The Zeranian's powerful hands clutched at Gordon, but he leaped lithely backward out of their leech. Then Gordon again attacked, the flame tool's shining blade licking in and out like a rapier. The seething flame swept across one of Arlok's arms, and the Zeranian winced. Then the blade stabbed swiftly at Arlok's waist. Arlok half doubled as he flinched back. Gordon shifted his aim with lightning speed and sent the blade of flame lashing in one accurate, terrible stroke that caught Arlok squarely in the eyes. Again, Arlok screamed in intolerable agony as that tearing flame darkened forever his glowing eyes. In berserker fury, the tortured Zeranian charged blindly toward Gordon. Gordon warily dodged to one side. Arlok, sightless and with his tentacle crippled, still had enough power in that mighty metallic body of his to tear 100 Earthmen to pieces. Gordon stung Arlok's shoulder with the flame, then desperately leaped to one side just in time to dodge a flailing blow that would have made pulp of his body had it landed. Arlok went stark wild in his frenzied efforts to come to grips with his unseen adversary. Furniture crashed and splintered to kindling wood beneath his threshing feet. Even the stout walls of the room shivered and cracked as the incredible weight of Arlok's body caromed against them. Gordon circled lithely around the crippled blue monstrosity like a timber wolf circling a wounded moose. He began concentrating his attack upon Arlok's left leg. Half a dozen deep slashes with the searing flame. Then suddenly, the thin leg crumpled and broke. Arlok crashed helplessly to the floor. Gordon was now able to shift his attack to Arlok's head. Dodging the blindly flailing arms of the Zeranian, he stabbed again and again that oval-shaped skull. The searing thrusts began to have their effects. Arlok's convulsive movements became slower and weaker. Gordon sent the flame stabbing in a long, final thrust in an attempt to pierce through that alien metal brain. With startling suddenness, the flame burned its way home to some unknown center of life force in the oval skull. There was a brief but appalling gush of bright purple flame from Arlok's eye sockets and mouth orifice. Then his twitching body stiffened. His bluish-gray hide darkened with incredible swiftness to a dull black. Arlok was dead. Gordon, sickened at the grisly ending of the battle, snapped off the flame tool and turned to search for Leah. He found her already standing in the hall door, alive and unhurt. "I escaped through the window at the end of the hall," she explained. "Arlok quit following me as soon as he saw that you, too, were gone from where he had left us tied." She shuddered as she looked down at his Zeranian's mangled body. "I saw most of your fight with him, Blair. It was terrible. Awful. But Blair, we've won." "Yes, and now we'll make sure of the fruits of our victory," Gordon said grimly, starting over toward the gate-opening apparatus with the flame tool in his hand. A very few minutes' work with the shearing blade of the flame reduced the intricate apparatus to a mere tangled pile of twisted metal. Arlok, gate opener of Zoran, was dead, and the gate to that grim planet was now irrevocably closed. "Blair, do you feel it too? That eerie feeling of countless eyes still watching us from Zoran?" There was frank awe in Leah's half-whispered question. "You know, Arlok said that they had watched us for centuries from their side of the barrier. I'm sure they're watching us now. Will they send another opener of gates to take up the work where Arlok failed?" Gordon took Leah into his arms. "I don't know, dear," he admitted gravely. "They may send another messenger, but I doubt it. This world of ours has had its warning, and it will heed it. The Watchers on Zoran must know that in the 540 years it would take their next messenger to get here, the Earth will have had more than enough time to prepare an adequate defense for even Zoran's menace. I doubt if there will ever again be an attempt made to open the gate to Zoran." End of The Gate to Zoran. Recording by Todd Garrison, February 9th, 2010.
The Gun by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Franklin Paul. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. Only the gun showed signs of life, and the trespassers had wrecked that for all time. The return journey to pick up the treasure would be a cinch. They smiled. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. "It was an atomic fission, we saw all right," he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. "Any of you who wants to look may do so. It's not a pretty sight." "Let me look," Tance the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. Good Lord! He leaped violently back, knocking against Dorley, the chief navigator. "Why did we come all this way, then?" Dorley asked, looking around at the other men. "There's no point even landing. Let's go back at once." "Perhaps he's right," the biologist murmured. "But I'd like to look for myself, if I may." He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of gray, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag, pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. "I see," Former said, backing away from the eyepiece. "Well, I don't find any lagoons here." He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. "I wonder what the atmospheric samples will show," Tance said. "I think I can guess," the captain answered. "Most of the atmosphere is poisoned, but didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing." He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. "What did the telescope show? Good or bad?" "Bad. No life can possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused." "Could they have gone underground?" The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. "Look! Over there! At the edge! Do you see it?" They stared. Something rose up, not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? "Please turn the ship," Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. "Turn the ship, and let's see what it is." The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. "Piers," he said. "Piers of some sort of stone. Perhaps poured artificial stone. The remains of a city." "Oh dear," Nasha murmured. "How awful." She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked like broken teeth. "There's nothing alive," the captain said at last. "I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we found, and that we—" He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Dorley was shouting. "Fire over here! Wiring ignited!" Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly. His eyeglasses broke and bent. "So there is life here after all," he said, half to himself. "But how could—" "Give us a hand," Former said, hurrying past. "Give us a hand. We've got to land the ship." It was night. A few stars glinted at them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Dorley peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Former were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. "Low on carbohydrates," Former said. "We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside." Nasha went to the window. How uninviting it looks. She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. What do you suppose an exploring party would find? Former shrugged. "Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal." Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. "Then how do you explain it?" "According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun." "Engage distance," the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. "That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target." "True," Former said. "Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry. The atmosphere itself gone. Completely poisoned." "The gun that fired the projectile survived," Nasha said. "Why not people?" "It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water." There was silence. "A paradox," Nasha said. "Anyway, in the morning, I think we should send out a search party. And meanwhile, we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back." "It'll be days before we can take off," Former said. "We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party." Nasha smiled a little. "We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover. What was it you were so interested in?" "Legumes. Edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them. Only what?" "Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait. Interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race." "We'll know in the morning," Former said. "Let's get some sleep." The sun came up chilled and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. "What a day," Dorley said grumpily. "I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but—" "Come on," Nasha said. "Up beside me. I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance?" Tance nodded gloomily. Dorley caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. "Listen, The captain is dying. No one knows except the two of us. By the end of the day, period, of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know. Dorley nodded. That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You'll be the captain in his place, of course. Since you're vice captain now, no, I prefer to see someone else lead. Perhaps you were former. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you. Whichever one of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility. Well, I don't want to be captain. Let former do it. Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. I'm rather partial to you, she said. We might try it for a time, at least. But do as you like. Look, we're coming to something. They stopped walking, letting Tant catch up. In front of them was some sort of ruined building. Dorley stared around thoughtfully. Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here. They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. I think this was a farm, Tant said, examining a piece of wood. This was a part of a tower or windmill. Really? Nasha took the stick and turned it over. Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time. Look, Dorley said suddenly. Off there. A long way off. Isn't that something? He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath. The white stones. What? Nasha looked up at Dorley. The white stones. The great broken teeth. We saw them, the captain and I, from the control room. She touched Dorley's arm gently. That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close. What is it? Tant said, coming up to them. I'm almost blind without my glasses. What do you see? The city, where they fired from. Oh. All three of them stood together. Well, let's go, Tant said. There's no telling what we'll find there. Dorley frowned at him. Wait. We don't know what we'd be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter. They probably have seen the ship itself, Tant said. They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not? That's true, Nasha said. If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all. You know that. I have a hand weapon, Dorley noted. Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance. But let's stay together, Tance said nervously. Nasha, you're going too fast. Nasha looked back. She laughed. If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast. They reached the outskirts of the city at the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Dorley stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. Well, there it is. What's left of it? There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained, only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Dorley spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. But it was from here the firing came, Tance murmured. Don't forget that. And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience, Nasha added. Let's go. They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. It's macabre, Dorley muttered. I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered. I wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up to the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost? Some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing here, Dorley said impatiently. Come on. Wait. Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Terence hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Dorley glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Terence put the paper in his pocket, and they went on. After a time, Dorley said, Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched. But don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something? No. I can feel it, though. Don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh! Dorley reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Terence had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it. The size of the thing. Dorley unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge. Stark and immense, it pointed up at the sky, a mass of steel and glass set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of rods atop a huge pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. But who fires it? Terence said. Dorley laughed. No one. No one fires it. They stared at him. What do you mean? It fires itself. They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. I don't understand. What do you mean it fires itself? Watch. I'll show you. Don't move. Dorley picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly, the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. You see, Dorley said, it noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably, it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a beat on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again. I understand about the rock, Nasha said, nodding. The gun noticed it, but not us. Since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come. But what's the gun for? Terence put in. There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead. It's a machine, Dorley said. A machine that was made to do a job. And it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles. The enemy, Nasha said, their own race. It is hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves. Well, it's over with, except right here where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out. And by that time, we'll be dead, Nasha said bitterly. There must have been hundreds of guns like this, Dorley murmured. They must have been used to the sight, guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping, an institution, like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies, a regular profession, honored, respected. Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. Quite complex, isn't it? All those veins and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of telescopic sight. His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly, the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move!" Dorley cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood, rigid and still. For one terrible moment it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly into his helmet. "I must have put my finger on the lens. I'll be more careful." He made his way up into the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where'd he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back," Dorley shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "In a minute." There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it, Dorley? You said the gun was here to keep the enemy off?" "I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come here and give me a hand." "All right," Dorley said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on. Let's see what he's found. I thought something like this might happen when I saw the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do." Dorley smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it, keeping everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Dorley pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them, they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Dorley was wet with perspiration when they finished. "It isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared at the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Dorley examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Dorley took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently, it began to crumble. Dorley clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes, they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I would think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this." They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures. Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. "Look, hundreds of drums." He flashed the light around. "And those crates. Let's open one." Dorley was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last, Dorley replaced the board. All these other crates, Nasha said. More pictures. And these drums. What are in the boxes? This is their treasure, Tance said, almost to himself. Here are their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here, their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe. And their history, Nasha said. We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were. Dorley was wandering around the vault. Odd, he murmured. Even at the end, even after they began to fight, they still knew, someplace down inside them, that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after the big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone. When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here, Tance said. All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about... He stopped. Yes, Dorley said dryly. We'll be leaving about 3 day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, then take off. Soon we'll be home, that is, if nothing happens. Like being shot down by that... Oh, stop it, Nasha said impatiently. Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home. Sooner or later, we'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice. Dorley nodded. What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down. His face twisted bitterly. They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it will lie here until it rots. It serves them right. How? Don't you see? This was the only way they knew. Building a gun, setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy, coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them. Nasha was in deep thought, her mind far away. Suddenly she gasped. Dorley, she said, what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all. The two men stared at her. No menace, Dorley said. It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again... Don't you see? Nasha began to laugh. The poor foolish gun, it's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone. You? Her eyes were flashing. With a crowbar, with a hammer, or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course, we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground, it has no defenses. Isn't that right? Dorley nodded slowly. The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach. He began to laugh. That's right. That's perfectly right. Let's go then, Nasha said. Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here. It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night, the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body, according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently from the ship, a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the gray slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon, they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sights shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally, the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, as the sun was dipping into the gray mists that drifted across the planet, they came back up the stairs again. For a moment, they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 days to make it spaceworthy. Nasha stood in the control room, watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Dorley said. Nothing." "Are you sure?" "I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it." "I suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far. But then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky. And then it was too late. Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose, but those wings, it looked very old. It will change us a great deal." "When we come back, we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Dorley. "You'll lead us back here, as a good captain should." "Captain?" Dorley grinned. "Then you've decided." Nasha shrugged. "Fomar argues with me too much. I think, all in all, I'd really prefer you." "Then let's go," Dorley said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above, a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it, a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights. And behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one, the lead cart. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Recorded by Franklin Paul, Yonkers, New York.
The Hands by Richard Sternbach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hands by Richard Sternbach. The story of creation, in all its majesty, was written in 600 words. Will the destruction be told as briefly? He was a gigantic figure, sitting there atop the mountain. He could have leaned over and dammed the river below with a finger. He sat on top of the mountain, and his beard in the wind was a white flag. Across the plains, as he watched, there were fires glowing, and the mountain under him trembled from explosions 1,000 miles away. He bent his head, and a muffled cry reverberated down the hillside and through the valley. A smaller figure appeared beside him, looking sad. "Try again, father," the smaller one said. The old one shook his head. It would be the same. Give them another chance. They would do it again. Just once more. The old one shook his head again, and for a while they sat, and they watched the destruction. The fires burned higher, and the explosions shook their mountain more roughly. At last, at the end, the old one reached down and scooped up some clay from the bank of the river. He held it in a huge, gentle hand, and the younger one smiled. "You are good to give them another chance, father?" "Not them," said the old one. "What do you mean?" the son asked, wonderingly. "Something else," the majestic figure answered, starting to knead the clay. "What shall it be?" End of The Hands by Richard Sternbach. Longevity by Therese Windsor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Longevity by Therese Windsor. A morality tale, 1960 style. Legend had it that many thousands of years ago, right after the Great Horror, the whole continent of the West had slowly sunk beneath the West Water, and that once every century it arose during a full moon. Still, Captain Hinrich clung to the hope that the legend would not be borne out by truth. Perhaps the West Continent still existed. Perhaps, dare he hope, with civilization. The crew of the Semilunis thought him quite mad. After all, hadn't the East and South continents been completely annihilated from the great sky fires? And wasn't it said that they had suffered but a fraction of what the West Continent had endured? The Semilunis anchored at the mouth of a great river. The months of fear and doubt were at an end. Here, at last, was the West Continent. A small party of scouts was sent ashore with many cautions to be alert for luminescent areas which meant certain death for those who remained too long in its vicinity. Armed with bow and arrow, the party made its way slowly up the great river. Nowhere was to be seen the color green, only dull browns and grays, and no sign of life, save for an occasional patch of lichen on a rock. After several days of rowing, the food and water supply was almost half depleted, and still no evidence of either past or present habitation. It was time to turn back, to travel all the weary months across the West Water, the journey all in vain. What a small reward for such an arduous trip! Just proof of the existence of a barren landmass, ugly and useless. On the second day of the return to the Semilunis, the scouting party decided to stop and investigate a huge opening in the rocky mountainside. How suspiciously regular and even it looked, particularly in comparison to the rest of the countryside, which was jagged and chaotic. They entered the cave apprehensively, torches aflare and weapons in hand. But all was darkness and quiet. Still, the regularity of the cave walls led them on. Some creature, man or otherwise, must have planned and built this. But to what end? Now the cave divided into 3 forks. The torches gave only a hint of the immensity of the chambers that lay at the end of each. They selected the center chamber, approaching cautiously, breath caught in awe and excitement. The torches reflected on a dull black surface which was divided into many, many little squares. The sameness of them stretched for uncountable yards in all directions. What were these ungodly-looking edifices? The black surface was cold and smooth to the touch, and quite regular except for a strange little hole at the bottom of each square and a curious row of pictures along the top. They would copy these strange pictures. Perhaps back home there would be a scholar who would understand the meaning behind these last remains of the people of the West Continent. The leader took out his slate and painstakingly copied: "Safeguard your valuables at Allegheny Mountain Vaults. Box number 4544356782. End of Longevity by Therese Windsor.
The Repairman by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Ball. The Repairman by Harry Harrison. Being an interstellar troubleshooter wouldn't be so bad if I could shoot the trouble. The old man had that look of intense glee on his face that meant someone was in for a very rough time. Since we were alone, it took no great feat of intelligence to figure it would be me. I talked first, bold attack being the best defence, and so forth. "I quit! Don't bother telling me what dirty job you have cooked up, because I have already quit, and you do not want to reveal company secrets to me." The grin was even wider now, and he actually chortled as he thumbed a button on his console. A thick legal document slid out of the delivery slot onto his desk. "This is your contract," he said. "It tells how and when you will work. A steel and vanadium bound contract that you couldn't crack with a molecular disruptor." I leaned out quickly, grabbed it, and threw it into the air with a single motion. Before it could fall, I had my solar out, and, with a wide-angle shot, burned the contract to ashes. The old man pressed the button again, and another contract slid out on his desk. If possible, the smile was still wider now. "I should have said a duplicate of your contract, like this one here." He made a quick note on his secretary plate. "I have deducted 13 credits from your salary for the cost of the duplicate, as well as a 100-credit fine for firing a solar inside a building." I slumped, defeated, waiting for the blow to land. The old man fondled my contract. "According to this document, you can't quit. Ever. Therefore, I have a little job I know you'll enjoy. Repair job. The Centauri beacon has shut down. It's a Mark III beacon." "What kind of beacon?" I asked him. I've repaired hyperspace beacons from one arm of the galaxy to the other, and I was sure I had worked on every type or model made, but I had never heard of this kind. "Mark III," the old man repeated, practically chortling. "I never heard of it either, until the records dug up the specs. They found them buried in the back of their oldest warehouse. This was the earliest type of beacon ever built, by Earth no less. Considering its location on one of the Proxima Centauri planets, it might very well be the first beacon." I looked at the blueprints he handed me and felt my eyes glaze with horror. "It's a monstrosity! It looks more like a distillery than a beacon. Must be at least a few 100 meters high. I'm a repairman, not an archaeologist. This pile of junk is over 2,000 years old. Just forget about it and build a new one." The old man leaned over his desk, breathing into my face. "It would take a year to install a new beacon, besides being too expensive, and this relic is on one of the main routes. We have ships making 15 light-year detours now." He leaned back, wiped his hands on his handkerchief, and gave me lecture 44 on company duty and my troubles. "This department is officially called maintenance and repair, when it really should be called troubleshooting. Hyperspace beacons are made to last forever, or damn close to it. When one of them breaks down, it's never an accident, and repairing the thing is never a matter of just plugging in a new part." He was telling me, the guy who did the job, while he sat back on his fat paycheck in an air-conditioned office. He rambled on. "How I wish that were all it took. I would have a fleet of part ships and junior mechanics to install them. But it's not like that at all. I have a fleet of expensive ships that are equipped to do almost anything, manned by a bunch of irresponsibles like you. I nodded moodily at his pointed finger. How I wish I could fire you all. Combination space jockeys, mechanics, engineers, soldiers, con men, and anything else it takes to do the repairs. I have to browbeat, bribe, blackmail and bulldoze you thugs into doing a simple job. If you think you're fed up, just think how I feel. But the ships must go through, the beacons must operate. I recognised this deathless line as the curtain speech and crawled to my feet. He threw the Mark III file at me and went back to scratching in his papers. Just as I reached the door, he looked up and impaled me on his finger again. And don't get any fancy ideas about jumping your contract. We can attach that bank account of yours on Algol 2 long before you could draw the money out. I smiled, a little weakly, I'm afraid, as if I had never meant to keep that account a secret. His spies were getting more efficient every day. Walking down the hall, I tried to figure a way to transfer the money without his catching on, and knew at the same time he was figuring a way to outfigure me. It was all very depressing, so I stopped for a drink and then went on to the spaceport. By the time the ship was serviced, I had a course charted. The nearest beacon to the broken-down Proxima Centauri beacon was on one of the planets of Beta Circinus, and I headed there first, a short trip of only about 9 days in hyperspace. To understand the importance of the beacons, you have to understand hyperspace. Not that many people do, but it is easy enough to understand that in this non-space, the regular rules don't apply. Speed and measurements are a matter of relationship, not constant facts like in a fixed universe. The first ships to enter hyperspace had no place to go, and no way to even tell if they had moved. The beacons solved that problem and opened the entire universe. They are built on planets and generate tremendous amounts of power. This power is turned into radiation that is punched through into hyperspace. Every beacon has a code signal as part of its radiation and represents a measurable point in hyperspace. Triangulation and quadrature of the beacons works from a navigation, only it follows its own rules. The rules are complex and variable, but they are still rules that a navigator can follow. For a hyperspace jump, you need at least 4 beacons for an accurate fix. For long jumps, navigators use as many as 7 or 8, so every beacon is important, and everyone has to keep operating. That is where I, and the other troubleshooters, come in. We travel in well-stocked ships that carry a little bit of everything. Only 1 man to a ship, because that is all it takes to operate the overly efficient repair machinery. Due to the very nature of our job, we spend most of our time just rocketing through normal space. After all, when a beacon breaks down, how do you find it? Not through hyperspace. All you can do is approach as close as you can by using other beacons, then finish the trip in normal space. This can take months, and often does. This job didn't turn out to be quite that bad. I zeroed on the Beta Circinus beacon and ran a complicated 8-point problem through the navigator, using every beacon I could get an accurate fix on. The computer gave me a course with an estimated point of arrival, as well as a built-in safety factor I never could eliminate from the machine. I would much rather take a chance of breaking through near some star than spend time just barreling through normal space. But apparently, tech knows this too. They had a safety factor built into the computer, so you couldn't end up inside a star, no matter how hard you tried. I'm sure there was no humaneness in this decision. They just didn't want to lose the ship. It was a 20-hour jump, ship's time, and I came through in the middle of nowhere. The robot analyzer chuckled to itself and scanned all the stars, comparing them to the spectra of Proxima Centauri. It finally rang a bell and blinked a light. I peeped through the eyepiece. A fast reading with the photocell gave me the apparent magnitude, and a comparison with its absolute magnitude showed its distance. Not as bad as I had thought. A 6-week run, give or take a few days. After feeding a course tape into the robot pilot, I strapped into the acceleration tank and went to sleep. The time went fast. I rebuilt my camera for about the 20th time, and just about finished a correspondence course in nucleonics. Most repairmen take these courses. Besides they're always coming in handy, the company grades your pay by the number of specialities you can handle. All this with some oil painting and 3-4 workouts in the gym passed the time. I was asleep when the alarm went off that announced planetary distance. Planet 2, where the beacon was situated, according to the old charts, was a mushy-looking, wet kind of globe. I tried to make sense out of the ancient directions and finally located the right area. Staying outside the atmosphere, I sent a flying eye down to look things over. In this business, you learn early when and where to risk your own skin. The eye would be good enough for the preliminary survey. The old boys had enough brains to choose a traceable site for the beacon, equidistant on a line between two of the most prominent mountain peaks. I located the peaks easily enough, and started the eye out from the first peak and kept it on a course directly towards the second. There was a nose and tail radar in the eye, and I fed their signals into a scope as an amplitude curve. When the two peaks coincided, I spun the eye controls and dived the thing down. I cut out the radar and cut in the nose orthicon and sat back to watch the beacon appear on the screen. The image blinked, focused, and a great damn pyramid swam into view. I cursed and wheeled the eye in circles, scanning the surrounding country. It was flat, marshy bottomland without a bump. The only thing in a 10-mile circle was this pyramid, and that definitely wasn't my beacon. Or wasn't it? I dived the eye lower. The pyramid was a crude-looking thing of undressed stone, without carvings or decorations. There was a shimmer of light from the top, and I took a closer look at it. On the peak of the pyramid was a hollow basin filled with water. When I saw that, something clicked in my mind. Locking the eye in a circular course, I dug through the Mark III plans, and there it was. The beacon had a precipitating field and a basin on top of it for water. This was used to cool the reactor that powered the monstrosity. If the water was still there, the beacon was still there, inside the pyramid. The natives who, of course, weren't even mentioned by the idiots who constructed the thing, had built a nice, heavy, thick stone pyramid around the beacon. I took another look at the screen and realized that I had locked the eye into a circular orbit about 20 feet above the pyramid. The summit of the stone pile was now covered with lizards of some type, apparently the local life form. They had what looked like throwing sticks and arbalists, and were trying to shoot down the eye, a cloud of arrows and rocks flying in every direction. I pulled the eye straight up and away, and threw in the control circuit that would return it automatically to the ship. Then I went into the galley for a long, strong drink. My beacon was not only locked inside a mountain of handmade stone, but I had managed to irritate the things who built the pyramid. A great beginning for a job, and one clearly designed to drive a stronger man than me to the bottle. Normally, a repairman stays away from native cultures. They are poison. Anthropologists may not mind being dissected for their science, but a repairman wants to make no sacrifices of any kind for his job. For this reason, most beacons are built on uninhabited planets. If a beacon has to go on a planet with a culture, it is usually built in some inaccessible place. Why this beacon had been built within reach of the local claws, I had yet to find out, but that would come in time. The first thing to do was make contact. To make contact, you have to know the local language, and for that, I had long before worked out a system that was foolproof. I had a pry-eye of my own construction. It looked like a piece of rock, about a foot long. Once on the ground, it would never be noticed, though it was a little disconcerting to see it float by. I located a lizard town, about 1,000 kilometers from the pyramid, and dropped the eye. It swished down and landed at night in the bank of the local mud wallow. This was a favourite spot that drew a good crowd during the day. In the morning, when the first wallowers arrived, I flipped on the recorder. After about 5 of the local days, I had a sea of native conversation in the memory bank of the machine translator, and had tagged a few expressions. This is fairly easy to do when you have a machine memory to work with. One of the lizards gargled at another one, and the second one turned around. I tagged this expression with the phrase, "Hey, George," and waited for my chance to use it. Later the same day, I caught one of them alone and shouted, "Hey, George," at him. It gurgled out through the speaker in the local tongue, and he turned around. When you have enough reference phrases like this in the memory bank, the MT brain takes over and starts filling in the missing pieces. As soon as the MT could give a running translation of any conversation it heard, I figured it was time to make contact. I found him easily enough. He was a Centaurian version of a goat boy. He herded a particularly loathsome form of local life in the swamps outside the town. I had one of the working guys dig a cave in an outcropping of rock and wait for him. When he passed the next day, I whispered into the mic, "Welcome, O goat boy grandson. This is your grandfather's spirit speaking from paradise." This fitted in with what I could make out of the local religion. Goat boy stopped as if he'd been shot. Before he could move, I pushed a switch and a handful of the local currency, wampum type shells, rolled out of the cave and landed at his feet. "Here is some money from paradise because you have been a good boy." Not really from paradise. I had lifted it from the treasury the night before. "Come back tomorrow and we will talk some more," I called after the fleeing figure. I was pleased to notice that he took the cash before taking off. After that, Grandpa in paradise had many heart-to-heart talks with grandson, who found the heavenly loot more than he could resist. Grandpa had been out of touch with things since his death, and Goat Boy happily filled him in. I learned all I needed to know of the history, past and recent, and it wasn't nice. In addition to the pyramid being around the beacon, there was a nice little religious war going on around the pyramid. It all began with the land bridge. Apparently, the local lizards had been living in the swamps when the beacon was built, but the builders didn't think much of them. They were a low type and confined to a distant continent. The idea that the race would develop and might reach this continent never occurred to the beacon mechanics, which is, of course, what happened. A little geological turnover, a swampy land bridge formed in the right spot, and the lizards began to wander up Beacon Valley and found a religion, a shiny metal temple out of which poured a constant stream of magic water, the reactor cooling water pumped down from the atmosphere condenser on the roof. The radioactivity in the water didn't hurt the natives, it caused mutations that bred true. A city was built around the temple, and through the centuries the pyramid was put up around the beacon. A special branch of the priesthood served the temple. All went well until one of the priests violated the temple and destroyed the holy waters. There had been a revolt, strife, murder and destruction since then, but still the holy waters would not flow. Now armed mobs fought around the temple each day, and a new brand of priests guarded the sacred fount. And I had to walk into the middle of that mess and repair the thing. It would have been easy enough if we were allowed a little mayhem. I could have had a lizard fry, fixed the beacon and taken off, only native life forms were quite well protected. There were spy cells on my ship, all of which I hadn't found, that would cheerfully rat on me when I got back. Diplomacy was called for. I sighed and dragged out the plastiflesh equipment. Working from 3D snaps of grandson, I modelled a passable reptile head over my own features. It was a little short in the jaw, me not having one of their toothy mandibles, but that was all right. I didn't have to look exactly like them, just something close, to soothe the native mind. It's logical. If I were an ignorant aborigine of Earth and I ran into a spican who looks like a 2-foot gob of dried shellac, I would immediately leave the scene. However, if the spican was wearing a suit of plastiflesh that looked remotely humanoid, I would at least stay and talk to him. This was what I was aiming to do with the Centaurians. When the head was done, I peeled it off and attached it to an attractive suit of green plastic. complete with tail. I was really glad they had tails. The lizards didn't wear clothes, and I wanted to take along a lot of electronic equipment. I built the tail over a metal frame that anchored around my waist. Then I filled the frame with all the equipment I would need and began to wire the suit. When it was done, I tried it on in front of a full-length mirror. It was horrible, but effective. The tail dragged me down in the rear and gave me a duck waddle, but that only helped the resemblance. That night, I took the ship down into the hills nearest the pyramid, an out-of-the-way, dry spot where the amphibious natives would never go. A little before dawn, the eye hooked onto my shoulders, and we sailed straight up. We hovered above the temple at about 2,000 meters until it was light, then dropped straight down. It must have been a grand sight. The eye was camouflaged to look like a flying lizard, sort of a cardboard pterodactyl, and the slowly flapping wings obviously had nothing to do with our flight. But it was impressive enough for the natives. The first one that spotted me screamed and dropped over on his back. The others came running. They milled and mobbed and piled on top of one another, and by that time I had landed in the plaza fronting the temple. The priest had arrived. I folded my arms in a regal stance. "Greetings, O noble servers of the great God," I said. Of course, I didn't say it out loud, just whispered, loud enough for the throat mic to catch. This was radioed back to the MT, and the translation shot back to a speaker in my jaws. The natives chomped and rattled, and the translation rolled out almost instantly. I had the volume turned up, and the whole square echoed. Some of the more credulous natives prostrated themselves, and others fled, screaming. One doubtful type raised a spear, but no one else tried that after the pterodactyl eye picked him up and dropped him in the swamp. Priests were a hard-headed lot and weren't buying any lizards in a poke. They just stood and muttered. I had to take the offensive again. "Begone, O faithful steed," I said to the eye, and pressed the control in my palm at the same time. It took off, straight up, a bit faster than I wanted. Little pieces of wind-torn plastic rained down. While the crowd was ogling this ascent, I walked through the temple doors. "I would talk with you, O noble priests," I said. Before they could think up a good answer, I was inside. The temple was a small one, built against the base of the pyramid. I hoped I wasn't breaking too many taboos by going in. I wasn't stopped, so it looked all right. The temple was a single room with a murky-looking pool at one end. Sloshing in the pool was an ancient reptile who clearly was one of the leaders. I waddled towards him, and he gave me a cold and fishy eye, then growled something. The MT whispered into my ear, "Just what in the name of the 13th sin are you, and what are you doing here?" I drew up my scaly figure in a noble gesture and pointed towards the ceiling. "I come from your ancestors to help you. I am here to restore the holy waters." This raised a buzz of conversation behind me, but got no rise out of the chief. He sank slowly into the water until only his eyes were showing. I could almost hear the wheels turning behind that moss-covered forehead. Then he lunged up and pointed a dripping finger at me. "You are a liar! You are no ancestor of ours! We will—" "Stop!" I thundered, before he got so far in that he couldn't back out. "I said your ancestors sent me as emissary. I am not one of your ancestors. Do not try to harm me, or the wrath of those who have passed on will turn against you." When I said this, I turned to jab a claw at the other priests, using the motion to cover my flicking a coin grenade toward them. It blew a nice hole in the floor with a great show of noise and smoke. The first lizard knew I was talking sense then and immediately called a meeting of the shamans. It, of course, took place in the public bathtub, and I had to join them there. We jawed and gurgled for about an hour and settled all the major points. I found out that they were new priests. The previous ones had all been boiled for letting the holy waters cease. They found out I was there only to help them restore the flow of the waters. They bought this, tentatively, and we all heaved out of the tub and trickled muddy paths across the floor. There was a bolted and guarded door that led into the pyramid proper. While it was being opened, the first lizard turned to me. "Undoubtedly you know of the rule," he said. "Because the old priests did pry and peer, it was ruled henceforth that only the blind could enter the Holy of Holies." I'd swear he was smiling, if 30 teeth peeking out of what looked like a crack in an old suitcase can be called smiling. He was also signalling to him an under-priest who carried a brazier of charcoal complete with red-hot irons. All I could do was stand and watch as he stirred up the coals, pulled out the ruddiest iron, and turned toward me. He was just drawing a bead on my right eyeball when my brain got back in gear. "Of course," I said, "blinding is only right, but in my case you will have to blind me before I leave the Holy of Holies, not now. I need my eyes to see and mend the fount of holy waters. Once the waters flow again, I will laugh as I hurl myself onto the burning iron." He took a good 30 seconds to think it over, and had to agree with me. The local torturer sniffled a bit, and threw a little more charcoal on the fire. The gate crashed open, and I stalked through. Then it banged to behind me, and I was alone in the dark. But not for long. There was a shuffling nearby, and I took a chance and turned on my flash. 3 priests were groping towards me, their eye sockets red pits of burned flesh. They knew what I wanted, and led the way without a word. A crumbling and cracked stone stairway brought us up to a solid metal doorway, labelled in archaic script, "Mark III Beacon, authorised personnel only." The trusting builders counted on the sign to do the whole job, for there wasn't a trace of a lock on the door. One lizard merely turned the handle, and we were inside the beacon. I unzipped the front of my camouflage suit and pulled out the blueprints. With the faithful priests stumbling after me, I located the control room and turned on the lights. There was a residue of charge in the emergency batteries, just enough to give a dim light. The meters and indicators looked to be in good shape, if anything unexpectedly bright from constant polishing. I checked the readings carefully and found just what I had suspected. One of the eager lizards had managed to open a circuit box and had polished the switches inside. While doing this, he had thrown one of the switches, and that had caused the trouble. Rather, that had started the trouble. It wasn't going to be ended just by reversing the water valve switch. This valve was supposed to be used only for repairs after the pile was damped. When the water was cut off, with the pile in operation, it had started to overheat, and the automatic safeties had dumped the charge down the pit. I could start the water again easily enough, but there was no fuel left in the reactor. I wasn't going to play with the fuel problem at all. It would be far easier to install a new power plant. I had one in the ship that was about 1/10 the size of the ancient bucket of bolts and produced at least 4 times the power. Before I sent for it, I checked over the rest of the beacon. In 2,000 years there should be some sign of wear. The old boys had built well, I'll give them credit for that. 90% of the machinery had no moving parts and had suffered no wear whatever. Other parts they had beefed up, figuring they would wear, but slowly. The water feed pipe from the roof, for example. The pipe walls were at least 3 meters thick, and the pipe opening itself no bigger than my head. There were some things I could do though, and I made a list of parts. The parts, the new power plant, and a few other odds and ends were chuted into a neat pile on the ship. I checked all the parts by screen before they were loaded into a metal crate. In the darkest hour before dawn, the heavy-duty eye dropped the crate outside the temple and darted away without being seen. I watched the priests through the pry eye while they tried to open it. When they had given up, I boomed orders at them through the speaker in the crate. They spent most of the day sweating the heavy box up through the narrow temple stairs, and I enjoyed a good sleep. It was resting inside the beacon door when I woke up. The repairs didn't take long. though there was plenty of groaning from the blind lizards when they heard me ripping the wall open to get at the power leads. I even hooked a gadget to the water pipe so their holy waters would have the usual refreshing radioactivity when they started flowing again. The moment this was all finished, I did the job they were waiting for. I threw the switch that started the water flowing again. There were a few minutes while the water began to gurgle down through the dry pipe. Then a roar came from outside the pyramid that must have shaken its stone walls. Shaking my hands once over my head, I went down for the eye-burning ceremony. The blind lizards were waiting for me by the door and looked even unhappier than usual. When I tried the door, I found out why. It was bolted and barred from the other side. "It has been decided," a lizard said, "that you shall remain here forever and tend the holy waters. We will stay with you and serve your every need." A delightful prospect. Eternity spent in a locked beacon with 3 blind lizards. In spite of their hospitality, I couldn't accept. "What? You dare interfere with the messenger of your ancestors?" I had the speaker on full volume, and the vibration almost shook my head off. The lizards cringed, and I set my solar for a narrow beam and ran it around the door jamb. There was a great crunching and banging from the junk piled against it, and then the door swung free. I threw it open. Before they could protest, I had pushed the priests out through it. The rest of their clan showed up at the foot of the stairs and made a great ruckus while I finished welding the door shut. Running through the crowd, I faced up to the first lizard in his tub. He sank slowly beneath the surface. "What lack of courtesy!" I shouted. He made little bubbles in the water. "The ancestors are annoyed and have decided to forbid entrance to the inner temple forever, though out of kindness they will let the waters flow. Now I must return. On with the ceremony." The torture master was too frightened to move, so I grabbed out his hot iron. A touch on the side of my face dropped a steel plate over my eyes, under the plastiskin. Then I jammed the iron hard into my phony eye sockets, and the plastic gave off an authentic odour. A cry went up from the crowd as I dropped the iron and staggered in blind circles. I must admit, it went off pretty well. Before they could get any more bright ideas, I threw the switch, and my plastic pterodactyl sailed in through the door. I couldn't see it, of course, but I knew it had arrived when the grapplers in the claws latched onto the steel plates in my shoulders. I had got turned around after the eye burning, and my flying beast hooked onto me backward. I had meant to sail out bravely, blind eyes facing into the sunset. Instead, I faced the crowd as I soared away, so I made the most of a bad situation and threw them a snappy military salute. Then I was out in the fresh air and away. When I lifted the plate and poked holes in the seared plastic, I could see the pyramid growing smaller behind me, water gushing out of the base, and a happy crowd of reptiles sporting in its radioactive rush. I counted off on my talons to see if I had forgotten anything. 1. The beacon was repaired. 2. The door was sealed, so there should be no more sabotage, accidental or deliberate. 3. The priests should be satisfied. The water was running again. My eyes had been duly burned out, and they were back in business, which added up to 4. The fact that they would probably let another repairman in, under the same conditions, if the beacon conked out again. At least I'd done nothing, like butchering a few of them, that would make them antagonistic towards future ancestral messengers. I stripped off my tattered lizard suit back in the ship, very glad that it would be some other repairman who'd get the job. End of The Repairman by Harry Harrison.
Solar Stiff by Charles A. Stouffer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Solar Stiff by Charles A. Stouffer. Totem poles are a dime a dozen north of 63 degrees. But only Ketch, the lying Eskimo, vowed they dropped out of the frigid northern skies. Phobos 5 gazed at the white expanse ahead, trying to determine where his ship would crash. Something was haywire in the fuel system of his inter-star runabout. He was losing altitude fast, so fast that all 5 pairs of his eyes couldn't focus on a place to land. 5 pairs of arms, each pair about 3 feet apart on the log-like body, pushed buttons and rotated controls frantically, but to no avail. In a few short minutes it would be all over for Phobos 5. Even if by some miracle he remained unhurt after crashing, he would die shortly thereafter. The frigid climatic conditions of the third planet were deadly to a Mercurian. He thought once of donning his spacesuit, but decided against it. That would merely prolong the agony. From Planet 3, when one has a smashed space cruiser, there is no return. Phobos 5 knew that death was riding with him in the helpless ship. The situation did not unnecessarily dismay him. Mercurians are philosophers. Phobos 5 ceased to manipulate the unresponding controls. Stretching his trunk-like torso to its full 20 feet, 4 heads gazed through observation ports at the 4 points of the compass, while the remaining head desultorily watched the instrument panel. Since die he must, Phobos 5 would meet his end stoically, and 5 pairs of stumpy arms folded over 5 chests in a coordinated gesture of resignation. Phobos 5 thought fleetingly of his wife Lingua 4 and remembered with some annoyance that she was the author of his present predicament. A social climber, Phobos 5 thought to himself, but aside from that a good wife and mother in addition to being a reigning beauty. Lingua 4 was tall even for a Mercurian. Already she scaled 7 dergs, or in Earth terms, 14 feet, and was beginning to show evidences of a 5th head. 5 heads were rarely found on females, and Phobos 5 was justly proud of his good fortune. In all Mercury at the present time, he knew of but 2 females possessing 5 heads, and soon Lingua 4 would be the 3rd of her sex to be thus endowed. Yes, thought Phobos 5, a woman to be proud of. For today, after 3 vargs of marriage, the memory of her trim trunk with 4 pairs of eyes laughing mischievously filled his 5 brains with flame. Slim as a birch, she stood in his memory, and 8 eyes whispered lovers' thoughts across space and time. Phobos 5 recalled his 5 minds from their nostalgic reverie and gazed at the contour of the earth that was rushing up to meet him. White, blazing white, reflecting the rays of the midnight sun, covered the region as far as the eye could reach. Good, thought Phobos 5, the polar regions. That means the end will come quickly. 1 or 2 seconds at most of that bitter cold would be enough. Turning away from the windows, Phobos 5 let his thoughts return to Lingua 4, to Phobos 2, his sun, and his home on the first planet from the sun. Ah, that is the place to live, thought Phobos. The temperature an unchanging 327 degrees, just comfortably warm, where one could enjoy a life of warmth and ease. Too bad that he would not live to see it again. 30 vargs, he reflected, is such a short time. With luck, perhaps he may have lived to see 100 vargs slip by. And perhaps in time he may have added 3 more heads and 5 dergs in length to his towering trunk. He thought of Phobos 2, and wondered idly if his son would also visit the barbarian worlds to collect data for Lingua 4. He wished that he could have seen more of Phobos 2. There's an up-and-coming lad, he thought, not quite 2 vargs old and 2 heads already. Yes, indeed, he's quite a boy, Phobos 5 remembered proudly. Maybe his mother will keep him at home instead of running him all over the universe to get material for her committees. He wished that Lingua 4 would settle down and be content as a housewife, but he doubted that she would. Social ambition was boring like a termite under her bark. Lingua 4 was determined to be the First Lady of Arbor, the capital city of Mercury. To this end Lingua 4 had labored unceasingly. She was president of half the women's clubs of Arbor. She could always be depended upon to furnish the best in new and diverting subjects. She headed almost all the committees for aid or research on any type of problem. It was owing to Lingua 4 being president of the Committee for Undernourished Arborians that Phobos 5 was making this ill-starred trip. His purpose was to capture a few of the upright, divided-trunk animals that inhabited the third planet. They were to be transported to Mercury and given over to scientific study as to their edible qualities. If it were found that the divided-trunk creatures were fit for Mercurian consumption, the problem of undernourishment would no longer exist, since the supply of divided trunks was seemingly inexhaustible. Mercurians had made expeditions to the third planet before, and every report concluded with divided trunk creatures increasing in number. Privately, Phobos 5 doubted the possibility of using the divided trunks for food, since the last expedition once again reported a complete lack of captives due to the frail and tenuous bodies of the divided trunks. Then, too, transportation and preservation posed a tremendous problem, not to mention the difficulty of trying to eat something that might vaporize on your fork. But then these questions may never arise, he decided. For all the reports perused by Phobos 5, not one expedition had succeeded in bringing a divided trunk to Mercury. All reports were read to the last letter by Phobos 5 before assembling equipment for his own trip. In the reports he had noted many of the difficulties of the earlier missions. Planet 3 was impossible for a Mercurian without a heated spacesuit. The temperature of Planet 3 was so low that it would literally freeze a Mercurian stiff in a matter of seconds. The casualties of the early expeditions had been numerous. Many Mercurians had succumbed to the bitter cold due to flaws in spacesuits and other accidents. A break in the suit meant instant death. The victims of such mishaps were invariably buried in the isolated, sparsely inhabited polar regions to avoid alarming the divided trunk creatures. It was strange, mused Phobos 5, that the divided trunks were seemingly unable to bear the slightest increase in temperature. Their bodies disintegrated upon contact with a Mercurian. Some were roped and dragged from a distance up to the doors of the spaceships, but no inhabitant of Planet 3 had been closer to Mercury than the airlock of the space cruisers. As the divided trunk people were dragged into the airlock, warm air from the ship would be pumped into the lock to dispel the frigid air of Planet 3. As the warmth of Mercury enveloped the divided trunks, they became quite red, began to melt, and finally dissolved into a gaseous state, leaving a small pile of ashes and a disagreeable odor in the airlock that sometimes lingered for days. Phobos 5 believed he had the solution for these obstacles in the path of scientific study of the divided trunks. He decided to use guile in place of strength. For this reason he had come alone in a small space runabout to put his solution to the test. But his solution now could never be tried, he remembered morosely. In the aft compartment Phobos 5 had constructed a refrigeration plant. By maintaining a constant degree of frigidity he hoped to deliver a pair of each species of divided trunks to Mercury. He hoped especially to capture a complete set and perhaps a few over to make up for breakage and losses. As to what form of sustenance the divided trunks were accustomed to, he had no idea whatsoever. He had intended to bring samples of earth, vegetation, and anything else that may have suggested a source of food for the divided trunks. The thought too had occurred to him that possibly the divided trunk creatures ate one another. On the possibility of this, Phobos 5 had determined to capture 3 black ones, 3 white ones, 3 yellows, 3 browns, and 3 reds, and 3 of any other color that he might find. He rather doubted that more colors or combination of colors existed. All previous expedition reports had mentioned only the 5 colors. However, Phobos 5 had determined to keep several eyes open on the off chance that he might find a new and different species. His refrigerator was modeled along the architectural lines of the dens of the divided trunks. The main room of the refrigerator opened to the outside of the ship by means of a small airlock. A Mercurian-sized airlock was not needed for the divided trunks, as few had been found to be much over 3 dergs in height. Winches and cables to pull the divided trunks into the refrigerator were installed in the refrigerator room itself to avoid burning the divided trunks with hot cables from other parts of the ship. In addition, Phobos 5 had cunningly devised a refrigerated trap. This too was designed to simulate the caves of the divided trunk creatures, but was smaller. It was constructed with entrances readily seen and exits well hidden. Phobos 5 had expected great things of his trap. He had conceived the idea after reading the report of the Mercurian expedition that explored the dens of the divided trunks at some place marked Coney Island. According to the reports, the divided trunks showed no hesitancy in entering these types of dens. In fact, the writer of the report gave it as his opinion that the divided ones perhaps played games in these types of caves. It also mentioned that some of the dens were equipped with flat shiny surfaces that cast reflections or images. Phobos 5 had incorporated the image-making surfaces into his trap design. A pity that all this effort must be wasted, thought Phobos as he once more turned to the observation ports to check his remaining distance from the planet's surface. Seeing that his time was short, Phobos 5 turned all 5 faces forward in the Mercurian gesture of disdain for death. A moment later came the shock. A week later, the proprietor of a novelty shop in Fairbanks watched 2 natives with their dog team pulling something log-like through the snow toward the trading post. Turning to a customer, he remarked, "Here comes Ketch and Aku dragging in another totem pole. Guess that Ketch must be the biggest liar ever produced by the Eskimos. He tried to tell me that totem poles fall from the sky. Says he can always find one if he sees it fall because it's so hot it melts the snow around it. Personally, I think he should be elected president of the Liars Club, but I'll buy the totem pole anyway. Those pesky tourists always whittle a chunk out of my totem pole for a souvenir." "I'm glad he's bringing me another one," the storekeeper concluded. "The one he sold me last year is about whittled away." End of Solar Stiff by Charles A. Stouffer.
Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Lillis. Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklin. So the baby had a pet monster, and so nobody but baby could see it, and so a couple of men dropped out of thin air to check and see if the monster was licensed or not. So what's strange about that? Baby didn't cry all day because he had a monster for a playmate, but I didn't know he had a playmate, and much less did I know it was a monster. The honest truth is that for the first time since baby was born, I had my nerves under control, and I didn't dare investigate why he wasn't crying. I got all the ironing done, all of it, mind you, and I got Harry's work clothes mended, and I also read 3 installments of a Saturday Evening Post serial I'd been saving. And besides this, Mabel, my neighbor, and I had a couple of 3 cups of coffee. We also had a giggling fit. I remember once we went off into hysterics at the picture of ourselves we had, 2 haggard old wrecks of women worn out at 23 from too much work around the house. But thank heavens baby hasn't cried all day, I gurgled when we came out of it. Neither is mine, said Mabel, who isn't due for 6 months. Mabel, honest, you kill me, I said, and excuse me while I comb my messy hair because I'm not a wreck. Harry said so. He says I'm still the best hunk of female pulchritude he's met since high school, and we've been married 2 years. I went into the bathroom, leaving Mabel choking hysterically behind me. When I came out of the bathroom, she was hysterical, but in a different way. She'd discovered why Harry Jr. wasn't crying. She'd been in the nursery. Her face was white as an eggshell. "He's playing with something," she chattered. "It's alive. I heard it cooing back." I ran 3 steps to baby's crib. 1 on the corner of Little Jack Horner, 1 on the sheep of Little Bo Peep, 1 on the cupboard of Old Mother Hubbard. "Baby!" I almost screamed, but baby cooed and gurgled and laughed and rocked back and forth in his diapers. He was playing with his teething ring, but something was trying to jerk the teething ring out of his hands, and baby liked it. Baby lost his hold on the teething ring and fell on his back. The teething ring stayed up in the air and then by itself moved towards baby's waving hands and let him get a hold of it. Mabel screeched through her teeth. "Baby's got it! The monster's got it! Now baby's got it!" She began to collapse. "Don't faint," I snapped, "and don't let's play tennis." I was shaking. I reached into the crib. My hands closed around something that put ice water in my vertebrae. It was a monster. "It's got fur," I whispered. I felt some more. "And clammy scales." I lifted it out of the crib. "And a trunk." I was determined to save baby. Baby cried. We got some chairs and sat there for 10 minutes close together while baby played with the invisible monster. "I don't know what to do," I said. "It's alive. Maybe it's poisonous. But it's friendly. Maybe it's another baby." "From another dimension," said Mabel. "Rot," I said. I think I picked that up from the detective in the Saturday Evening Post serial. Let's keep our heads. If baby keeps his, said my friend Mabel. That got me. I've got to call Harry, I chattered. They don't like him to be called at work, but I've got to call him. You'll just worry him, said Mabel. Call the police. No, I said. I felt like crying myself. Baby was so happy. Maybe the baby monster was happy, too. The police would do something awful to it, but what about my maternal instinct? Something told me I simply had to save my baby. I've got to call Harry, I insisted, and I went to the phone. The dial tone sounded peculiar, I remember, but I called Harry's place of employment. A brisk female voice cut in. What number are you calling, please? Charlemont, 7890, I whispered. Sorry, you must have the wrong dimension. There was a click as she disconnected. I sat like a statue. A haggard statue with a greasy house dress on. A statue that hadn't plucked its eyebrows in 2 months. I had a lot of nerve. I was a bad mother and a poor mistress, and I had a swell husband who would lie like a trooper. I wasn't any good. I was ugly. I was greasy. I cried. Mabel, I choked. It took her a while to get it out from me, and then her blue eyes flashed. I told you, she cried, from another dimension. In her broken-down green wedgies, she clattered toward the door. I heard her fighting it. She couldn't get it open. Then she tried a window. It opened, but she couldn't stick her hand out. She flung herself around. Stella, she said, with a quiver of that good-looking short upper lip of hers, we're trapped in. We're in the middle of some kind of fantasy. It's a crazy world we're living in, Stella. A-bombs and H-bombs and flying saucers and space flight. It's all the fiction stuff coming true. Now we're lost in some other dimension, and I have to get dinner in the oven. Please, I mumbled. Let's don't get desperate about the wrong things. I tried all the doors and windows in the house, and it was true. We were trapped in. There was some barrier surrounding the house. There wasn't anything to see outside except a kind of gray steam. We went back to check on baby. He was still playing with the monster. I bent over the crib and held a fluffy 50-cent toy bear out. The baby monster took it invisibly out of my hand. He shoved it at baby. Baby squealed so darned happily, and I began to get some perspective. Suspicion is wrong, I told Mabel, all the time. That's what that article we read a couple of months ago in Your World said. Remember you and I decided we'd never be suspicious? Maybe that's the reason we're happy, if dirty. We don't suspect anybody of anything if we can help it, and now's no time to start. The monster is baby's friend. Mabel shuddered. Okay, she said, but I'm still worried about getting dinner in the oven. Bill's liable to... Ha! Now you're being suspicious, I said, lousy with virtue. Quit worrying. I'm going to call Harry again. This time I was a lot calmer. I decided to trust the universe a little more. I dialed Harry's number again. A scratchy male voice answered. Sorry, this dimension is in use. Would you please get off the line? I dug a few trenches and established a line of fire. Listen, I said, I'm in trouble. A dame? He said wonderingly. Yeah, a dame, I cried. What's so unusual about a dame? Why does every male in Kingdom Come get that note in his voice when he talks with a dame? Sure, I'm a dame, a good-looking dame. I'd like to punch you in the eye to prove it. He laughed. He must have turned away from the phone. It's a dame. Okay, find out what she wants. Spill it, he said into the phone. I spilled it. What's that address again? He asked. I told him. Nah, he said impatiently. The planet, and the year. I told him. He must have turned away from the phone again, because I heard him say off stage, They're only 10 years away. I was numb. He came back on the line. And what's this about a baby monster? Fur? Scales? A trunk? The size of Harry Jr.? Ma'am, we'll be there in a jiff. And he hung up. Mabel was nervously hanging on my ear, but I didn't get a chance to answer her questions. The door in the living room opened, and they walked in. For a second I saw a ship that looked like a cake pan hanging in the gray steam. Then they closed the door and grinned at us. Instinctively, Mabel and I tried to shrink our bust lines. Hello, said the tall one. He scratched his hairy chest and grinned wider. He was carrying a piece of machinery that looked like a camera on a tripod. Let me introduce myself, he said. Jake Comstock. We come over to do you dames a favor. We'll kick you back where you belong. Yeah, I said, I'll bet. And this here is Beanie Rosine. He's my partner. We, work together. Hi there, said Beanie. Where's the monster? Introductions, said Jake, casting him a hard look. Manners. So I introduced us. I'm Mrs. Weaver, I said, and this is my neighbor, Mrs. Aspectia. Pleased to meet you girls, grinned Jake. You, Blondie, he was looking at me. You must be the one talked on the phone. I like the way you handled Beanie. Real cute. He dropped the tripod thing in a corner and sidled toward me. Now where's this monster? He asked, slipping his hand around my bare arm and grinning down at me. I knew better than to play rough, so I just looked down at his hand and didn't stop looking at it until he took it away. He lost a lot of his grin. So where is it? He said, his voice turning hard and unpleasant. Don't worry about that, I said. Matter of fact, I'm getting so the monster doesn't worry me. He's been playing with Baby all day, and Baby hasn't objected. The main thing I'd like you gentlemen to do for us is to get busy moving us back to our own dimension." "That's right," said Mabel, her hands on her hips. "And let us know right now what the charges are going to be, if any." "No charge," said the runt Beanie, staring fascinated at her legs. "Except we're taking the monster with us. Real expensive, them monsters. Drinkos, they're called. They get lost in the dimensions now and then. Picked one up on Pluto 50 years or so ago. "Ago?" I said. "A-come," he corrected. "Listen," I said, making up my mind. "You can't have the monster. He's kept Baby happy all day, but I'll tell you what I'll do. Tell me what he eats and what to do for him, and I'll keep him. I've got $25 in poker winnings you can have. Okay, Jake?" Jake broke out laughing. "You kids are terrific," he said. "You don't know what the score is. You're cute." "Thanks," I said bitterly. "You restore my confidence. I feel myself blooming under your hungry gaze." "Those Drinkos are worth a couple million credits, is what I'm getting at, and you offer us a stinking $25? Tell you what, Blondie," he winked at me, "you kids are overworked. One look and you can tell that. Well, Beanie and me have got a little cabin up on Dimension L, cut off from everything. The four of us can go there and have a fine old time. We could stay there a month and still get you back in here in time to kiss your husbands when they get back from work. What do you say, Blondie? And you can keep the Drinko." "We are accepting no propositions this week," said Mabel with dignity. "Ah, a couple of killjoys," growled Beanie, wandering off toward the hall. Mabel looked at me and then picked up a vase off the mantel over the fireplace. I gave her the nod. "Stay away from that Drinko," she warned Beanie, "or I'll let you have it." Beanie was annoyed. He stopped, looked imploringly at Jake. Jake giggled as if the whole thing tickled his sense of humor and walked cat-footed toward Mabel. She let go of the vase with a right-handed swing. He had his right arm out stiff in front of him, though, and the vase shied off and smashed against the television set. Then he grabbed Mabel in a bear hug. That set me off. I had a yearning for Harry then. He would have laid these mugs out, and that's all they were, mugs, cheap crooks. I hopped on one leg, yanking off my Oxfords. I brought the heel down on Jake's curly head, but it didn't do a thing for him except make him mad. He brought his arm back, cursing at me. It caught me on my lipstick. I remember being surprised that he was actually knocking me out, but that's what he did. When I woke up, the first thing I knew was that Harry Jr. was screaming. I groggily stood up and stepped over Mabel, who was just beginning to moan. I went to the nursery and grabbed up my baby. "Don't cry," I begged him. "Don't be mad. I'll get your Drinko back. Those dirty thieves, I'll get it back." I held him under one arm, his pants dripping. I think I looked like a Pekingese with my hair over my eyes. I went to the phone, dialed Harry's number, and got the same routine. "I don't have the wrong dimension," I cried before the operator could hang up. "This is an emergency. A couple of crooks stole my Drinko. Please get me the Dimension Police." "You have a Drinko?" the operator asked cautiously. "There must be some mistake. You are calling from Earth. From 1954? I am sorry. Congress ruled Earth 1954 could not be connected with the Dimension System. It would be impossible for you to own a Drinko." "Some crooks from 1964 stole my Drinko," I insisted. "One moment, please. The supervisor informs me this is an unauthorized call. It will be necessary to conduct a police investigation." There were clickings, there were buzzings, there were groups of fuzzy, far-off voices, and finally the police came in. "A couple of crooks stole my baby's Drinko," I repeated loudly. "I demand my rights as a Dimension citizen." "Two thieves confiscated your Drinko?" a dry voice said. "Very well. Describe them, please. Describe characteristics, phrases, expressions, and voice intonations also." I described them. "Very good. Did you say Earth 1954? Excellent. Only a matter of 6 dimensions and 30 years. We shall investigate immediately." He hung up. "Hi, Stella," said Mabel, up on one elbow and looking fuzzily at me. "You think I'll get out of this in time to get Bill's dinner in the oven? Bill's so darn touchy about dinner." "Teach him a lesson, then," I snapped, disgusted with her, and running to the door because somebody was knocking there. "Train him, disappoint him, break his pattern, don't have dinner. Good evening, gentlemen," I said as I opened the door. The police came in. They had Beanie. They had Jake. There were 3 police. The one in front, a young, nice-looking one, touched his cap and smiled quietly. "Here's your Drinko, ma'am," he said, but I already knew the Drinko was back. Harry Jr. stopped crying. He gurgled happily. Somehow, I was willing to bet, he could see the Drinko. I put him on the floor, and the policeman put the Drinko on the floor. It was beautiful, those squeals that came from my baby. The young policeman smiled again, a quiet, tanned smile. "We want to thank you, ma'am. These 2 are the worst criminals in the Dimension System. I want you to know you may have the Drinko as a reward for your part in apprehending them. Also, I wish to say that I admire you for your trippo in pretending to be a Dimension citizen when, of course, you are not." "Trippo?" I said. "Spunk, if you prefer." "Well, I had to get my baby's Drinko back," I said. "Naturally," he smiled. "Drinkos make wonderful pets. The day may come when Earth 1954 will be connected with Dimension System, and then more Drinkos will be available. Can't we, I asked, just stay alone in our quiet nook of space? I thought too, said Mabel, getting to her feet at last and throwing her hair back. And is there any chance of getting out of here? It's exciting, thrilling, and romantic, but Bill still has to eat. Immediately, madam. It is merely a matter of disengaging the chrono beam, which happened to become tangled in space-time with the gravitonic structure of the neutronic chronofield. Well, said Mabel, that explains it, and so clearly. They set up an instrument that looked like the one Jake and Beanie had. They sighted along the diagonals of the room and pressed buttons. Then they opened the door. In 2 minutes, ma'am, the smiling cop said. Good day. It is my hope that we shall meet again. They disappeared out the door. Sure enough, there was a cake-pan ship hanging in the gray steam. They piled into it and the ship moved off, wobbling until I couldn't see it any more. A minute later the gray steam melted away, and so did Mabel. Harry came home on schedule. Baby has hardly cried all day, I told him happily. What a relief! I got a lot of your old clothes mended, and I read 3 installments of the Saturday Evening Post serial. Fine, said Harry, looking around. What else happened? Not much, I said, deciding to break it to him gradually. Except we've got a Drinko. I took him into the nursery. Baby was sound asleep. I suppose the Drinko was too. There he is, I said, pointing to the depression at the foot of the crib. That's the Drinko. I told Harry the whole story. He listened with a straight face. Well, he said, what thrilling adventures you have. Tell me, isn't this sort of thing sometimes too exciting? Not at all, I said, deciding to feed his stomach before I really tried to convince him. It all comes under the heading of the drab, routine duties of a housewife. Come on now. Dinner's ready. End of Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklin. Read by Aaron Lillis. www.cheerydreary.com.
Week on Square Roots by Russell Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bernard Walker. Week on Square Roots by Russell Burton. As his coach sped through dusk-darkened Jersey meadows, Ronald Lovegear, 14 years with Allied Electronics, embraced his burden with both arms, silently cursing the engineer who was deliberately rocking the train. In his thin chest he nursed the conviction that some day there would be an intelligent robot at the throttle of the 510 to Philadelphia. He carefully moved one hand and took a notebook from his pocket. That would be a good thing to mention at the office next Monday. Again he congratulated himself for having induced his superiors to let him take home the company's most highly developed mechanism to date. He had already forgiven himself for the little white lie that morning. Pascal, he had told them, is a little weak on the square roots. That had done it. Old Harwick would never permit an Allied computer to hit the market that was not the absolute master of square roots. If Lovegear wanted to work on Pascal on his own time, it was fine with the boss. Ronald Lovegear consulted his watch. He wondered if his wife would be on time. He had told Corinne twice over the phone to bring the station wagon to meet him. But she had been so forgetful lately. It was probably the new house. 6 rooms to keep up, without a maid, was quite a chore. His pale eyes blinked. He had a few ideas along that line, too. He smiled and gave the crate a gentle pat. Corinne was at the station, and she had brought the station wagon. Lovegear managed to get the crate to the stairs of the coach, where he consented to the assistance of a porter. "It's not really heavy," he told Corinne, as he and the porter waddled through the crowd. "Actually only 57 pounds 4 ounces. Aluminum casing, you know?" "No, I didn't," began Corinne. "But it's delicate," he continued. "If I should drop this?" He shuddered. After the crate had been placed lengthwise in the rear of the station wagon, Corinne watched Ronald tuck a blanket around it. "It's not very cold, Ronald." "I don't want it to get bounced around," he said. "Now, please, Corinne, do drive carefully." Not until she had driven half a block did he kiss her on the cheek. Then He glanced anxiously over his shoulder at the rear seat. Once he thought Corinne hit a rut that could have been avoided. Long after Corinne had retired that night, she heard Ronald pounding with a brass hammer down in his den. At first she had insisted he take the crate out to his workshop. He looked at her with scientific aloofness, and asked if she had the slightest conception of what this is worth. She hadn't, and she went to bed. It was only another one of his gestures which was responsible for these weird dreams. That night she dreamed Ronald brought home a giant octopus, which insisted on doing the dishes for her. In the morning she woke up feeling unwanted. Downstairs, Ronald had already put on the coffee. He was wearing his robe, and the pinched grayness of his face told Corinne he had been up half the night. He poured coffee for her, and smiled wanly. "If I had any commitments today, Corinne, will you please see that they are taken care of? But you were supposed to get the wallpaper for the guest room." I know, dear. But time is so short. They may want Pascal back any day. For the next week or two, I shall want to devote most of my time." Pascal? Yes, the machine, the computer. He smiled at her ignorance. We usually name the expensive jobs. You see, a computer of this nature is really the heart and soul of the mechanical man we will construct. Corinne didn't see, but in a few minutes she strolled towards the den, balancing her coffee in both hands. With one elbow she eased the door open. There it was, an innocent polished cabinet reaching up to her shoulders. Ronald had removed one of the plates from its side, and she peeped into the section where the heart and soul might be located. She saw only an unanatomical array of vacuum tubes and electrical relays. She felt Ronald at her back. "It looks like the inside of a jukebox," she said. He beamed. The same relay systems used in the simple jukebox are incorporated in a computer. He placed one hand lovingly on the top of the cabinet. "But, Ronald, it doesn't even resemble a mechanical man." "That's because it doesn't have any appendages as yet. You know, arms and legs. That's a relatively simple adjustment." He winked at Corinne with a great air of complicity. "And I have some excellent ideas along that line. Now, run along, because I'll be busy most of the day." Corinne ran along. She spent most of the day shopping for weekend necessities. On an irrational last-minute impulse, perhaps an unconscious surrender to the machine age, she dug in the grocery deep-freeze and brought out a couple of purple steaks. That evening she had to call Ronald 3 times for dinner, and when he came out of the den she noticed that he closed the door the way one does upon a small child. He chatted about inconsequential matters all through dinner. Corinne knew that his work was going smoothly. A few minutes later she was to know how smoothly. It started when she began to put on her apron to do the dishes. "Let that go for now, dear," Ronald said, taking the apron from her. He went into the den, returning with a small black box covered with push-buttons. "Now observe carefully," he said, his voice pitched high. He pushed one of the buttons, waited a second with his ear cocked towards the den, then pushed another. Corinne heard the turning of metal against metal, and she slowly turned her head. "Oh!" She suppressed a shriek, clutching Ronald's arm so tightly he almost dropped the control box. Pascal was walking under his own effort, considerably taller now with the round aluminum legs Ronald had given him. 2 metal arms also hung at the sides of the cabinet. One of these rose stiffly as though for balance. Corinne's mouth opened as she watched the creature jerk awkwardly across the living room. "Oh, Ronald, the fishbowl!" Ronald stabbed knowingly at several buttons. Pascal pivoted towards them, but not before his right arm swung out and, almost contemptuously, brushed the fishbowl to the floor. Corinne closed her eyes at the crash. Then she scooped up several little golden bodies and rushed for the kitchen. When she returned, Ronald was picking up pieces of glass, dabbing at the pool of water with one of her bathroom towels. Pascal, magnificently aloof, was standing in the center of the mess. "I'm sorry." Ronald looked up. "It was my fault. I got confused on the buttons." But Corinne's glances towards the rigid Pascal held no indictment. She was only mystified. There was something wrong here. "But Ronald, he's so ugly without a head. I thought that all robots—" "Oh, no," he explained. "We would put heads on them for display purposes only. Admittedly, that captures the imagination of the public. That little adapter shaft at the top could be the neck, of course." He waved Corinne aside and continued his experiments with the homemade robot. Pascal moved in controlled spasms around the living room. Once he walked just a little too close to the floor-length window, and Corinne stood up nervously. But Ronald apparently had mastered the little black box. With complete confidence, Corinne went into the kitchen to do the dishes. Not until she was elbow-deep in suds did she recall her dreams about the octopus. She looked over her shoulder, and the curious, unwanted feeling came again. The following afternoon, after Ronald had cancelled their Sunday drive into the country, Pascal, with constant exhortations by Ronald at the black box, succeeded in vacuum cleaning the entire living room. Ronald was ecstatic. "Now do you understand?" he asked Corinne. "A mechanical servant! Think of it! Of course mass production may be years away, but—" "Everyone will have Thursday nights off," said Corinne. But Ronald was already jabbing at buttons as Pascal dragged the vacuum cleaner back to its niche in the closet. Later, Corinne persuaded Ronald to take her to a movie, but not until the last moment was she certain that Pascal wasn't going to drag along. Every afternoon of the following week, Ronald Lovegear called from a laboratory in New York to ask how Pascal was getting along. "Just fine," Corinne told him on Thursday afternoon. "But he certainly ruined some of the tomato plants in the garden. He just doesn't seem to hoe in a straight line. Are you certain it's the green button I push?" "It's probably one of the pressure regulators," interrupted Ronald. "I'll check it when I get home." Corinne suspected by his lowered voice that Mr. Hardwick had walked into the lab. That night Pascal successfully washed and dried the dishes, cracking only one cup in the process. Corinne spent the rest of the evening sitting in the far corner of the living room, thumbing the pages of a magazine. On the following afternoon, prompted perhaps by the perverse female trait which demands completion of all projects once started, Corinne lingered for several minutes in the vegetable department at the grocery. She finally picked out a fresh, round, and blushing pumpkin. Later in her kitchen, humming a little tune under her breath, Corinne deftly maneuvered a paring knife to transform the pumpkin into a very reasonable facsimile of a man's head. She placed the pumpkin over the tiny shaft between Pascal's box-shaped shoulders and stepped back. She smiled at the moon-faced idiot grinning back at her. He was complete and not bad-looking. But just before she touched the red button once and the blue button twice, which sent Pascal stumbling out to the backyard to finish weeding the circle of pansies before dinner, she wondered about the gash that was his mouth. She distinctly remembered carving it so that the ends curved upward into a frozen and quite harmless smile. But one end of the toothless grin seemed to sag a little, like a cynical smile of one who knows his powers have been underestimated. Corinne would not had to worry about her husband's reaction to the new vegetable top Pascal. Ronald accepted the transformation good-naturedly, and thinking that a little levity, once in a while, was a good thing. "And after all," said Corinne later that evening, "I'm the one who has to spend all day in the house with—" she lowered her voice, "with Pascal." But Ronald wasn't listening. He retired to his den to finish the plans for the mass production of competent mechanical men, one for every home in America. He fell asleep with the thought. Corinne and Pascal spent the next 2 weeks going through pretty much the same routine. He methodically jolting through the household chores, she walking aimlessly from room to room, smoking too many cigarettes. She began to think of Pascal as a boarder. Strange. At first he had been responsible for that unwanted feeling, but now his helpfulness around the house had lightened her burden. And he was so cheerful all the time, after living with Ronald's preoccupied frown for 7 years. After luncheon one day, when Pascal neglected to shut off the garden hose, she caught herself scolding him as if he were human. Was that a shadow from the curtain waving in the breeze, or did she see a hurt look flit across the mouth of the pumpkin? Corinne put out her hand and patted Pascal's cylindrical wrist. It was warm. Flesh-warm. She hurried upstairs and stood breathing heavily with her back to the door. A little later she thought she heard someone with a heavy step, moving around downstairs. "I left the control box down there," she thought. "Of course, it's absurd." At 4 o'clock she went slowly down the stairs to start Ronald's dinner. Pascal was standing by the refrigerator exactly where she had left him. Not until she had started to peel the potatoes did she notice the little bouquet of pansies in the center of the table. Corinne felt she needed a strong cup of tea. She put the water on and placed a cup on the kitchen table. Not until she was going to sit down did she decide that perhaps Pascal should be in the other room. She pressed the red button, the one which should turn him around, and the blue button, which should make him walk into the living room. She heard a little buzz of mechanical life as Pascal began to move. But he did not go into the other room. He was holding a chair for her, and she sat down rather heavily. A sudden rush of pleasure reddened her cheeks. Not since sorority days. Before Pascal's arms moved away, she touched his wrist again, softly. Only this time her hand lingered, and his wrist was warm. "When do they want Pascal back at the lab?" she asked Ronald at dinner that evening, trying to keep her voice casual. Ronald smiled. "I think I might have him indefinitely, my dear. I've got Hardwick convinced I'm working on something revolutionary." He stopped. "Oh, Corinne, you spilled coffee all over yourself." The following night, Ronald was late in getting home from work. It was raining outside the Newark station, and the cabs deliberately evaded him. He finally caught a bus, which deposited him 1 block from his house. He cut through the back alley, hurrying through the rain. Just before he started up the stairs, he glanced through the lighted kitchen window. He stopped, gripping the railing for support. In the living room were Pascal and Corinne. Pascal was reclining leisurely from the fireside chair. Corinne was standing in front of him. It was the expression on her face which stopped Ronald Lovegear. The look was a compound of restraint and compulsion, the reflection of some deep struggle in Corinne's soul. Then she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips to Pascal's full, fleshy pumpkin mouth. Slowly, one of Pascal's aluminum arms moved up and encircled her waist. Mr. Lovegear stepped back into the rain. He stood there for several minutes. The rain curled around the brim of his hat, dropped to his face, and rolled down his cheeks with the slow agitation of tears. When, finally, he walked around to the front and stamped heavily up the stairs, Corinne greeted him with a flush in her cheeks. Ronald told her that he didn't feel quite up to dinner. Just coffee, please. When it was ready, he sipped slowly, watching Corinne's figure as she moved around the room. She avoided looking at the aluminum figure in the chair. Corinne stood looking at the closed door and listened to the furious pounding. 10 minutes later, Ronald came out and went straight to the phone. Yes, immediately, he told the man at the freight office. While he sat there waiting, Corinne walked upstairs. Ronald did not offer to help the freight men drag the box outside. When they had gone, he went into the den and came back with the pumpkin. He opened the back door and hurled it out into the rain. It cleared the back fence and rolled down the alley, stopping in a small puddle in the cinders. After a while, the water level reached the mouth, and there was a soft choking sound. The boy who found it the next morning looked at the mouth and wondered why anyone would carve such a sad jack-o'-lantern. End of Week on Square Roots by Russell Burton. Recording by Bernard Walker, Ottawa, Ontario.
Where the World is Quiet by Henry Kuttner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Where the World is Quiet by Henry Kuttner. Fra Raphael saw strange things, impossible things. Then there was the mystery of the 7 young virginal girls of Huascan. Fra Raphael drew the llama wool blanket closer about his narrow shoulders, shivering in the cold wind that screamed down from Huascan. His face held great pain. I rose, walked to the door of the hut, and peered through fog at the shadowy haunted lands that lifted toward the sky, the Cordilleras that made a rampart along Peru's eastern border. "There's nothing," I said. "Only the fog, Fra Raphael." He made the sign of the cross on his breast. "It is the fog that brings the terror," he said. "I tell you, Senor White, I have seen strange things these last few months. Impossible things. You are a scientist. Though we are not of the same religion, you also know that there are powers not of this earth." I didn't answer, so he went on. 3 months ago it began, after the earthquake. A native girl disappeared. She was seen going into the mountains towards Huascan along the pass, and she did not come back. I sent men out to find her. They went up the pass, found the fog grew thicker and thicker until they were blind and could see nothing. Fear came to them, and they fled back down the mountain. A week later another girl vanished. We found her footprints. The same canyon? See, and the same result. Now 7 girls have gone, one after the other, all in the same way. And I, Senor White. Fra Raphael's pale, tired face was sad as he glanced down at the stumps of his legs. I could not follow, as you see. 4 years ago an avalanche crippled me. My bishop told me to return to Lima, but I prevailed upon him to let me remain here, for these natives are my people, Senor. They know and trust me. The loss of my legs has not altered that." I nodded. "I can see the difficulty now, though." "Exactly. I cannot go to Huascan and find out what has happened to the girls. The natives, well, I chose 4 of the strongest and bravest and asked them to take me up the pass. I thought that I could overcome their superstitions, but I was not successful." "How far did you go?" I asked. "A few miles, not more than that. The fog grew thicker until we were blinded by it, and the way was dangerous. I could not make the men go on." Fra Raphael closed his eyes wearily. "They talked of old Incan gods and devils, Manco Capac and Oilo Huaco, the children of the sun. They are very much afraid, Senor White. They huddle together like sheep and believe that an ancient god has returned and is taking them away one by one. And one by one they are taken." "Only young girls," I mused, "and no coercion is used, apparently. What's up toward Huascan?" "Nothing but wild llamas and the condors, and snow, cold, desolation. These are the Andes, my friend." "Okay," I said. "It sounds interesting. As I'm an anthropologist, I owe it to the Foundation to investigate. Besides, I'm curious. Superficially, there is nothing very strange about the affair. 7 girls have disappeared in the unusually heavy fogs we've had ever since the earthquake. Nothing more." I smiled at him. "However, I think I'll take a look around and see what's so attractive about Huascan." "I shall pray for you," he said. "Perhaps, well, Senor, for all the loss of my legs, I am not a weak man. I can stand much hardship. I can ride a burro." "I don't doubt your willingness, Fra Rafael," I said, "but it's necessary to be practical. It's dangerous, and it's cold up there. Your presence would only handicap me. Alone I can go faster. Remember, I don't know how far I'll have to travel." The priest sighed. "I suppose you are right. When?" "Now. My burro's packed." "Your porters?" "They won't go," I said wryly. "They've been talking to your villagers. It doesn't matter. I'll go alone." I put out my hand, and Fra Rafael gripped it strongly. "Vaya con Dios," he said. I went out into the bright Peruvian sunlight. The Indios were standing in straggling knots, pretending not to watch me. My porters were nowhere in evidence. I grinned, yelled a sardonic goodbye, and started to lead the burro toward the pass. The fog vanished as the sun rose, but it lay still in the mountain canyons toward the west. A condor circled against the sky. In the thin, sharp air, the sound of a distant rockfall was distinctly audible. White Huascan towered far away. A shadow fell on me as I entered the pass. The burro plodded on, patient and obedient. I felt a little chill. The fog began to thicken. Yes, the Indios had talked to me. I knew their language, their old religion. Bastard descendants of the Incas, they still preserved a deep-rooted belief in the ancient gods of their ancient race, who had fallen with Huayna Capac, the great Incan, a year before Pizarro came raging into Peru. I knew the Quichua, the old tongue of the mother race, and so I learned more than I might have otherwise. Yet I had not learned much. The Indios said that something had come into the mountains near Huascan. They were willing to talk about it, but they knew little. They shrugged with apathetic fatalism. It called the young virgins, no doubt, for a sacrifice. Quien sabe? Certainly the strange thickening fog was not of this earth. Never before in the history of mankind had there been such a fog. It was, of course, the earthquake that had brought the visitant, and it was folly to seek it out. Well, I was an anthropologist, and knew the value of even such slight clues as this. Moreover, my job for the Foundation was done. My specimens had been sent through to Callao by pack train, and my notes were safe with Fra Rafael. Also, I was young, and the lure of far places and their mysteries was hot in my blood. I hoped I'd find something odd, even dangerous, at Huascan. I was young, therefore somewhat a fool. The first night I camped in a little cave, sheltered from the wind and snug enough in my fleece-lined sleeping bag. There were no insects at this height. It was impossible to make a fire, for there was no wood. I worried a bit about the burro freezing in the night. But he survived, and I repacked him the next morning with rather absurd cheerfulness. The fog was thick, yes, but not impenetrable. There were tracks in the snow where the wind had not covered them. A girl had left the village the day before my arrival, which made my task all the easier. So I went up into that vast, desolate silence, the fog closing in steadily, getting thicker and thicker, the trail getting narrower, until at last it was a mere track. And then I was moving blind. I had to feel my way, step by step, leading the burro. Occasionally tracks showed through the mist, showed that the native girl had walked swiftly, had run in places. So I assumed that the fog was less dense when she had come this way. As it happened, I was quite wrong about that. We were on a narrow path above a gorge when I lost the burro. I heard a scrambling and clashing of hooves on rock behind me. The rope jerked out of my hand, and the animal cried out almost articulately as it went over. I stood frozen, pressing against the stone, listening to the sound of the burro's fall. Finally, the distant noise died in a faint trickling of snow and gravel that faded into utter silence. So thick was the fog that I had seen nothing. I felt my way back to where the path had crumbled and rotten rock had given way under the burro's weight. It was possible for me to retrace my steps, but I did not. I was sure that my destination could not be much further. A lightly clad native girl could not have gone so far as Huascan itself. No, probably that day I would reach my goal. So I went on, feeling my way through the thick, silent fog. I was able to see only a few inches ahead of me for hours. Then, abruptly, the trail grew clearer, until at last I was moving in the shadowless, unearthly mist over hard-packed snow, following the clearly marked footprints of a girl's sandals. Then they vanished without warning, those prints, and I stood hesitant, staring around. I could see nothing, but a brighter glow in the misty canopy overhead marked the sun's position. I knelt and brushed away the snow with my hands, hoping to undo the wind's concealing work, but I found no more footprints. Finally I took my bearings as well as I could and plowed ahead in the general direction the girl had been traveling. My compass told me I was heading due south. The fog was a living, sentient thing now, secretive, shrouding the secret that lay beyond its gray wall. Suddenly I was conscious of a change. An electric tingle coursed through my body. Abruptly the fog wall brightened. Dimly, as through a translucent pane, I could make out vague images ahead of me. I began to move toward the images, and suddenly the fog was gone. Before me lay a valley. Blue-white moss carpeted it, except where reddish boulders broke the blueness. Here and there were trees. At least I assumed they were trees, despite their unfamiliar outline. They were like banyans, having dozens of trunks narrow as bamboo. Blue-leafed, they stood like immense bird cages on the pallid moss. The fog closed in behind the valley and above it. It was like being in a huge sunlit cavern. I turned my head, saw a gray wall behind me. Beneath my feet the snow was melting and running in tiny trickling rivulets among the moss. The air was warm and stimulating as wine. A strange and abrupt change, impossibly strange. I walked toward one of the trees, stopped at a reddish boulder to examine it, and surprise caught at my throat. It was an artifact, a crumbling ruin, the remnant of an ancient structure whose original appearance I could not fathom. The stone seemed iron hard. There were traces of inscription on it, but eroded to illegibility, and I never did learn the history of those enigmatic ruins. They did not originate on Earth. There was no sign of the native girl, and the resilient moss retained no tracks. I stood there staring around, wondering what to do now. I was tense with excitement, but there was little to see. Just that valley covering perhaps a half a mile before the fog closed in around it. Beyond that, I did not know what lay beyond that. I went on, into the valley, eyeing my surroundings curiously in the shadowless light that filtered through the shifting roof of fog. Foolishly, I expected to discover Incan artifacts. The crumbled red stones should have warned me. They were, I think, harder than metal, yet they had been here long enough for the elements to erode them into featureless shards. Had they been of earthly origin, they would have antedated mankind, antedated even the Neanderthaler man. Curious how our minds are conditioned to run in anthropomorphic lines. I was, though I did not know it, walking through a land that had its beginnings outside the known universe. The blue trees hinted at that. The crimson ruins told me that clearly. The atmospheric conditions, the fog, the warmth high up in the Cordilleras, were certainly not natural. Yet I thought the explanation lay in some geological warp, volcanic activity, subterranean gas vents. My vision reached a half mile, no farther. As I went on, the misty horizon receded. The valley was larger than I had imagined. It was like Elysium, where the shades of dead men stroll in the garden of Proserpine. Streamlets ran through the blue moss at intervals, chill as death from the snowy plains hidden in the fog. A sleepy world of streams. The ruins altered in appearance as I went on. The red blocks were still present, but there were now also remnants of other structures, made by a different culture, I thought. The blue trees grew more numerous. Leafy vines covered most of them now, saffron-tinted, making each strange tree a little room, screened by the lattice of the vines. As I passed close to one, a faint clicking sound, incongruously like the tapping of typewriter keys, but muffled. I saw a movement and turned, my hand going to the pistol in my belt. The thing came out of a tree hut and halted, watching me. I felt it watching me, though it had no eyes. It was a sphere of what seemed to be translucent plastic, glowing with shifting rainbow colors, and I sensed sentience, intelligence, in its horribly human attitude of watchful hesitation. 4 feet in diameter it was, and featureless save for the 3 ivory elastic tentacles that supported it and a fringe of long whip-like cilia about its diameter. Its waist, I thought. It looked at me, eyeless and cryptic. The shifting colors crawled over the plastic globe. Then it began to roll forward on the 3 supporting tentacles with a queer, swift gliding motion. I stepped back, jerking out my gun and leveling it. "Stop!" I said, my voice shrill. "Stop!" It stopped, quite as though it understood my words or the gesture of menace. The cilia fluttered about its spherical body. Bands of lambent color flashed. I could not rid myself of the curious certainty that it was trying to communicate with me. Abruptly it came forward again, purposefully. I tensed and stepped back, holding the gun aimed. My finger was tightening on the trigger when the thing stopped. I backed off, nervously tense, but the creature did not follow. After I had got about 50 yards, it turned back and retreated into the hut-like structure in the banyan tree. After that, I watched the trees warily as I passed them, but there were no other visitations of that nature. Scientists are reluctant to relinquish their so-called logic. As I walked, I tried to rationalize the creature, to explain it in the light of current knowledge. That it had been alive was certain. Yet it was not protoplasmic in nature. A plant, developed by mutation? Perhaps. But that theory did not satisfy me, for the thing had possessed intelligence, though of what order I did not know. But there were the 7 native girls, I reminded myself. My job was to find them, and quickly, too. I did, at last, find them. 6 of them, anyway. They were sitting in a row on the blue moss, facing one of the red blocks of stone, their backs toward me. As I mounted a little rise, I saw them motionless as bronze statues, and as rigid. I went down toward them, tense with excitement, expectancy. Odd that 6 native girls sitting in a row should fill me with such a feeling. They were so motionless that I wondered as I approached them if they were dead. But they were not. Nor were they, in the true sense of the word, alive. I gripped one by the bare shoulder, found the flesh surprisingly cold, and the girl seemed not to feel my touch. I swung her around to face me, and her black, empty eyes looked off into the far distance. Her lips were tightly compressed, slightly cyanosed. The pupils of her eyes were inordinately dilated, as if she was drugged. Indian style, she squatted cross-legged like the others. As I pulled her around, she toppled down on the moss, making no effort to stop herself. For a moment she lay there. Then, with slow, puppet-like motions, she returned to her former position and resumed that blank staring into space. I looked at the others. They were alike in their sleep-like withdrawal. It seemed as if their minds had been sucked out of them, that their very selves were elsewhere. It was a fantastic diagnosis, of course, but the trouble with those girls was nothing a physician could understand. It was psychic in nature, obviously. I turned to the first one and slapped her cheeks. "Wake up!" I commanded. "You must obey me. Waken!" But she gave no sign of feeling or seeing. I lit a match, and her eyes focused on the flame, but the size of her pupils did not alter. A shudder racked me. Then, abruptly, I sensed movement behind me. I turned. Over the blue moss, the 7th Indio girl was coming toward us. "Miranda," I said, "can you hear me?" Fra Rafael had told me her name. Her feet, I saw, were bare, and white frostbite blotches marked them, but she did not seem to feel any pain as she walked. Then I became aware that this was not a simple Indio girl. Something deep within my soul suddenly shrank back with instinctive revulsion. My skin seemed to crawl with a sort of terror. I began to shake so that it was difficult to draw my gun from its holster. There was just this young native girl walking slowly toward me, her face quite expressionless, her black eyes fixed on emptiness. Yet she was not like other Indios, not like the 6 other girls sitting behind me. I can only liken her to a lamp in which a hot flame burned. The others were lamps that were dead, unlit. The flame in her was not one that had been kindled on this earth, or in this universe, or in this space-time continuum either. There was life in the girl who had been Miranda Valle, but it was not human life. Some distant, skeptical corner of my brain told me that this was pure insanity, that I was deluded, hallucinated. Yes, I knew that, but it did not seem to matter. The girl who was walking so quietly across the blue yielding moss had wrapped about her like an invisible, intangible veil something of the alienage that men through the eons have called divinity. No mere human, I thought, could touch her. But I felt fear, loathing, emotions not associated with divinity. I watched, knowing that presently she would look at me, would realize my presence. Then, well, my mind would not go beyond that point. She came forward and quietly seated herself with the others at the end of the line. Her body stiffened rigidly. Then the veil of terror seemed to leave her like a cloak falling away. Abruptly she was just an Indio girl, empty and drained as the others, mindless and motionless. The girl beside her rose suddenly with a slow, fluid motion, and the crawling horror hit me again. The alien power had not left, it had merely transferred itself to another body. And this second body was as dreadful to my senses as the first had been. In some subtly monstrous way its terror impressed itself on my brain, though all the while there was nothing overt, nothing visibly wrong. The strange landscape, bounded by fog, was not actually abnormal, considering its location high in the Andes. The blue moss, the weird trees, they were strange, but possible. Even the 7 native girls were a normal part of the scene. It was a sense of an alien presence that caused my terror, a fear of the unknown. As the newly possessed girl rose, I turned and fled, deathly sick, feeling caught in the grip of nightmare. Once I stumbled and fell. As I scrambled wildly to my feet, I looked back. The girl was watching me, her face tiny and far away. Then, suddenly, abruptly, it was close. She stood within a few feet of me. I had not moved, nor seen her move, but we were all close together again, the 7 girls and I. Hypnosis? Something of that sort. She had drawn me back to her, my mind blacked out and unresisting. I could not move. I could only stand motionless while that alien being dwelling within human flesh reached out and thrust frigid fingers into my soul. I could feel my mind laid open, spread out like a map before the inhuman gaze that scanned it. It was blasphemous and shameful, and I could not move or resist. I was flung aside as the psychic grip that held me relaxed. I could not think clearly. That remote delving into my brain had made me blind, sick, frantic. I remember running, but I remember very little of what followed. There are vague pictures of blue moss and twisted trees, of coiling fog that wrapped itself about me, trying futilely to hold me back. And always there was the sense of a dark and nameless horror just beyond vision, hidden from me, though I was not hidden from its eyeless gaze. I remember reaching the wall of fog, saw it loomed before me, plunged into it, raced through cold grayness, snow crunching beneath my boots. I recall emerging again into that misty valley of Abaddon. When I regained complete consciousness, I was with Lhar. A coolness as of limpid water moved through my mind, cleansing it, washing away the horror, soothing and comforting me. I was lying on my back, looking up at an arabesque pattern of blue and saffron. Gray silver light filtered through a lacy filigree. I was still weak, but the blind terror no longer gripped me. I was inside a hut formed by the trunks of one of the banyan-like trees. Slowly, weakly, I rose on one elbow. The room was empty except for a curious flower that grew from the dirt floor beside me. I looked at it dazedly, and so I met Lhar. She was of purest white, the white of alabaster, but with a texture and warmth that stone does not have. In shape, well, she seemed to be a great flower, an unopened tulip-like blossom 5 feet or so tall. The petals were closed and folded, concealing whatever sort of body lay hidden beneath. And at the base was a convoluted pedestal that gave the odd impression of a ruffled tiny skirt. Even now I cannot describe Lhar coherently. A flower, yes, but very much more than that. Even in the first glimpse, I knew that Lhar was more than just a flower. I was not afraid of her. She had saved me, I knew, and I felt complete trust in her. I lay back as she spoke to me telepathically, her words and thoughts forming within my brain. "You are well now, though still weak. But it is useless for you to try to escape from this valley. No one can escape. The Other has powers I do not know, and those powers will keep you here." I said, "You are?" A name formed within my mind. "Lhar. I am not of your world." A shudder shook her, and her distress forced itself upon me. I stood up, swaying with weakness. Lhar drew back, moving with a swaying, bobbing gait, oddly like a curtsy. Behind me a clicking sounded. I turned, saw the many-colored sphere force itself through the banyan trunks. Instinctively my hand went to my gun, but a thought from Lhar halted me. "It will not harm you. It is my servant." She hesitated, groping for a word. "A machine, a robot. It will not harm you." I said, "Is it intelligent?" "Yes, but it is not alive. Our people made it. We have many such machines." The robot swayed toward me, the rim of cilia flashing and twisting. Lhar said, "It speaks thus, without words or thought." She paused, watching the sphere, and I sensed dejection in her manner. The robot turned to me. The cilia twisted lightly about my arm, tugging me toward Lhar. I said, "What does it want?" "It knows that I am dying," Lhar said. That shocked me. "Dying? No." "It is true. Here in this alien world I do not have my usual food, so I will die. To survive I need the blood of mammals, but there are none here save those 7 the Other has taken, and I cannot use them, for they are now spoiled." I didn't ask Lhar what sort of mammals she had in her own world. That's what the robot wanted when it tried to stop me before, isn't it? "He wanted you to help me, yes, but you are weak from the shock you have had. I cannot ask you." I said, "How much blood do you need?" At her answer, I said, "All right, you saved my life. I must do the same for you. I can spare that much blood easily. Go ahead." She bowed toward me, a fluttering white flame in the dimness of the tree room. A tendril flicked out from among her petals, wrapped itself about my arm. It felt cool, gentle as a woman's hand. I felt no pain. "You must rest now," Lhar said. "I will go away, but I shall not be long." The robot clicked and chattered, shifting on its tentacle legs. I watched it, saying, "Lhar, this can't be true. Why am I believing impossible things?" "I have given you peace," she told me. "Your mind was dangerously close to madness. I have drugged you a little, physically, so your emotions will not be strong for a while. It was necessary to save your sanity." It was true that my mind felt... Was drugged the word? My thoughts were clear enough, but I felt as if I were submerged in transparent but dark water. There was an odd sense of existing in a dream. I remembered Swinburne's lines: "Here, where the world is quiet, here, where all trouble seems, dead winds and spent waves riot in doubtful dreams of dreams." "What is this place?" I asked. Lhar bent toward me. "I do not know if I can explain. It is not quite clear to me. The robot knows. He is a reasoning machine. Wait." She turned to the sphere. Its cilia fluttered in quick, complicated signals. Lhar turned back to me. "Do you know much of the nature of time? That it is curved, moves in a spiral?" She went on to explain, but much of her explanation I did not understand. Yet I gathered enough to realize that this valley was not of Earth, or rather it was not of the Earth I knew. "You have geological disturbances, I know. The strata are tumbled about, mixed one with another." I remembered what Fra Rafael had said about an earthquake 3 months before. Lhar nodded toward me. "But this was a time slip. The space continuum is also subject to great strains and stresses. It buckled, and strata, time sectors, were thrust up to mingle with others. This valley belongs to another age, as do I, and the machine, and also the Other." She told me what had happened. There had been no warning. One moment she had been in her own world, her own time. The next she was here with her robot. And the other. I do not know the origin of the other. I may have lived in either your future or your past. This valley, with its ruined stone structures, is probably part of your future. I had never heard of such a place before. The other may be of the future also. Its shape I do not know. She told me more, much more. The other, as she called it, giving the entity a thought form that implied complete alienage, had a strangely chameleon-like method of feeding. It lived on life force as well as I could understand, draining the vital powers of a mammal vampirically, and it assumed the shape of its prey as it fed. It was not possession in the strict sense of the word. It was a sort of merging. Humanity is inclined to invest all things with its own attributes, forgetting that outside the limitations of time and space and size, familiar laws of nature do not apply. So even now I do not know all that lay behind the terror in that Peruvian valley. This much I learned. The other, like Lhar and her robot, had been cast adrift by a time slip, and thus marooned here. There was no way for it to return to its normal time sector. It had created the fog wall to protect itself from the direct rays of the sun which threatened its existence. Sitting there in the filigreed silver twilight beside Lhar, I had a concept of teeming universes of space-time, of an immense spiral of lives and civilizations, races and cultures, covering an infinite cosmos. And yet, what had happened? Very little in that inconceivable infinity. A rift in time, a dimensional slip, and a sector of land and 3 beings on it had been wrenched from their place in time and transported to our time stratum. A robot, a flower that was alive and intelligent and feminine, and the other. The native girls, I said, what will happen to them? They are no longer alive, Lhar told me. They still move and breathe, but they are dead, sustained only by the life force of the other. I do not think it will harm me. Apparently it prefers other food. That's why you've stayed here? I asked. The shining velvety calyx swayed. I shall die soon. For a little while I thought that I might manage to survive in this alien world, this alien time. Your blood has helped. The cool tentacle withdrew from my arm. But I lived in a younger time, where space was filled with certain energizing vibratory principles. They have faded now, almost to nothing, to what you call cosmic rays, and these are too weak to maintain my life. No, I must die, and then my poor robot will be alone. I sensed elfin amusement in that last thought. It seems absurd to you that I should think affectionately of a machine, but in our world there is a rapport, a mental symbiosis, between robot and living things. There was a silence. After a while I said, I'd better get out of here. Get help to end the menace of the other. What sort of help I did not know. Was the other vulnerable? Lhar caught my thought. In its own shape it is vulnerable, but what that shape is I do not know. As for your escaping from this valley, you cannot. The fog will bring you back. I've got my compass. I glanced at it, saw that the needle was spinning at random. Lhar said, The other has many powers. Whenever you go into the fog, you will always return here. How do you know all this? I asked. My robot tells me. A machine can reason logically better than my colloid brain. I closed my eyes, trying to think. Surely it should not be difficult for me to retrace my steps, to find a path out of this valley. Yet I hesitated, feeling a strange impotence. Can't your robot guide me? I persisted. He will not leave my side. Perhaps. Lhar turned to the sphere, and the cilia fluttered excitedly. No, she said, turning back to me. Built into his mind is one rule, never to leave me. He cannot disobey that. I couldn't ask Lhar to go with me. Somehow I sensed that the frigid cold of the surrounding mountains would destroy her swiftly. I said, It must be possible for me to get out of here. I'm going to try anyway. I will be waiting, she said, and did not move as I slipped out between 2 trunks of the banyan-like tree. It was daylight, and the silvery grayness overhead was palely luminous. I headed for the nearest rampart of fog. Lahar was right. Each time I went into that cloudy fog barrier, I was blinded. I crept forward step by step, glancing behind me at my footprints in the snow, trying to keep a straight line, and presently I would find myself back in the valley. I must have tried a dozen times before giving up. There were no landmarks in that all-concealing grayness, and only by sheerest chance would anyone blunder into this valley, unless hypnotically summoned like the Indio girls. I realized that I was trapped. Finally, I went back to Lahar. She hadn't moved an inch since I had left, nor had the robot, apparently. "Lahar," I said, "Lahar, can't you help me?" The white flame of the flower was motionless, but the robot's cilia moved in quick signals. Lahar moved at last. "Perhaps," her thought came, "unless both induction and deduction fail, my robot has discovered a chance for you. The other can control your mind through emotions, but I, too, have some power over your mind. If I give you strength, wall you within a psychic shield against intrusion, you may be able to face the other. But you cannot destroy it unless it is in its normal shape. The Indio girls must be killed first." Killed? I felt a sense of horror at the thought of killing those poor simple native girls. "They are not actually alive now. They are now a part of the other. They can never be restored to their former life." "How will destroying them help me?" I asked. Again Lahar consulted the robot. "The other will be driven from their bodies. It will then have no hiding place and must resume its own form. Then it can be slain." Lahar swayed and curtsied away. "Come," she said. "It is in my mind that the other must die. It is evil, ruthlessly selfish, which is the same thing. Until now I have not realized the solution to this evil being, but seeing into your thoughts has clarified my own, and my robot tells me that unless I aid you, the other will continue ravening into your world. If that happens, the time pattern will be broken. I do not quite understand, but my robot makes no mistakes. The other must die." She was outside of the banyan now, the sphere gliding after her. I followed. The three of us moved swiftly across the blue moss, guided by the robot. In a little while we came to where the 6 Indio girls were squatting. They had apparently not moved since I had left them. "The other is not here," Lahar said. The robot held me back as Lahar advanced toward the girls, the skirt-like frill at her base convoluting as she moved. She paused beside them, and her petals trembled and began to unfold. From the tip of that great blossom a fountain of white dust spurted up. Spores, or pollen, it seemed to be. The air was cloudy with the whiteness. The robot drew me back again. I sensed danger. The pollen seemed to be drawn toward the Indios, spun toward them in dancing mist motes. It settled on their bronzed bodies, their limbs and faces. It covered them like a veil until they appeared to be 6 statues, white as cold marble, there on the blue moss. Lahar's petals lifted and closed again. She swayed toward me, her mind sending a message into mine. "The other has no refuge now," she told me. "I have slain the girls." "They're dead?" My lips were dry. "What semblance of life they had left is now gone. The other cannot use them again." Lahar swayed toward me. A cool tentacle swept out, pressing lightly on my forehead. Another touched my breast, above the heart. "I give you of my strength," Lahar said. "It will be as shield and buckler to you. The rest of the way you must go alone." Into me tide of power flowed. I sank into cool depths, passionless and calm. Something was entering my body, my mind and soul, drowning my fears, stiffening my resolve. Strength of Lahar was now my strength. The tentacles dropped away, their work done. The robot's cilia signaled, and Lahar said, "Your way lies there. That temple. Do you see it?" I saw it. Far in the distance, half shrouded by the fog, a scarlet structure, not ruined like the others, was visible. "You will find the other there. Slay the last Indio, then destroy the other." I had no doubt now of my ability to do that. A new power seemed to lift me from my feet, send me running across the moss. Once I glanced back to see Lahar and her robot standing motionless, watching me. The temple enlarged as I came nearer. It was built of the same reddish stone as the other ruined blocks I had seen, but erosion had weathered its harsh angles till nothing now remained but a rounded, smoothly sculpted monolith 20 feet tall, shaped like a rifle shell. A doorway gaped in the crimson wall. I paused for a moment on the threshold. In the dimness within, a shadow stirred. I stepped forward, finding myself in a room that was tall and narrow, the ceiling hidden in gloom. Along the walls were carvings I could not clearly see. They gave a suggestion of inhuman beings that watched. It was dark, but I could see the Indio girl who had been Miranda Valle. Her eyes were on me, and even through the protecting armor of Lahar's strength I could feel their terrible power. The life in the girl was certainly not human. "Destroy her," my mind warned. "Destroy her quickly." But as I hesitated, a veil of darkness seemed to fall upon me. Utter cold, a frigidity as of outer space, lanced into my brain. My senses reeled under the assault. Desperately blind and sick and giddy, I called on the reserve strength Lhar had given me. Then I blacked out. When I awoke, I saw smoke coiling from the muzzle of the pistol in my hand. At my feet lay the Indio girl, dead. My bullet had crashed into her brain, driving out the terrible dweller there. My eyes were drawn to the farthest wall. An archway gaped there. I walked across the room, passed under the archway. Instantly I was in complete Stygian darkness. But I was not alone. The power of the other struck me like a tangible blow. I have no words to tell of an experience so completely disassociated from human memories. I remember only this: my mind and soul were sucked down into a black abyss where I had no volition or consciousness. It was another dimension of the mind, where my senses were altered. Nothing existed there but the intense blackness beyond time and space. I could not see the other, nor conceive of it. It was pure intelligence, stripped of flesh. It was alive, and it had power, power that was godlike. There in the great darkness I stood alone, unaided, sensing the approach of an entity from some horribly remote place where all values were altered. I sensed Lahar's nearness. "Hurry," her thought came to me, "before it wakens." Warmth flowed into me. The blackness receded. Against the farther wall something lay, a thing bafflingly human, a great headed thing with a tiny pallid body coiled beneath it. It was squirming toward me. "Destroy it," Lhar communicated. The pistol in my hand thundered, bucking against my palm. Echoes roared against the walls. I fired and fired again until the gun was empty. "It is dead," Lahar's thought entered my mind. I stumbled, dropped the pistol. "It was the child of an old super race, a child not yet born." Can you conceive of such a race, where even the unborn had power beyond human understanding? My mind wondered what an adult alien must be. I shivered, suddenly cold. An icy wind gusted through the temple. Lahar's thought was clear in my mind. "Now the valley is no longer a barrier to the elements. The other created fog and warmth to protect itself. Now it is dead, and your world reclaims its own." From the outer door of the temple I could see the fog being driven away by a swift wind. Snow was falling slowly, great white flakes that blanketed the blue moss and lay like caps on the red shards that dotted the valley. "I shall die swiftly and easily now, instead of slowly by starvation," Lhar said. A moment later a thought crossed my mind, faint and intangible as a snowflake, and I knew Lhar was saying goodbye. I left the valley. Once I looked back, but there was only a veil of snow behind me. And out of the greatest adventure the cosmic gods ever conceived, only this: for a little while the eternal veil of time was ripped away, and the door to the unknown was held ajar. But now the door is closed once more. Below Huascan a robot guards a tomb. That is all. The snow fell faster. Shivering, I plowed through the deepening drifts. My compass needle pointed north. The spell that had enthralled the valley was gone. Half an hour later I found the trail, and the road to safety lay open before me. Fra Rafael would be waiting to hear my story, but I did not think that he would believe it. End of Where the World is Quiet by Henry Kuttner.